Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei with new sacred gear got harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A tall godlike creature growled in annoyance. This being stood at 60 feet tall, was blue and built for destruction. The face of this being resembled that of a fiend, its glowing red eyes and huge blue horns surrounded its scary-looking face. The being slammed his fist down, creating a huge tremor, and for the very space he was in to vibrate as his powerful like shock-wave punch slammed into the empty space below. Slifer, if you count one more time, I will wring your neck and tie you up in knots again. You've been counting for 100-odd years now, it's getting really old. The red snake-like dragon curled its long body around the empty space. Its head was made up of red horns, it glowing yellow eyes and two mouth, however only mouth was open at the minute. Its body was long and scaly, its belly was black while its back was crimson red and down its back sharp red spikes pointed out. The dragon groaned in annoyance. What else you expect me to do, Obelisk? We've been stuck in this time-dimensional space for decades. We have no purpose anymore, we are no longer worshipped. The humans no longer need our power. Even our cards were destroyed, and now look at them, zooming around on those dual cycles. And don't get me started on that useless overlay system. Let's face it, Obelisk, we've become obsolete. There's nothing left but to count. Obelisk groaned. His fellow god was right. Since their dual cards had been destroyed, they had been stuck in this useless dimensional space, and it was really getting everyone down. Obelisk noticed the other member of their trio was staring into the worlds of other dimensions. Ra, give it up. Face it, there is no one in this entire world and universe who needs our power. Why don't we just fade and end it? The god No as Ra ignored the sound of his fellow god. He had been monitoring a new world in another dimension. On the outside it looked like just your normal average world. It was made up of humans, plants, animals, whoever underneath this little charade laid a world of chaos and war. Beyond the human sight, a war raged between three factions, angels, devils, and fallen angels, not to mention all the other mythological creatures and other gods. They were fighting for domination and was using every power at their disposal. It was these weapons that had drawn the gods' attention. These weapons and abilities were known as sacred gears. It seems average humans were bestowed these gifts to help in the growing conflict between the three factions. Ra suddenly zoomed in on the world and found himself looking at a room in a hospital. A newborn baby boy was cradled in its mother's arm, however it was glow from the baby's left arm that had the god intrigued. This child had been bestowed one of these sacred gears, and not just any, but one of the heavenly dragons that existed in this world. It was known as the Red Dragon Emperor, and during the war with the three factions, it had been killed along with its counterpart, the Dragon Emperor. Both dragons had ignored the ongoing war and had decided to fight each other. This had caused so much chaos that a truce was called between the three factions in which they joined together to defeat the two mighty dragons. Once they were defeated, their spirits and powers were sealed inside two gauntlets, and throughout history these gauntlets have found their way into the human world, and the host of these mighty dragons had carried on the fight between themselves. It seems history was going to repeat itself once more, as this child had been bestowed one of these great powers, and the other one had found itself in the hands of a half-devil in the underworld. Just as Ra continued to watch, he noticed something suddenly appeared in line of vision. I've been watching you for a while now, Golden Dragon. Why do you keep looking into this world? Ra was taken back by the question. The one who had asked it was a young girl, dressed in black gothic clothing. She had long black hair which was hidden under a white and purple bonnet. She had pointed ears and her eyes were a deep gray. The girl couldn't have been no more than 10 years old. However, Ra could tell this was no ordinary child. The power she was giving off was twice that of his own. Forgive me, but my name is Ra, and in my world I am one of three gods. We ruled over Egypt long ago, and now we drift inside this dimensional space for eternity. We have no purpose anymore, and I grew bored, so decided to peek in on the various worlds and see what they were like. This is the one world that I have found that is so similar to our own. The dragon of infinity known as Ophis stood looking at the golden dragon. Well, if you could call him a dragon, he had the body of a dragon but the head of bird. So why do you not just fade? If you and your fellow gods have lost all meaning, why do you still linger in depression and boredom? Ra sighed. I feel myself and my fellow gods have so much more to offer, but I haven't found a world that I feel deserves our power until I looked into yours. I become interested in the items and abilities you call sacred gears. I noticed several houses, spirits of strong beings, and just wondered what it might be like to be one of those spirits. Ophis listened and frowned. She could already tell these gods were strong, maybe not as strong as several other spirits in their world, but still strong. She was also interested in what Ra had said about being used as a spirit in a sacred gear. Ophis knew that the one chosen to be the Red Dragon Emperor this time would face things and events that were 10 times worse than the previous host who had come before him. Plus, she wondered what it would be like to add another chess piece to growing bored in their world. Making up her mind, she turned back to the Golden Dragon. If I allow you and your fellow gods to enter this world and become spirits trapped inside a sacred gear, do you promise to respect our world and everything in it? Do you swear to protect your chosen host and use your combined power to help him reach his full potential? By this time Obelisk and Slifer had joined Ra, and now all three gods were looking at the young girl floating in front of them. They had grown bored of this world, were thrilled to be offered an opportunity to prove they were still useful. All three god bowed their heads towards the small girl whose lips suddenly curled up in a smile. Very well, with that Ophis' eyes glowed and her hair wavered in a dark purple aura. Before the gods' every eyes, they could see something being created. The item soon took on the appearance of a gauntlet, engraved into her Egyptian hieroglyphs. A silver jewel sat in the middle of it, and surrounding the jewel dragon-like scales suddenly became appearing. Once the gauntlet was completed, Ophis turned towards the gods. From this day forward, your spirits will be trapped within this sacred gear, and you will use your powers to help all the host who you will encounter throughout your life. Do you still wish to make this sacrifice? All three gods suddenly nodded and began to transform into pure energy. 3 beams of energy rushed towards the gauntlet, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. I'm quite roomy in here, I could get used to this. Ophis' lips curled up into a small smile. Another piece had joined the game. She used her ability to look into the world and zoned in on another hospital where another baby boy was cradled in its mother's arms. Ophis' eyes glowed as the boy's faded future flashed before her eyes. It seems he was destined to die young and alone. Ophis held the gauntlet in her arms and watched as it dispersed and vanished in a gold light. She then looked down and noticed the little boy's left arm glow. A new sacred gear had been bestowed upon this child. Ophis couldn't wait to see just how this boy's future now changed and how this new gear affected their world. 16 years later. Issei, get out of that Y bed, you'll be late for school again. The sound of a woman's voice echoed around the bedroom of the boy known as Issei. The boy groaned and lifted his head from his pillow. As he did, he heard the sound of his talking alarm clock go off. Morning, sleeping head, it's time to get up. Is that morning what I see, you naughty boy? Just getting hard for me. Issei's hand reached up and slammed the button on the alarm. He then twisted his body and sat up in bed, stretching his arms, and yawned. Issei was your average teenage boy. He had brown hair that spiked around his head, and soft brown eyes. However, under this facade of charade was nothing but a perverted little boy who loved as much as he loved his own parents. He was always thinking about big ones, small ones, in-between ones, that and what the girls hid under his skirts and undergarments. Littered on his bed were several porn magazines, and his bedroom bin was overflowing with toilet tissue. I am awake, Mum, Issei shouted as loud as he could down the stairs, making sure his mum heard him. He then proceeded to climb out of bed and stretch up. He clicked his neck from side to side and then walked over to his small desk that was littered with porn DVD cases and unfinished homework. Issei grabbed his school uniform from his desk and began to put it on. He had no time for shower or breakfast. He stuffed his books and school stuff into his rucksack and left his room, ignoring his parents as he left the house and started to walk to school to meet his 3 best buds. However, unknown to Issei, his future was about to change forever. QO Academy. Yusei Muto rested against the wall of the academy and drowned out the perverted conversation of his 2 friends beside him. Yusei was one of Issei's best friends. However, unlike his best friend, he was far from perverted and in fact quite respectful of the opposite. Yusei heard one of his friends yelp as he was hit with a kendo stick over and over by a group of girls. His other friend was getting the same treatment. Yusei wasn't sure why he hung out with these 2. All they could think about was butts and what was hidden under girls' skirts. The thought sickened Yusei. Issei was just as bad, but Yusei could put up with him, but not these 2. Hey man, why didn't you back us up and help us? Yusei lifted his head. His blonde hair and blue eyes stared into the eyes of his 2 friends Matsuda and Motohama, both now holding their sore heads from being whacked with half a dozen kendo sticks. Simple, you needed to be taught a lesson. You 2 need to learn how to treat girls, and maybe then you won't get called all the names under the sun from the female student body. Yusei noticed both boys were about to shout when he heard his best friend Issei call out. Hey, guys, how things hanging? Have the girls started their practice yet? If so, what are you doing here? We could be all missing out on a great show. Yusei shook his head and watched as Issei punched fist with Matsuda and Motohama. He then noticed Issei turned to him and grinned. How's it going, Yusei? I will catch you later. I don't want to miss a free show. Catch you in class. Yusei groaned as he watched what had been commonly known as the 3 perverted trio run towards the girls' changing room. Yusei suddenly looked up and his eyes suddenly widened. Walking towards the school were the top 2 girls of the academy, Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima, both 3rd years, and both were drop-dead gorgeous. Rias with a crimson red hair and impressive bust, and Akino who was always smiling. She herself wasn't short in the chest department. Yusei's heart began to pump fast. He had always had a crush on Akino ever since he was 1st year, and she was a 2nd year. Yusei noticed both girls suddenly stopped and smiled. Well, hello Yusei, how are you doing today? Yusei bowed politely. After all, these 2 were his senior and both deserved respect. I am very well, Rias. How are you and Akino doing today? Yusei noticed both girls smiled. Yusei's face suddenly heated up as Akino shook her hair from side to side, his eyes now glued to her chest. Now Yusei was no pervert, far from it, but he was also a 16-year-old hormonal teenager. Both girls noticed the blush on his face and both girls smiled once more. I think our little Yusei is embarrassed. Come here and let me give you a hug. Yusei suddenly found his head in between Akino as the 3rd year held him close to her chest. Yusei couldn't help but sigh as he heard the gentle breathing of Akino. However, the moment was soon ruined by the academy buzzer going off. Oh shoot, we'll be late for class. Well, Yusei, catch you later. Yusei blushed and then headed into the school with several glaring eyes on him. This gave Rias and Akino a chance to have their own conversation. Both girls had a free period. Rias turned to her best friend. Did you feel that burst of power from Yusei? It's getting a lot stronger. Maybe soon he will be able to reach his full potential. I am certain he is carrying a sacred gear, and we need to keep an eye on him, just in case those black wing vultures try anything. Aniko, were you listening? Akino sighed. She was upset that Yusei had to left. In fact, the second year had made a big impression on her, and she enjoyed the small amount of time she got to spend with him. She also loved teasing him with her assets. She noticed Rias was giving her frown. What? I can't help it. I think he is cute, and not in bad shape either, especially for a second year. But yes, I too felt a surge of power from him. In fact, it was larger than normal. If you don't mind, Rias, may I watch over Yusei? Rias blinked in surprise. Akino had rarely shown any interest in men, but Yusei could always make her smile. Rias could see the worry in her best friend's eyes. Finally, she nodded. If that is what you want, Akino, I will allow it. Who knows, maybe we can introduce him into the club. After all, he seems powerful enough. Akino's face broke into a huge smile, and both girls continued to discuss other matters about the club they both belonged to and other girls' stuff. Meanwhile, in a nearby church, 4 people were huddled in a group. Church near Academy. I scouted the whole area, and apart from the devils we know about, I picked up 2 very strong reading from 2 human boys, both attending that academy, and both were giving off the aura of sacred gear wielders. One of the figures smiled. She had long black hair and was dressed in black leather that only covered the every important parts of her body. Out of her back were spread 2 dark feathery wings. Her name was Rainier, and she was Fallen Angel, a member of one of the great faction that had been involved in the great 3-way war between angels, devils, and fallen angels. Well, I can disguise myself as one of the students. I could then convince one of the boys to date me. Of course, I will kill him afterwards. Besides, we don't need any more sacred gear wielder around us than there already is. By the way, when is the nun due to arrive? One of the figures, who was a male fallen angel and was called Donasik, smiled under his hat. 3 days according to reports. That gives us 2 days to get rid of these 2 boys before she arrives. We can't afford anything to go wrong with the plan. Rainier, you deal with the boy known as Issei. Leave the other one to me. A group of fallen angels then laughed as they began to discuss the plan that they had set in motion to steal the sacred gear from one of the holy sisters who would visiting the church in 3 days. Ra, Obelisk, and Slifer were growing bored. They wanted to unleash their power, but knew if they did, then they could be putting their young host's life in danger. The 3 gods might not have been able to speak with their young host, but they had been through the same experiences. These included the high and low, from the death of his parents to the adoption of his new family. The 3 gods had seen it all. Just as they were in the middle of discussing the future and what might happen to their young host, a purple glow drew their attention. Once the glow had died down, Ophis was floating before them. All 3 gods lowered their heads in respect, as they had come to learn that this being was one of the top 10 most powerful in this world. The young girl smiled back. I am glad to see you 3 have settled into your new home and surroundings. I forgot to mention a few things when I first created this gauntlet. What I have to tell you will involve the future of your young host and that of another. You're already aware of the events that are going on in this world. It is important that the balance is maintained. This means there are a few rules that will have to be obeyed. Your host is Yusei Muto. This you already know, but what you don't know is that his best friend Issei Hayatu is the host for the Red Dragon Emperor, and his fate must remain the same. Issei is destined to die and be reborn as a devil. He will join the peerage of the Gremory family through their daughter Rias Gremory, a 3rd-year student who attends Kyo Academy and is in charge of this territory. This town is the property of the devil faction, and nothing happens without her being aware of it. Now you might wonder why I am telling you this. Well, it's very simple. Yusei can't interfere in the events that are about to take place. He may support Issei, but he can't join any factions. Well, not yet at least. He must remain neutral. If he was to join a faction before the right time, then this world would become unbalanced. It will be your job to keep Yusei from interfering with Issei's destiny. Yusei will awaken in a few days. When he is attacked by a fallen angel, you must do all in your power to prevent this attack. Yusei cannot be allowed to die. The 3 gods looked to one another and then turned to Ophis and nodded in understanding. It was then Ra that spoke. So Yusei may assist Issei, but he is not allowed to get involved with key events that are yet to unfold. How will we know what events not to interfere with? Ophis looked towards the 3 gods. Well, one of the main important events you can't interfere in is the battle between the Emperor Red Dragon and its counterpart the Emperor White Dragon. The 2 must fight and resolve their conflict without any assistance. Other events that will shape Issei's future must also not be changed. As we approach these, I will tell you. Ra frowned. So what exactly is Yusei's future? Will he join a faction, or will he have to remain neutral throughout his whole life? Also, what use are we if we can't use our power to aid him into helping him reach his full potential? Ophis smiled. Yusei's future is yet to be written. As a new player in this game, there are several paths that his life could face. His choices at key events in the future will shape his future. You may use your power how you wish to help him. I will now take my leave. Yusei will be attacked by a fallen angel tomorrow, and his sacred gear will be revealed. This will allow you 3 to finally communicate with your host. At first, only you Slifer will be able to communicate. The stronger he gets, the abilities he will unlock, until eventually he will be able to communicate with all 3 of you. Ra again frowned. What of Issei? What will happen to him? Ophis turned once more to the gods. Issei will also be attacked, however he will have to die, so that the events of his future can be set in motion. Yusei can't interfere in this. Don't worry, you will not be bored. There is plenty for Yusei to do and experience. If there wasn't, then I wouldn't have allowed you to enter this world. I will speak to you soon. Farewell for now. The three gods watched as Ophis left their space. Now they knew what to expect. They began to plan just how to help their new host. Next day, Issei couldn't believe his luck. After all these years dreaming of having a girlfriend, he finally had one, and the two of them had decided to go out on their first date. The girl was named Yuma Amano, and she had only recently transferred to the academy. As a new student, Issei had been the first to volunteer to show her around the academy. He was surprised on how well the two of them were getting on, and asked her if she would like to meet after school so he could show her around the city. Yuma had agreed, and now the two of them were in town spending time together. If Issei hadn't been so desperate to get a date, he might have thought about the dangers of the girls he was now walking with. In fact, the girl was a fallen angel in disguise and was using the appearance of a schoolgirl to lure Issei into a trap so she could kill him before the boy discovered about his sacred gear. Lucky for Issei, one of the third years, a girl named Rias had given him a leaflet, and on it was a magic symbol that would prove to save Issei's life very soon. Empty park and city. Issei noticed how late it was getting. He was having a great time with Yuma and both found themselves inside a park that was empty. Issei had offered to walk Yuma home. Of course, Yuma didn't have a home, but she had planned to kill Issei near the fountain that they were drawing close to. Issei noticed Yuma suddenly broke contact with him and was now facing him in front of the fountain dressed in her academy uniform. Issei thought he had never seen anything cuter. That was until he heard several words that sent a chill down his spine. Issei had been zoning out just looking at Yuma's chest. That was respectable C, and hadn't been paying attention to anything she was saying until he heard those words. Would you die for me? Issei suddenly froze as those words echoed inside his head for a brief moment. He noticed the girl in front of him was no longer Yuma, but was now a fully grown woman who had long black hair, green eyes, and was dressed in leather that covered only her most important parts. Out of her back several black wings grew. Issei tried to move, but he found himself frozen in fear and had no time to dodge as he felt a sharp pain. His eyes looked down to see a glowing spear of light, which had pierced his midsection. Began to pour from the wound. Issei's mouth began to fill with. He was dying, and there was nothing he could do about it. He looked up and noticed the evil smile now plastered on the girl's face. Issei fell to his knees. This was it. He was going to die. And not only that, but he was going to die. Was there any worse type of death for a teenage boy? Before the darkness took him, Issei watched as the woman who had stabbed him flew away high into the clouds above. Issei fell back and could feel the darkness slowly spreading across his body. He then caught sight of something. Long red crimson hair. He saw the face of an angel before his eyes closed for the last time. Rias looked down at the boy who she was certain housed a powerful sacred gear. She had known the girl Issei had left with was a fallen angel, and had slipped him the leaflet which would activate as a summoning spell when she knew she needed him. Rias slipped her hands into her pocket and removed 8 chess pieces, all of them pawns. She removed 4 from her hand and then laid them down on the lifeless body of Issei. She wouldn't let someone like him die like this. As the pawn pieces were placed on his chest, a red magic circles appeared below his body. Rias stood to the side, her crimson hair now wavering in the gently evening breeze. Her eyes were glowing with power as she chanted. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Akino had kept to her word and was now following Yusei. She had heard from Rias about the fallen angel who had deceived Issei, and she was certain that another fallen angel would attempt to take out Yusei, as he too had a sacred gear. Akino hid in the shadows and watched as the boy she had come to crush on walked slowly through a deserted park towards his home. Just when everything was going smoothly, she noticed the sky suddenly changed, and before Yusei appeared a fallen angel. He was dressed in a hat and black trench coat. Out of his back several dark wings appeared. Aniko was about to interfere and protect Yusei, but she was suddenly prevented by something happening. Yusei had been enjoying his stroll through the park. He had been thinking about the events of today. His best friend Issei finally had a girlfriend. Hopefully now he would become less perverted, as he had someone to take care of and make happy. Yusei smiled to himself as he watched the faces of their best friends turn white when Yuma and Issei had left the school for their date. Yusei wondered what they might be up to now. However, those thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sky suddenly darkening. Yusei noticed someone was walking toward him in the opposite direction. It was a man dressed in a trench coat and hat. The man's face was hidden under the hat, but Yusei froze as he heard the man speak. Finally, I have found you, Yusei Muto. Any last words before I send you to your death? Yusei watched as the man produced what looked like a spear of light from his hand. The man then charged forward, hoping to thrust the spear into his stomach. However, just before the spear reached him, his left arm suddenly glowed, causing the man to shield his eyes from the light. When the light had vanished, Yusei was surprised to see his arm was now covered by gauntlet, and the gem inside it was flashing. He then heard a voice coming from his arm. Yusei was confused. Egyptian god's sacred gear. None of this made sense. However, he did notice the man was now being more cautious. Yusei heard the man growl. So the rumors are true. You do have a sacred gear, then prepare to die. My name is Donasik, and it will be the last name you ever hear. Now die. The fallen angel once again charged forward with his spear of light. However, he heard a powerful roar come from the sacred gear, stopping him in his trek. He watched as a red energy blast left the sacred gear and then began to swirl around Yusei. The energy swirl got bigger and bigger until eventually something began to form. Donasek froze in fear as the energy suddenly took form of a powerful-looking red dragon. Its body was now coiled around Yusei and protecting him from his assault. Donasek cried out in pain as the red energy dispersed electricity from its body, hitting the fallen angel. Donasek then heard the dragon speak. Donasek's face turned white. He had never heard of such a creature called Slifer. Just what spirits were trapped inside this boy's sacred gear, and just what powers did he have? Donasek decided to heed the warning and disperse the light spear in his hand. He then flew away as fast as he could. Yusei looked down at the gauntlet now on his arms. The energy that had swirled around him had now returned to the flashing gem. Yusei watched as the gem flashed and then he heard the spirit speak once more. Yusei gulped in surprise. "Thank you for saving me, however I don't understand. What was that man, and how did he fly away like that? What makes me so special to wield this power you are giving me? I am a no one, just an average teenage boy." Yusei stayed silent as he listened. Yusei turned and was just in time to see his face smothered by a pair of beautiful and pulled into a hug. Yusei knew these from anywhere. They belonged to Akino the third year that he had been crushing on, but what was she doing here? Akino hugged Yusei further into her. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Yusei had unlocked his sacred gear, and had it not been for the spirits within it, then he would have fallen to that fallen angel. Just as she carried on hugging, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside them, and Rias' Gremory appeared from it. "Akino, Issei has been attacked and killed. I used my power to resurrect him. He is now part of our family. What happened here, and why are you hugging Yusei as if you would never see him again?" Rias' eyes suddenly saw the gauntlet now on Yusei's arm. She had never seen anything like it, and was certain it was a completely new sacred gear. Rias looked around and noticed a few black feathers a few feet away. So that was it. Yusei had been attacked also, but it seemed he had survived his ordeal. Rias noticed Akino looked over to her, tears in her eyes. Akino then pulled away and turned Yusei towards Rias. To say the boy was surprised was an understatement. Yusei looked between Rias and Akino and then slowly backed away. "What's going on, and why are you both here?" Rias and Akino slowly stepped towards Yusei. She noticed the second year looked very scared. "Yusei, come with us, and I will explain everything to you. I promise Akino and myself are not here to harm you." Yusei looked at both girls. Something was telling him these two could be trusted. Making up his mind, Yusei stepped towards them and noticed Akino hugged him once more. "Everything will be explained soon, Yusei." Yusei trusted Akino's words and his eyes widened as the magical circle they were now in began to glow. He felt a strange sensation in his stomach before the three of them vanished. Yusei sat stunned as he was given an inside peek at the world that existed beyond his own. From what he could understand, the world was ruled by three factions: angels, devils, and fallen angels, and a war had been going on between the three sides for eons until it was stopped for some unknown reason. Also beyond the three main factions, other gods and beasts existed, including dragons. Yusei wouldn't have believed any of it had he not been sitting in front of Rias and Akino. Both were sat opposite him, with their black wings showing. It turned out that Rias was the brother to the current ruler of the underworld, and that Akino was one of her servants who she had turned. "So let me get this straight. That man who attacked me earlier is known as a fallen angel, and you become a fallen angel when you fall from heaven after sinning. I was attacked because of this thing on my arm known as a sacred gear, and fallen angel fear these weapons and abilities and try to take out those chosen to wield them before their hosts discover them." Rias lifted her cup to her lips and took a sip of her tea. "Pretty much. You're lucky your sacred gear activated. Not many are as lucky as you." Yusei looked to his arm where the sacred gear was now visible for everyone to see. The jewel inside the gauntlet had stopped flashing a little while ago. Yusei noticed Rias was looking to his arm. "Funny, I have never heard of a sacred gear that is said to house the spirit of three Egyptian gods. From what I understood, all the Egyptian gods faded, like many of the ancient gods." Rias took another sip from her cup. However, she suddenly dropped the cup as Slifer began to speak from the gauntlet. Rias' eyes widened. "So the dragon god of infinity was responsible for this. I see. Thank you for explaining that, Lord Slifer. I knew I had never heard of such a sacred gear before, but hearing Ophis is involved then, that is a good enough explanation for me." Rias then placed her hand into her pocket and pulled out 4 chess pieces. All of them were pawns. She placed them on the table in front of Yusei, much to his confusion. Yusei picked up one of the pieces and held it in between his fingers. He examined it closely and then looked over to Rias for an explanation. Yusei noticed Rias gave him a small smile. "How much do you know about the game of chess, Yusei?" Rias noticed Yusei just looked at her blankly, and so she decided to continue. "As a high-ranking devil, we are each given 15 pieces of a chessboard. This consists of a queen, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 2 knights, and 8 pawns. The 16th piece, the king, is taken up by the high-ranking devil. This is the number of servant a high-ranking devil like myself can have. Akino here is my queen. Apart from her I have 1 knight who is called Kiba, 1 rook who is called Karniko, 1 bishop called Gasper, and my new pawn Issei." Yusei's eyes widened at that name. He couldn't believe it. His best friend was now a devil and in service to Rias and her family. Yusei wondered how his best friend had been roped into this. As if Rias was reading his mind, she answered him. If you're wondering how, he was attacked tonight and killed by a fallen angel. He too has a sacred gear. With his last breath he was able to activate the magic circle I had given to him earlier. He summoned me, and seeing how important he was, I decided to resurrect him as one of my servants. Now before you get the wrong idea, although they are called servants, I treat them like family. Issei took up 4 pawns, meaning he is quite powerful. These remaining 4 I am offering you, Yusei. Will you consider joining my family? Yusei looked down at the 4 pawns now on the table. He was about to accept the offer when he was interrupted by Slifer. Rias looked down. She had been expecting something like this, especially knowing about the deal between the gods and Ophis. Still though, she had to at least try. Very well, Lord Slifer, then I would like to welcome you and Yusei to join our club as an unofficial member for now. I believe with your power and abilities then we could help each other out. I also know that Akino would love for you to join us. Yusei looked across to see Akino smile. He was certain he noticed a small blush on either side of her cheek. Very well, Rias, I would love to join this club, although I must ask, if you saved Issei tonight, then where is he? Rias smiled. Issei is recovering at his home. It will take time for his body to adjust to his new powers and he needs plenty of rest. Tomorrow I will invite him here to the club and explain everything to him. I would appreciate your help in this matter. Maybe if you help explain it, then he will be more likely to believe what I will tell him. It's important that Issei accepts his new life. If not, then there could be trouble, and there is a possibility he could go rogue. Yusei blinked in surprise. What do you mean by rogue? Yusei was expecting Rias to answer, but he was surprised when Akino spoke up. A rogue is a devil who has left their master against their master's wishes. You see, when you become a devil, your very being is connected to your master. If you stray too far away, you begin to go mad, and eventually will go rogue. Once a devil goes rogue, there is no going back, and it must be destroyed, with no exceptions. Yusei suddenly looked down. So you're basically a slave for the rest of your life to your master. Do you have any rights, or do you have to do everything your master says without question? Rias again answered. Most high-ranking devils, who have servant, treat them just as the way you described. Many of these high-ranking devils are men, and their servant consist of mainly women and girls. I myself don't see my servants like that. When I allow someone in, they are treated with love and they become part of my family. There are other high-ranking devils like myself who do show respect to their servants, but most don't really care how they treat their servants. Anyway, enough about us. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Yusei looked down. He didn't really like telling anyone about his past. However, he could sense that Rias and Akino could be trusted. Well, I was born in Tokyo and lived with my mom and dad. However, when I was around 8, my parents died in car crash and I was put into an orphanage. A year later, I was adopted and brought here to this town. My new mother and father did all they could to make me feel welcome, and gradually I did warm up to them. My dad is a broker and my mum is his personal assistant, so they're away quite often on business. I was normally left with a nanny, but as I got older and more responsible, then I was allowed to look after myself. It's not uncommon for my parents to be gone weeks at a time. Of course, they make sure I am looked after and leave me plenty of money to make sure I can feed myself and buy anything else I might need while they're away. In fact, I am on my own for a month. My dad has a big deal going on, and he has to travel all over the globe to get people to agree to it. As you know, I attend this academy and I am now in my 2nd year, studying alongside my best friend Issei. I have no idea what I want to be when I leave the academy, but I have always wanted my own little place. Sure, living home with my parents is fun, but I have always wanted a little place I could call my own. Rias smiled at this. Well, Yusei, if you still want a place, I will be happy to arrange that for you. As you know, my brother is the current Lucifer and our family owns this town. It wouldn't be too hard for me to get you a place nearby. Consider it a thank you for helping us. It was Akino who spoke next. What about one of the apartments in my block? It would be nice for Yusei to be close, and I am sure Kaneko and Kiba would also like it if Yusei stayed there. Yusei smiled as he noticed the smile Akino was giving him. Rias looked between the two and smiled. She was happy her best friends had finally found someone to take an interest in. Let's see what happens first with everything before we go make arrangements. Yusei, it's getting late. I don't want you walking home by yourself, especially after what took place tonight, so Akino will see you home. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the academy. We have a lot of work to do in convincing Issei about his new life. Next day, Issei home. Time to get ahead, sleepy head. Oh my, just look at these of mine. They're all for you, handsome. Issei groaned as his arm stretched out above him, and he slammed the button on his talking alarm. He slowly turned over and laid in bed on his back, thinking about the dream he had. He had watched himself die, and the Rias Gremory had saved him and brought him back to life. Issei slowly sat up. His body ached all over. Issei placed his hand on his stomach where in the dream a spear of light had been thrown at him by his supposed new girlfriend Yuma. As his hand brushed over the spot where the spear had entered, he felt a strange sensation all over his body, and then a faint whisper around him. Would you die for me? Issei head spun around and looked at his room. The place was a mess, which wasn't anything new. Issei swung his legs out of bed and allowed his feet to touch the floor. As he stood up, he suddenly fell backwards onto his bed, as if he was having trouble to keep his balance. What the hell was that all about? Ah, my head kills. Issei walked over to his uniform and began to get dressed. However, as he was doing his shirt up, he noticed a couple of dry specks on his shirt. Where the hell did these come from? Issei tried to remember the day before, but every time he did he felt a sharp brain to his head. Ouch, for sake that hurt. Issei decided to ignore the for now and remove the shirt. He pulled out a clean one from his drawer and put it on. Issei, are you up yet? You'll be late for school again. Later on in class Kyo Academy, Issei sat at his desk, drowning out the lesson his teacher was trying to give. His best friend Yusei was sitting next to him taking notes. Yusei always did this for him, however today was different. Yusei had seemed more concerned than normal, and was walking around with him the whole day. Heck, he had even joined in with the peeking this morning in the girl locker room. Issei's face began to heat up as he thought about all the different he had seen this morning, all the different types of panties. Issei smiled as he started to envision different girls of his school all naked and all holding out there towards him. However, his daydream was suddenly cut short as he spotted someone outside the window. Issei rubbed his eyes. It was the girl from his dream, Yuma. She was stood outside the academy gates looking into his class window. Just looking at the girl sent a chill down his spine. Those words began to echo again. Would you die for me? Yusei turned his head to look at Issei. He could tell something was really bothering him. Yusei had promised Rias that he would look after him today and make sure nothing happened to him. This had meant he had to join Issei in his morning ritual this morning on looking at the girls in the locker room. Yusei closed his eyes as he thought about the girls. He didn't understand what Issei got out of doing something so perverted. Yusei listened to the teacher give his lesson. He was making sure he got everything down, as he knew that Issei wouldn't be listening today. Eventually the bell sounded and everyone began to pack up their things. Yusei noticed that Issei hadn't even moved. Hey Issei, class is over, come on, it's time to leave. Yusei noticed his mate turn to him, his face vacant of any sort of expression. Something was seriously wrong here. Yusei then remembered what Akino had told him last night, before she had left. Issei may not be his usual self tomorrow. Rias erased all the memories of today from his mind, and has placed them under a seal. Far as Issei will believe, everything that took place will be a dream. Yusei looked unconcerned for his friend. However, the day was just going to get worse for him, especially after class. Rias had asked if he could bring Issei with him to the old school building. Yusei was dreading what his best friend would do once he found out that he was no longer human, but a devil now. Later after school, Yusei and Issei were making their way towards the old school building. It had taken a while to try convince Issei to join him, but he had eventually succeeded in telling Issei that a new club for girls were meeting here, and that they were using an old changing room inside the building. Issei had immediately jumped at the chance, and so here they were walking up a quiet path. Surrounded on either side of him were trees. Yusei suddenly felt a brisk wind and turned to see his best friend looking at something. His face was white as a sheet and he was just pointing. Yusei followed his eyes to see a lone schoolgirl looking at both of them. It was Yuma, Issei date from yesterday. It can't be that the girl from my dreams. She really here. Yusei frowned and extended his left arm ready to defend his friend from the fallen angel. However, he noticed his sacred gear wouldn't reveal itself. What the hell? Yusei noticed the girl was now walking over towards them, her eyes never leaving Issei. Suddenly her appearance changed and she began to grow. Her face aged and she grew taller. Her uniform split to reveal a woman body covered in black leather, and two dark wings extended from her back. My so little Issei survived yesterday, but I wonder how. I watched you die, and yet you're standing here before me. Oh, so that's it? You've been changed into one of them, have you? Well, I guess I will just have to kill you a second time. Rainier stalked towards both boys. From her hand 2 spears of light appeared and she threw them towards Issei and Yusei. Yusei gritted his teeth in frustration. Why wouldn't his sacred gear activate? He needed it now. He noticed the fallen angel was getting ever closer, and Issei had already froze up. Yusei tried to get to his friend but was forced to roll away as a spear of light missed him by a few inches. He looked up into the face of the fallen angel and saw a cruel smile on her face. Stay out of this, sacred gear wielder. I only want Issei. Yusei watched as Issei just stood there frozen in fear. He shouted out as the fallen angel thrusted her spear forward. However, a bright light suddenly stopped her from advancing. Yusei had flashed back to his own experience last night. Issei's sacred gear had activated. Issei found himself pulled out of his fearful state and he was now looking at his left arm, where a red gauntlet had suddenly appeared. In the center of it was a green jewel. What the hell is this? Issei noticed the woman who was about to kill him was now backing away slowly. Yusei looked to his friend's arm and then noticed his own arm glowed, revealing his own gauntlet. He noticed the jewel flashed and heard the voice of Slifer. Yusei quickly ran over to his friend and extended his sacred gear towards the fallen angel. He focused on the power in his gauntlet. Suddenly a ball of light began forming between his armored palm, and he noticed energy was being sucked out of the fallen angel. He heard his gauntlet. Rainier suddenly screamed out in pain as she felt her power sucked out of her. She fell to her knees and glared at the boy with the Trinity sacred gear. She attempted to create a spear of light but found she couldn't. She looked over and growled. What did you do? Her question wasn't answered by Yusei, however, but by Rias, who had suddenly appeared from a magic circle. Isn't it obvious? Yusei has stolen your power, and now that you have no power, allow me to teach you a lesson in what happens to those who dare try and attack my servants. Ria's eyes glowed and red energy began to form in the palm of her hand. By this time Issei had just fainted, and now it was just Yusei and her facing the fallen angel. I am Rias Gremory, sister of the current Lucifer, and you will pay for what you have done. Rainier shrieked in terror. A Gremory here, and Issei was her new servant. Rainier dodged the demonic energy now thrown at her. She had no weapon to defend herself thanks to the Trinity gear. She did the only thing she could. She flew up high and left the area. The other fallen angels would have to be told about this latest development. Rias watched as the fallen angel escaped. However, her concern now turned towards Issei, who was now resting against Yusei, his gauntlet still on show. Yusei, bring him inside quickly. Yusei slung Issei over his shoulder and followed Rias towards the old school building. All hell was about to break loose. Issei slowly opened his eyes. He noticed he was in a Victorian-style room. However, he wasn't alone. There sat opposite him was Rias Gremory, Akino Hanjima, and boy Issei hated with a passion Yuudo Kiba, and a first year that he had seen around the school, named Kaneko Taoju. Standing behind them was his best friend Yusei. Issei wasn't sure where he was, but the shocks got worse as he looked down to his left arm and cried out as something red was attached to it. Issei quickly jumped up and attempted to take the red thing off that had attached itself to him. What the hell is this thing? Get it off me. Where am I? Why am I here? All these questions were running through his mind. He then remembered what had happened. He and Yusei had been attacked by some really hot chick. Yusei could still see her huge bust and seductive smile on her face. Issei began to drool just thinking about it. However, he was soon brought back to reality with the first year talking. Pervert Yusei blinked in surprise and noticed his best friend was shaking his head. Issei looked around the room once more. Wait, what was everyone doing here, and why were they looking at him like that? Rias sighed. She had expected this reaction from Issei. After all, he was in an unfamiliar place, and not mention the sacred gear now visible on his left arm. Rias decided to do the introduction before he became more stressed. Welcome, Issei. My name is Rias Gremory. This is the club room of the Occult Research Club. I am the president, and Akino is my vice president. We wanted to talk to you and explain a few things. I know what I am about to tell you might be difficult to understand or believe, but it needs to be said. Do you remember a girl called Yuuma Issei? Issei blinked in surprise. Yeah, that was the girl I dated in my dreams, but how would you know that? Way? Can you read minds or something? Rias sighed. Issei, what you experienced was not a dream, it happened. You went on a date with Yuuma and she killed you using a spear of light. Before you died you summoned me, and I saved you. That piece of paper I gave you before the date wasn't just any leaflet, Issei, but a summoning spell. Issei's eyes widened. Wait, a spell? That's stupid. There's no such thing as magic. This is all a dream, isn't it? I am asleep again. I know I will pinch myself and wake up. Ouch, that hurt. Wait, why are you all still here? Rias groaned. It looked like the supple approach was out. She would have to show him everything. Rias held out the palm of her hand and an orb of red and black energy formed in it. She noticed the fear on Issei's face. As you can see, Issei, magic does exist and I can use it. However, the reason I can use it is because I am not human. I'm a devil, just like you. When you summoned me, I saved your life, but there was a cost. I had to bring you back as a devil, and you are now one of my servants. Everyone in this time apart from your friend Yusei is a devil. Issei looked around the room and noticed everyone was nodding. Issei laughed and scratched the back of his head. Good one. This must be some big prank. Did you arrange this, Yusei? Is this payback for what I did to you last year, man? Rias groaned. It looked like more evidence was needed. Very well, Issei. If you don't believe me, I guess I will have to show you. Rias got up off the sofa and made her way over to Issei. She closed her eyes and laid her hand on his cheek. There was a little spark before she heard Issei shout. Ouch! Before Issei's eyes everything began to flash. The meeting of Yuuma, their date, the stroll in the park, and then when she tried to kill him. Issei could see the glowing spear of light sticking out of his chest. As he slowly bled to death from the wound, he looked up into the face of his new girlfriend who had now turned into something with huge black wings. Issei watched as she flew away, leaving him there to die. He then watched as he placed his hand in his pocket and removed the leaflet Rias had given him before the date. He watched himself fall back, and just before his eyes closed, he saw a red glow and then long red crimson hair and the face of Rias looking down at him. Issei felt Rias move her hand from his cheek, which brought him back to the room where he was now. He pushed Rias away and jumped up. He tried to run to the door only for his best friend Yusei to block the exit. Easy, Issei. No one is going to harm you. Everything you just experienced happened. I was told last night about it all. I too didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Rias is a devil, like everyone else in this room, including you. She saved your life, and as payment you were brought into her house as a servant. It was the only way Rias could save you, Issei. Issei suddenly growled and he threw his fist forward, hitting his best friend in the face. You mean you knew, and you didn't tell me? All day I was thinking it was a dream, and it actually happened. That's why you've been sticking to me like glue today, so you could keep an eye on me. You bastard. Yusei raised his forearm and blocked another punch from his best friend. He could understand Issei being upset. After all, you don't get told you're a devil every day, and that you're a servant to some family you had never heard of. Yusei managed to grab the fist and twisted the wrist of Issei, causing his best friend to cry out in pain. Listen, Issei, I can understand you being upset and feeling like I have betrayed you, but that is not true. This is happening, and the reason I was sticking by you today was in case you were attacked like last night. Rias asked me to keep an eye on you, to make sure you stayed safe until she had time to explain all this. That girl we both faced a while ago was also real, and she was the one who tried to kill you last night. Please calm down and let Rias and the rest of her house help you understand. Yusei let go of his best friend's wrist and watched as he slowly calmed down. Issei cradled his wrist and looked at his best friend. He then looked down to his left arm to see a gauntlet like he had, but Yusei was golden yellow. What's it on your arm? Screw that, what's this on my arm? Yusei sighed. If you come sit down, Rias will explain everything. They're called sacred gears, and they are bestowed to special individuals. I don't know much about them myself, I only know that 3 spirits reside in it, and that it's called Trinity. Issei turned towards the sofa and sat back down again. Everything was slowly sinking in. So I am a devil, and I am your servant. Does me being alive and being your servant has something to do with this on my arm? Rias nodded her head. Yes, Issei, you wield a powerful artifact known as a sacred gear. You were attacked by the fallen angel because they fear these artifacts. Not all sacred gears are artifacts, some can be abilities. For example, Kiba wields the sacred gear called Sword Birth. This lets him summon swords and blades at will. He can also use all types of sword, and is a master at wielding them. Akino and Kaneko don't have sacred gears, but they have their own special abilities. I apologize for what I did, but it was the only way to save you. Please forgive me. Rias began to cry and fell onto Issei and wrapped her arms around him, much to the second year's surprise. Issei could hear Rias crying and feel her tears soaking his shirt. Issei still wasn't sure about being a devil, but then again, when his new master is this hot, maybe being her servant won't be so bad after all. Issei suddenly had daydream of laying on bed naked and Rias standing over him, a whip in her hand and cracking it. He suddenly started drooling again. Pervert Issei looked across to see Kaneko was looking at him. She was frowning, and her mouth was in a firm line. Issei felt Rias lift her head and watched as his new master wiped some tears away. I am sorry, Issei, I should have composed myself better. I will do all I can to make sure you are happy and loved in this family. Although you are my servant, you are my family too, and we all love each other here. Akino is like a sister to me, and Kiba I treat as a brother. Kaneko is treated as my baby sister, and you will be treated no differently to them. Issei looked up into the face of his best friend. What about Yusei? Is he part of your family too? Rias shook her head. No, not officially anyway. I did offer him the chance to join, but he refused, due to him having to remain neutral, so not to unbalance anything. You see, just as there are devils, angels also exist, and so do fallen angels. Long ago, all 3 sides were involved in a huge war, and to this day, each side don't see eye to eye. However, at the minute the scales of power are balanced by you joining our side. But if Yusei was also to join, then the balance of power would be tipped in our favor, which would provoke the other 2 factions. Yusei, however, spoke up. As I said to Rias yesterday, I might not be an official devil, but seeing how the fallen angels are targeting me and you because of these, then I will assist you and her family in helping to bring this conflict to a conclusion. Rias, maybe you could explain a little about the sacred gear Issei is wearing. Rias nodded. Of course, I believe the sacred gear Issei wields is one of the legendary sacred gears known as the boosted gear. This legendary gear is said to house the spirit of the Red Dragon Emperor. It allows the user to boost their power every 10 seconds. It also has other abilities. Unfortunately, with the state your gear is in, it's difficult to determine if it is the boosted gear or if it is another type of sacred gear. Only time will tell. Issei looked across to the gauntlet that was now on his best friend's arm. What about that one? What does that do? Rias looked across and smiled. Well, to be honest, I have no clue. You see, it's not one of the sacred gears known to me. All I know is it is called Trinity and its special power is Absorb. That was why that fallen angel couldn't kill you yesterday. Yusei used the power of his sacred gear to drain her special power from her. In this case, he stopped her creating spears of light. I believe his gear has other abilities, but he too will have to unlock them. Just then a magical circle suddenly appeared and a robed figure stepped out of it and bowed its hooded head. Forgive the intrusion, Lady Gremory, but a stray devil has decided to make its home in your small town. We would like you to vanquish it. From what we understand, it's using an old house just on the edge of town. It's luring humans into the house and then eating them. It must be stopped. I trust we can count on your cooperation in this matter. Rias stood from the sofa and inclined her head. My servants and I will take care of it immediately. Please relay this message back to the underworld. The robed figure bowed once more and vanished from the club room using another magic circles. Once he was gone, Rias began to organize everyone. Okay everyone, it looks like we have Stray to take care of. Issei and Yusei, I would like you two to join us on this mission. It will give you a small insight into how we do things around here. Now please everyone gather around me and I will transport us to the house. Everyone walked into the magical circles. Once Rias knew everyone was inside it, she began to transport everyone. They all appeared outside an old house. Rias could already sense the Stray inside. It's here. Kiba, Kaneko, draw it out. Akino, you stand ready for when it appears. Issei and Yusei, for now I just want you to watch. Is everyone ready? Good, then let's go. Rias led everyone inside the house. Once the door closed, they all heard a female voice. Oh, fresh meat. I was getting hungry. You saved me the time in luring you here. Now prepare to die. Rias ignored the threat and shouted into the darkness. My name is Rias Gremory, sister of the current Lucifer, and under the mark of our name, I will punish you and purge you from existence. The woman laughed. I like to see you try, you little slut. I killed my master and now I will kill you. Rias stared into the darkness. She then turned to Yusei and Issei. You two watch carefully. I want you to pay attention to how we attack this beast. Before Rias could finish, however, the body of a woman appeared from the shadow. She was naked from the waist up, and her huge were bouncing around. Issei just stood there, just staring at the biggest he had ever seen. He noticed the nipples suddenly glowed and 2 beams of light was heading for him. Issei just stood there until he felt someone push him out of the way. Forsake man, start thinking with your head, not your, that could have killed you. Issei looked up and noticed Yusei was standing over him, a huge frown on his face. Issei turned to see Rias giving instructions. He watched as Kiba suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. Several slashes later, the woman's arms were severed and now laying lifeless on the floor. Issei was now able to get a good look at the woman. It seems only half her body was human, the rest looked like a giant monster's. Wow, Kiba really did that. Issei couldn't believe it. He heard Rias speak to him. Just like in a game of chess, high-ranking devils like myself are given 15 pieces of a chessboard. We call these evil pieces. Each piece represents a certain trait. For example, the knight's special ability is speed, and as you have just witnessed, Kiba is my knight. Issei suddenly looked and noticed the first year was now stood in front of the monster, fist up ready to fight it. What's Kaneko doing? She will get eaten. Just as Issei had said this, a huge jaw opened up and snapped around the first year, trapping her inside. Issei looked to Rias and could see she was smiling. Why was she smiling? That thing had just killed one of her servants. Rias noticed the worry on Issei's face. Relax, Issei. Kaneko is my rook. The trait of a rook is strength. Just as Rias had finished speaking, everyone witnessed Kaneko smash out of the jaws and then lifted the monster above her head and threw it up high. Issei was speechless. He watched the monster crash down onto the floor. He then heard a sweet chuckle from Akino. My turn, is it? Oh goody, we are going to have so much fun, you and me. Issei and Yusei watched horrified as Akino used her magic to torture the monsters. While she was doing this, her body was getting all hot, and she was using her spare hands to cup her. Issei couldn't take his eyes of Akino and her face, which was in pure ecstasy, as she continued to torture the monster. He felt a firm whack to his head and noticed his best friend Yusei had a huge tick in his forehead. Keep your eyes of Akino, she mined. Issei blinked in surprise. His best friend actually liked a girl. Issei had thought he was gay. After all, he didn't take part in their peeking sessions, and he was always avoiding female company. Issei was pulled from his thoughts by Rias. Akino is my queen, and she has the traits of all the other pieces on the board. She is also into rough play, if you know what I mean, and seeing someone in pain really turns her on. Akino, that's enough. Rias looked over to her queen and could see a cute pout. She then walked over to the now smoking, charred body of the stray devil. A magic circle appeared under her feet, and red and black energy appeared in her palms. For killing your master, you deserve to suffer in the deepest pits of hell. I, Rias Gremory, on behalf of the Mark House of Gremory, sentence you to immediate death. Now begone. The red and black energy left her hand, hitting the stray devil, causing it to cry out in pain and vanish. Issei gulped and looked to his best friend. Dude, remind me to never piss her off. Yusei had to agree with his best pal. That was scary. Once everything was cleared, Issei and Yusei followed the rest of the club members outside. However, something was bothering Issei. Hey, Rias, if all your servants are represented by chess pieces, then what am I? Rias looked to Issei and smiled. You are my pawn, and your special ability is promotion. This allows me to promote you to any other piece except king, but you can only be promoted if I give you permission to do so. Issei's head dropped, however it soon lifted after he heard about the promotion ability. Maybe life as a devil wasn't going to be bad after all. Issei slowly walked along the road. He had just left his house, and now he was on his way to the academy. He was still coming to terms with what he had learnt yesterday. He was no longer fully human, but part devil, and his new master was none other than the hottest girl in their academy. That didn't sound too bad, especially if he was going to get hugged like he did yesterday on a regular basis. Issei came around the corner. His head was down in thought. However, when he heard a girl's voice, he looked up. Ouch! Issei suddenly looked up and noticed a girl had fallen over on the road. Her white gown had fallen over her face, revealing a pair of white cute panties. Issei's cheeks suddenly heated up. Wow, that was cute little butt, and those panties were hugging her sweet peach nicely. Issei was soon pulled out of his thoughts when he noticed the spilled suitcase beside the girl. Issei knelt down next to the girl and helped her up. However, when the gown fell from her face, he froze. There, staring back at him, was the cutest face he had ever seen. The girl had long blonde hair that flowed down the side of her face into the front of her chest, and she had the deepest green eyes. Issei gulped. He had never seen anything so beautiful. Are you okay? Would you like some help with picking this stuff up? Issei noticed the girl gave him a nervous smile, and then in the cutest voice she replied, Oh yes, please. Thank you for helping me up. I am always tripping over things. My name is Asia Argento and I am on my way to the church. Would you mind showing me the way? Issei was about to reply when he felt a strange feeling in his chest, like a sharp pain. What the hell was that? Issei had just finished picking up all of Asia's clothes when his eyes found her small chest, and resting between her small was a silver cross. Issei wasn't sure what it was about the cross, but it was making him really nervous. He slowly stood up and then picked up the suitcase. Hi, you're very welcome. My name is Issei. How to forgive me for asking, but are you a nun? The gown and the headdress you wear, not to mention the cross, makes me think you are. Issei noticed the girl smiled warmly. That's right, I arrived from Italy a short while ago. I was told that I was to be stationed at the church in this town. Is that it up on the hill? Issei noticed Asia was pointing towards something on the horizon. Issei nodded. Yeah, that's right. It's a fair walk. If you would like, I can help you with your suitcase and carry it up there for you. Issei noticed the girl's face broke out into another cute smile. Oh, thank you. That would be lovely. Both teens walked towards the church discussing their lives and interests. Meanwhile, just across town, Yusei nervously waited outside the apartment building. Akino last night had asked him if he could walk her to school today, so here he was stood just outside the building, making sure his hair was neat and tidy and checking his breath to make sure it was fresh. Heck, he had even used half a can of deodorant in case he thought Akino might think he smelled. On the way, he had dropped in the shops and got a small bouquet of flowers. Yusei checked his watch again, however his eyes were suddenly drawn to the apartment door opening, and Akino stepped out, in her uniform, her long hair tied back, and her deep purple eyes and face giving him a small smile. Yusei gulped. He had never seen anything so beautiful in his life. He nervously walked towards Akino and held out the flowers. Morning, Akino. I thought you might like these. I bought them for you on the way to school. I hope you like them. Akino took the flowers from Yusei and leaned forward and ate him sweetly on the cheek. They're lovely, thank you, Yusei. Akino then pulled Yusei into her chest and held him there for a little while. She had never been given a gift by a boy before. Yusei was trying to breathe, but with his face trapped against Akino's, that was proving really difficult. Yusei heard her heartbeat again, and relaxed into the hug. If this was going to be a regular thing, then he wasn't going to complain. Eventually he felt himself pulled away and looked up to see Akino smiling at him. Let's go to school. I can't wait to tell Rias what you bought me. I really like them, Yusei. No boy has ever bought me something like this. I feel really special, thank you. Yusei scratched the back of his head and smiled. You're very welcome, Akino, and thank you for letting me walk you to school. Yusei looked to his watch. Oh shoot, we better get going, or we are going to be late. Yusei held out his hand. He knew it was a bold move, but it seemed to pay off as Akino put her hand in his. Both teens then began to walk towards school. Academy. Issei had just got to the academy. He had helped Asia with her case and taken her far as he could towards the church. However, as he and Asia got closer, the pain in his chest got worse and worse, until eventually he couldn't go any further. Issei noticed Asia seemed a little upset that he couldn't come to the church with her, but when Issei made an excuse about being late for school, she smiled and thanked him again. Issei wanted to know what it was about the church and the cross that was making him feel like this. The pain had suddenly vanished now he had left Asia's side and was no longer near the church. Issei decided he would ask Rias later, maybe she knew the reason. Issei had been so occupied with his thoughts that he didn't see his two best friends punch his arms until it was too late. Yo, Issei, where you been, man? You know we always peeking on the girls before school, but you wasn't here. What's with you, man? It's the Yusei. He having a bad effect on you, man. You should drop that guy. We don't need him. Issei noticed that Matsuda and Madohama were glaring at him. He quickly bowed his head in apology. Before he could say sorry, though, he heard several gasp and whisper coming from the girls around him. They were all pointing up the road. Issei looked up the road and his eyes widened. Yusei was walking with Akino hand in hand. Damn, the guy moved fast. Issei noticed the stunned expression on Matsuda and Madohama's face. Yusei's face was blushing as he heard the whispers and squeals from the other girls. Yusei didn't like being center of attention. However, when you're hand in hand with one of the top girls of the academy, then attention was bound to follow. Tell me I am seeing things. Is Yusei really holding hands with Akino? He must have blackmailed her or something. No way he could get a girl that hot. During break, Issei had managed to corner Rias, and both were now talking in a secluded spot, away from the rest of the student body. Rias stood there and listened, about his encounter with Asia and the pain he had felt in his chest being near her. The church is enemy territory to us devils, Issei. That was why you were feeling pain near this girl in the church. It was a warning system, telling you that danger was near. We devil don't get mixed up with the church, for the simple reason it could spark another conflict between the factions. I am sorry, Issei, but spending time with this new girl could really put your life in danger, especially if they were to use a light spear on you now, or any other holy weapon. Once a devil dies, Issei, there is no coming back. That it, game over. So I am asking as your master and friend, to be more careful, okay? Issei bowed his head. He was a little upset that he wasn't going to be able to hang out with Asia anymore, but Rias was right. He was a devil and Asia was a member of the church. Okay, Rias, I promise. Issei suddenly found his face pulled into Rias again. Score. This had been the second time she had done this. Issei felt like he was heaven. Rias carried on hugging Issei. I don't want anything to happening to you, Issei. I would never forgive myself if something did. Eventually Rias pulled Issei away from her and noticed the dazed look on his face. She smiled sweetly and then gave him on the cheek. I need you to come to the club room after school, the time you learnt about what else we devils do. Yusei more than welcome to come if he wants to. Issei nodded and, still a little dazed, started to walk to class, leaving Rias alone, or at least that was what he thought. From the shadows appeared a girl with shoulder-length black hair. She also wore a pair of red glasses. Her name was Sona Citri, and she was also a third year. Sona was head of the school student council. She was also a high-ranking devil, like Rias, and had her own servants. He going to get himself killed, if he not careful, Rias. You saw his face the way he described that nun. He couldn't keep the smile off his face. He will see her again, you know that, right? Rias sighed and looked down. She too had seen the excitement on his face. Then again, this was Issei. The guy got wood, even by a girl smiling at him. Still, Sona did have a point. This wasn't just about any girl, but a girl in service of the church. The stakes couldn't get any higher. Rias heard Sona speak again. What about this new sacred gear? Are we sure the boy can be trusted? Rias turned to Sona and nodded her head. I believe so. Beside Akino is taking a serious liking to him. He has also sworn to help and protect us from any treats. That, and he is best friends with Issei, makes him more trustworthy than most. Still, his sacred gear is mystery. All I know is its name and special power. However, like the other two legendary gauntlets, I believe it holds many more secrets. Only time will tell, I guess. I am planning to tell Issei about contracts tonight, and maybe send him out on his first one, but to be on the safe side I might ask Yusei to go with him. Sona nodded and then started walking off towards her class. That would be a good idea. Talk to you soon, Rias. Rias watched as her friend left, just leaving her to carry on thinking about Issei and what he really did mean to her. After school, Occult Research Club, old school building. Issei and Yusei sat on one of the sofa. Rias was yet to arrive. However, the rest of the club members were already here. Kiba was stood to the side of the sofa opposite, while Akino was sat on the other sofa, and Kaneko was sat on the other side of Yusei, eating an ice cream. He noticed every time Kaneko looked at him, she was glaring. Obviously, this little first year didn't like him that much. The tension in the room was soon broken by Rias entering the room. He watched as she walked around the room and then took her place at the head table that now faced everyone. Thank you all for coming. As you know, Issei is still new at being a devil, so I just wanted to go over a few of the other things we do, namely contracts. Speaking of contracts, I have the numbers from last month. Akino, 10, Kiba 7, Kaneko 6, and myself 11. Let's see if this month we can improve on those numbers. Rias noticed everyone was nodding around the room. Her eyes then focused on Issei. One of our roles as a devil is to make pacts with humans. These pacts could be for the most simple of tasks. Example, most of Kiba clients are the elderly who just like a meal cooked for them, or for someone to talk to. On the other hand, in Kaneko's case, she has had to dress up for some of her clients. Contracts not only help devils increase their power, but also their rank in the underworld system. You see, your rank at the minute is lower class devil. However, you are able to earn promotions by doing certain things. One of these is earning contracts. Another way to increase your value is to perform highly in an event we call the rating game, but you don't need to know much about that now. Issei nodded. So how do humans summon us, and what is the cost they have to make? Rias smiled. Do you remember that leaflet I gave you, Issei? There was seal on it, and an incantation. That leaflet is what allows humans to summon us. Now as for the cost, well, it could be anything really, along as it equal value of the service performed by us. Most rewards are cash related. However, if they don't have cash, then we normally take something of value in their home. The more contracts you gain, the higher you will go in the underworld. Do you have a dream, Issei? Issei gulped and scratched the back of his head nervously. Well, I have always wanted to become a harem king and have lots of beautiful women around me. That's my dream. Issei noticed Yusei's sweat dropped beside him. However, it was Rias that got everyone's attention. She was laughing. Well, that is quite possible as a devil. You see, when you get to high rank, you are given your own 15 evil pieces, which means you could make all your servants women if you wanted to, but to reach such a goal you're going to have to work hard. Can you do that, Issei? Issei's eyes were sparkling. Being a devil meant that he could fulfill his wish. Issei began to envision himself surrounded by lots and lots of beautiful women, all naked, and they're pressed towards him. Rias was leading the other girls. However, a kick to his shin caused him to break out of his daydream. He looked to Kaneko and heard her murmur pervert again before she went back to eating her ice cream. Rias clapped her hand together. Okay then, let's see if you can earn your first contract. We have just got a summons, and I was thinking this would be good practice for you. I would also like Yusei to go along with you. After all, he might be neutral now, but there might be a time when he can join sides. Rias handed Issei a special device. This tells you where in the town the person is and how to get there. Normally you would be able to travel by magical circles, but for some reason that's not possible. So you will have to go there on foot. Good luck, Issei. Outside Summoner's home. Issei and Yusei looked down at the device and noticed the red dot was blinking at this location. They both looked at each other before knocking on the door. However, as Issei knocked, he noticed that the door was ajar. Issei looked to Yusei, who just shrugged. Both entered the house and suddenly held their nose. Something was giving off an unpleasant odor. As they both entered the lounge, their eyes were drawn to the red pools of liquid all over the floor. They traced the pool to one of the far walls, where a body had been pinned to the wall, and its insides were now pouring out around the floor. Issei and Yusei suddenly felt like throwing up. However, they were prevented from doing so by a voice coming from one of the high-backed chairs. "Finally, I've been sitting here, waiting for one of your kind to come here. It seems your client won't be making any deals with you tonight. My name is Fried Selzen. I'm an exorcist in your death." Issei watched as the boy, who looked to be around 19 or 20, stood from the chair. The boy had short white hair and red eyes. He was dressed in a clerical clothing. Around his neck he wore a silver cross, and in either hand he held a weapon. In his right he had a sword that was giving off a holy glow, and in his right he held a large sliver handgun. The boy had a manic grin on his face. Issei and Yusei back off, and both suddenly called forth their sacred gears. Both stood ready to defend themselves. They heard the priest laugh again. "Oh goody, a challenge? Well, little devil, do your worst." The priest then charged towards both of them and brought his sword down, which was intercepted by Yusei's sacred gear. Issei attempted to punch the priest but was too slow and cried out as the priest fired off a bullet that hit his shoulder, sending him falling to the floor. His whole body was shaking. Yusei, studying martial arts, carried on blocking the attack of the priest. He intercepted another slash with his gold gauntlet and watched as the maniac was about to fire again. Yusei used his other arm to block the priest's forearm, causing the gun to fire towards the ceiling. With the priest now unbalanced, he used his body to push forward, causing the priest to fall back. Fried stood up and laughed. Well, someone knows how to play, but I am curious. You are not a devil. Why protect this S? Why risk your own life for him?" Yusei stood on guard and looked down at Issei. He then turned to Fried. "He may be a devil, but he is still my friend. I won't let someone like you kill him." Yusei stood glaring at Fried. However, the tension was soon broken by a loud scream. Yusei noticed a girl had walked into the room and was now having a panic attack by seeing Ophis on the floor. Yusei looked down to Issei, who was now getting to his feet. He noticed the surprise on his face. Was this the girl he had spoken to earlier today? Fried turned and growled. "Asia, what are you doing in here? I ordered you to raise the barrier around the house and not to disturb me." Asia's eyes suddenly found Issei and noticed his arm was bleeding. "Issei, is that you? What are you doing here?" Fried looked between his colleague and the devil, now slowly getting to his feet. He threw his head back and laughed. "You got to be kidding me. A nun and a devil? All hell must have frozen over. That's right, little girl, he's a devil, and he must be purged in the name of the church." Fried was about to fire his gun when he noticed Asia ran past him and dived onto the body of the devil and used her own body as a shield to protect him. "What are you doing, you stupid girl? He the enemy. We kill his kind, not protect them." Yusei, using the distraction, charged forward and smashed his gauntlet arm into the face of Fried, sending the priest sprawling to the floor, his gun flying from his hand and sliding across to the far wall. Yusei looked behind him and noticed Issei was now leaning on Asia for support. They needed to get out of here fast. Yusei noticed Fried was getting up, and he was wiping some from his mouth. Yusei braced himself as the priest then turned and charged forward. However, a red magical circles appearing soon stopped him in his tracks. In the blink of an eye, Yusei noticed that Kiba was now locking swords with Fried. Seeing help had arrived, Yusei quickly rushed over to his friend. The sudden appearance of all these people had spooked the girl, and she now was hiding behind one of the sofa. Rias stepped out of the circles and surveyed the carnage on display. She then noticed Issei was leaning against one of the walls holding his arm, which had a bullet wound. Rias closed her eyes. How could she have allowed this to happen? Her face found the one who had attacked her servant, causing her eyes to glow and for demonic energy to appear in her hands. "You will pay for hurting one of my servants. Now die." The demonic energy left her palms and snaked its way towards the priest, who at the last minute jumped back in surprise. Fried's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh shit, this could be a problem. Big Red over there, she no average devil. Where are those blasted fallen angels when you need them?" Just as he had finished, he heard the sound of flapping wings above the house. Fried laughed manically. "You devils are in for now. Backup has just arrived." Rias narrowed her eyes. She too had heard the wings above the house. "Everyone quickly, we have to leave now." Yusei grabbed Issei. "We're leaving." Yusei helped his friend towards the magic circles. Kiba was covering them and making sure the priest didn't try anything while their back were turned. Once they had reached the magic circle, he too joined them. The circles below their feet began to glow, and soon all that was left in the room was the manic priest and Asia. Fried walked over to Asia and backhanded her across the face. "You little slut, how dare you help a devil? You just wait." Asia cradled her face where she had been hit. This was not what she had joined the church for. Issei wasn't sure what was happening, but he was now stood in the private shower with Rias. Once they had got back to the club room, Rias had grabbed his hand and led him into the private showers. She had then helped him strip out of all his clothing, much to his surprise. What shocked the young devil more was Rias then stripped out of her clothing, and now both were stood in the shower, pressed up to each other. Issei felt Rias on his back. As she hugged him closer, it was then Issei noticed Rias' hand was glowing. Issei hissed as he felt Rias' hand cover the wound where he had been shot earlier. This won't heal the wound entirely, but it will stop the light power from those bullets causing any more pain. You will have to rest for a few days so that you can recover. As a devil, our wounds do heal faster than normal, but it still takes some time. I apologize, Issei. I had no idea that was sending you into a trap, to think I had almost lost you to an exorcist. Issei had been wondering about that. Why would someone who was supposed to exorcist evil spirits on behalf of God, now working for the fallen angels, Rias? Why is that exorcist working for the fallen angel? I thought exorcists work on behalf of the church and purge evil spirits from people. Rias hugged Issei. There are two types of exorcist. The first are those who are bestowed the power of God to carry out righteous justice. The other type is strays. These are exorcists who take pleasure in killing our kind, and they have no sense of right or wrong. These exorcists are normally disowned by the church and they make a living any way they can. This is why many are taken in by fallen angels. In return for protection, they carry out the acts that fallen angels feel are beneath them. Issei was in deep thought. They had turned away from God. Then why was Asia with them? He had never seen someone so devoted to their faith. She was always praying and thanking God. She thanked God several times while they were walking to the church. Something just didn't add up. Issei felt Rias leave his personal space. That should help the wound heal. However, it will take several days before you're back to full strength. As devils, we heal faster than humans, but it still takes time. In the meantime, I suggest you stay away from that sister. It's clear she's working for the fallen angels, and you don't need to get involved with that lot again. Issei looked to Rias. Why do you care so much? After all, I'm just a pawn in service to you, the weakest piece on a chessboard. You could have done so much better than me. I am weak and don't deserve to be here. You should have just let me die. Smack. Issei held his cheek. Rias had slapped him. But why? Issei looked up into Rias' face and saw tears beginning to form in her eyes. He also saw something else. Pain. Had his words really affected her that much? Danti over. Saith again. Issei, I care for all my family. Yes, Issei, family, not servants. Just because you are new doesn't mean you matter any less than the others. As for the pawn being the weakest on the board, well, that just shows how much you know about chess. True pawns are normally sacrificed, but they also have the greatest potential. Do you know what happens when a pawn gets to the other side of the board? Issei, they are promoted. They can take on the traits of any other piece except the king. You do also have this power, Issei. I have the power to promote you whenever I feel we need that bit extra. Of course, you can only promote with my permission, but still calling the pawn the weakest piece on the board, when it has the biggest potential, is being really short-sighted. Now you want to know why I saved you? Well, it's the same reason why I made you a pawn. I see potential in you, Issei. I wasn't going to let you die. Rias started to cry and shudder in front of Issei. Issei looked on in shock. Rias was crying, and he was responsible. Issei felt like a right. Rias had done so much for him, and here he was feeling sorry for himself for being weak and throwing all she had done for him back into her face. I am sorry, Rias. I am just feeling really helpless at the minute, and I took it out on you. I shouldn't have done that, and I am sorry. Issei's eyes widened as his head was pulled into Rias' chest. Silly boy, you're not helpless, and soon you will find that out for yourself. Now we better get out, and Issei, promise me you won't go anywhere near that sister. If she working with the fallen angels, then she is bad news. Issei lowered his head. I am sorry, Rias, but I can't promise that. I need to find out why she is siding with the fallen angels. There must be a reason behind it. After all, she did nothing but praise God on our way to the church. Why would someone praise God that much? If she was working for fallen angels, it just doesn't make sense. Rias sighed. Issei, I don't want anything happening to you. However, you feel you need answers, then I won't stop you, but please just be careful and take this. Rias went to her blazer jacket and took out another leaflet with a magical circle on it. At the first sign of trouble, I want you to use this. Issei took the leaflet and placed it in his pocket. Both teens then left the shower and started to get dressed. Next day, Issei was sad in the park. Due to his injuries, then Rias had suggested he take some rest. Issei was worried that he might get in trouble from school, not mention his parents. Rias had said she would take care of everything, and he was just to relax. Issei hated just sitting around. Just then he was disturbed from his thoughts by a familiar voice. Issei, is that you? Issei looked up and was surprised to see Asia standing there. She was dressed in her usual white gown and blue head dress. He noticed she didn't seem afraid, like he thought she would be, but happy. Issei decided to apologize. Look, Asia, I am sorry for not telling you about me being a devil, and I'm sorry if it seemed like I was deceiving you, but I wasn't. I had only been turned a few days, in fact 2 nights before I met you. To be honest, I am still adjusting to my new life. You can thank the fallen angels for that. After all, one of them killed me with a spear of light, because they feared this. Issei then summoned his sacred gear. Asia looked at the gauntlet. She then smiled and held up her hand. There was soft glow, and the middle finger of each hand appeared a silver ring. I have one too, Issei. Here, let me show you what it does. I noticed you're not. You seem a bit stiff. Is that due to the attack by Frieds last night? Issei nodded his head. Yeah, Rias did what she could to heal it, but it still hurts like hell. Issei noticed Asia suddenly sat next to him and laid her hands on his arm, where the bullet wound was healing. His eyes widened as a soft glow enveloped Asia's hands. Issei rolled his shoulder and moved his arm. The pain was gone. Issei turned to Asia and inclined his head. Thank you, Asia. That is an amazing gift. Although I do have a question. Before Issei could finish, his stomach growled. Whoops, forgot to eat breakfast. What say we go into town and get a burger? Asia smiled at Issei. Okay, but to tell you the truth, I have never eaten a burger. Issei's eyes widened. Really? Well, let me treat you to your first one, it's the least I can do, after you healed my arm. Both teens left the park and then went to get a burger. Once they had eaten, Issei and Asia decided to spend the whole day together. They went to the arcade and the pier. Both teens were having a great time. Eventually, though, the sun went down and it was soon evening, both decided to go for evening walk in the park. Asia was hugging the toy Issei had won her from the grabbing machine. She was so happy, if only it could last. Both teens took a seat on a bench overlooking the small pond. Hey Asia, you mind if I ask you something? Issei looked to Asia and noticed she inclined her head, so he decided to continue. If you're a member of the church, then how did you get mixed up with fallen angels? Asia looked down. She had been dreading this question. Of course he would want to know. After all, he had right to know, after what took place last night. Asia decided to start from the beginning. Well, it all started when I was baby. I was abandoned by my mother and father. They left me on the steps of an orphanage. The orphanage was ran by nuns and other volunteers of the church. They looked after me, raised me as a Catholic, and taught me everything I needed to know to live my life for God. It was on my 8th birthday, everything changed. I was out for a walk when I noticed a dog by the side of the road. It had been hit by a car. My heart went out to it, and knelt beside it and prayed that the Lord would heal it. At the exact moment a glow came from my hand and these 2 rings appeared. I laid my hands on the dog and watched as my hands glowed green. Next thing I know, the dog is up and licking my face. Asia decided to pause so Issei could digest everything she was saying. Issei was speechless. So that was when you were bestowed with your sacred gear. Asia nodded and continued with her story. Yes, I was spotted by a member of the church and brought before the priest of our church. I showed him the rings and he told me that this power was given to me by God and that I should use it to do his work. I transferred to bigger church where the sick and injured was brought before me. I healed each one, and soon was given the title of Holy Maiden. However, one day while I was out walking, I found an injured man in the alley. He was in really bad shape. I noticed 2 black wings coming out from his back, but thought nothing of it. This man needed help, so I healed me. Unfortunately, one of the church leaders saw what I did, and I was no longer the Holy Maiden, but a witch, a heretic, all because I had healed a devil. I was disowned by the church and left to defend for myself. Issei nodded in understanding. That was when you were contacted by the fallen angels. Asia nodded. They said my gift was being wasted, and in exchange for protection, they asked me to join them. You have to understand, Issei, I was desperate. I was being headhunted by mobs who wanted to burn me at the stake, accusing me of witchcraft. I had no choice but to accept their offer, although it seems like all they were after was my sacred gear. A fallen angel called Rainier wants it, and I overheard her talking about ritual which will allow her to steal my sacred gear. That's why I ran away. They were going to sacrifice me. Please, Issei, you have to help me. Issei hardened. How could anyone want to end this life? This girl was too innocent for her own good. The thought sickened him. Don't worry, Asia, I won't let anything happen to you. I promise I will protect you. Oh, how sweet. I think I'm going to throw up. Hey boyfriend, been a while. Issei froze as he turned to see the fallen angel who had killed him, just flapping her wings over the small pond. Issei pushed Asia behind him. You're the whore who killed me, and the one who wants Asia's sacred gear. Ewing, how could you even think of harming something this innocent? It's no wonder you were thrown out of heaven. Rainier threw her head back and laughed. Oh my, the little fish is trying to play in the big pond. You know, I had never seduced someone so easy as you, Issei. It just shows how desperate you were for a little attention. It was easy posing as one of your school friends. Would you go out with me? You're so cool. Rainier threw her head back and laughed again, pathetic. Now why don't you stand aside unless you want me to kill you a second time? Issei stood his ground and once again produced his sacred gear for a second time. However, when Rainier laughed again, Issei lost it. What's so damn funny? Rainier stopped laughing and pointed to his arm. That's it, the sacred gear, the higher upper sacred of it, nothing but a double critical. Issei looked to his arm and frowned. He then looked up at Rainier and noticed she had a light spear in her hand. What do you mean double critical? Rainier stared down at the boy. Was he serious? This kid didn't even know what his own sacred gear was. Why the hell had the sister of Lucifer resurrected this loser? Let me get this straight, it's your gear and you have no idea what it does. For crying out loud, you must be damn as you're stupid. That gear allows you to double your power for 10 seconds. However, I will kill you before you can even activate it. Now stand aside, last warning. Issei pulled out a leaflet from his pocket. He was about to call for help when he heard Rainier taunt him again. So the little boy all mouth, no action. He going to let his master bail him out of this little mess. Weak. I've faced human who were stronger than you. Issei looked down at the paper. He allowed his pride to get the best of him and crumbled the leaflet before throwing to the side. All right, it's payback time. Just come and try take Asia. Rainier grinned. Gladly, in a blink of an eye, Rainier was in front of Issei, who attempted to block her attacks with his gauntlet. However, he was too slow and wasn't prepared for what happened next. Rainier got behind him and thrusted her spear backwards right through his chest. Issei fell to his knees. It was happening again. He was going to die again, but this time there would be no coming back. Issei watched as the poured from it wounds and pooled onto the floor below him. However, as he was about to die, he heard a scream. No, please, I will go with you. Please let me heal him first and I will leave with you. Issei's eyes found Asia's face and noticed the tears running down her face. He watched as she pulled the spear from his stomach and then proceeded to heal him. Slowly but surely the wound closed thanks to Asia's sacred gear, however that didn't stop the effect of loss. When the wound was fully healed, Issei fell back, he couldn't move, his head was spinning. The last thing he saw was Asia's sad face as she was taken away by the fallen angel. Issei used all his strength to call out, "I will save you, Asia, I made you a promise, I will rescue you." Issei's eyes were suddenly blocked by a bright red light and a magical circles appearing. He looked up into the face of an angry red hair, whose eyes were glowing. Issei only thought was oh shit she pissed. Issei then blacked out. Occult research. Club room. Issei slowly opened his eyes and realized he was back in the club room. He noticed he was laid out on one of the sofas. Suddenly he remembered what was going to happen tonight. He tried to get off the sofa, only for Kaneko to hold him down. "Stay where you are, pervert. Rias is really angry with you. She told me I was not allow you to move." Issei was trying to fight back, but Kaneko was holding him firm. God, he was weak, he couldn't even fight a first year. "Let me go, I've got to rescue Asia. The fallen angel are going to sacrifice her and take her sacred gear. They're performing the ritual tonight. Please, I have to go." "What did you say? Fallen angels are planning to sacrifice someone?" Issei found the face of Rias. She still looked angry, but there was a sense of concern in her face. Issei felt Kaneko climbed off him, allowing him to move. Yes, it Asia, she was trying to run away. She has a sacred gear that has healing powers. The fallen angels want to take it, and the only way they can is by killing her in a ritual. Please, we have to save her. Rias stayed silent for a while. She then turned to Akino. "Contact Yusei, we might need him." "Kiba, Kaneko, prepare for battle. I'll be damned if I will allow such a ritual to take place on my territory. Those fallen angels have gone too far this time." Rias looked to Akino and saw she was finished on the phone. He said he will meet us there. Rias nodded and then formed the magical circle. She waited for everyone to step inside it. However, her eyes widened as Issei walked into it as well. "No way are you leaving me behind. I promised Asia I would rescue her, and I am going to keep my promise." Rias narrowed her eyes. She wanted Issei to stay here. However, she knew deep down he wouldn't, not when the girl life was in danger. "Fine, but you do exactly what I say. This isn't a solo mission, Issei." Issei nodded and looked down to his feet where the magical circle was now glowing. He soon felt the familiar feeling of teleporting. Rias and the group appeared in a small clearing a few feet from the church. However, they wasn't alone. Up in the tree was sat a girl who looked to be around 12. She was dressed in a black and white dress. She smiled down sweetly, revealing two pointed teeth. Well, looks like Rainier was right on the money. She said we might have some company tonight." The girl suddenly produced a spear of light in her hand. "I can't let you guys go any further. If I do, Rainier will kick my arse." Rias looked up at the girl. "You do realize who you're talking to, right, little girl? You may be a fallen angel, but I am the sister of the current Lucifer. My name is Rias Gremory and this town is under my protection. I will not have some snot-nosed little brat tell me what I can and cannot do." In my town, Rias' eyes glowed and demonic energy began to form in the palm of her hands. "Now we can do this the east way or the hard way. What will it be?" The fallen angel looked down and noticed she was outnumbered, not to mention she was now staring into the eyes of the current Lucifer sister. Where the hell was that backup? Just as she was about to surrender, two of her colleagues suddenly appeared. The girl smiled in relief. "Well, little devil, it seems the odds are even now. How about I unbalance them a little?" Then everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to Yusei, who was walking towards Rias and the others with his sacred gear on show. "Rias, why don't you take the others and go rescue the girl? Me and Akino can take care of these three." Rias was surprised. Where the hell had all this confidence come from? She could see a look of determination on Yusei's face. Something had changed. "Okay, Kiba, Kaneko, Issei, come with me. Good luck, you two." Rias and the others were preparing to leave when a spear of light was thrown towards him. However, as it approached, it was blocked by a bolt of lightning. Rias looked to Yusei's hand. His gauntlet arm was raised and she could see static electricity surrounding it. Before any more spears were thrown, Rias and the others ran towards the church, just leaving Yusei and Akino to take out the fallen angels. Yusei stepped close to Akino and noticed she had already changed into her battle attire. Yusei counted the 3 fallen angels and noticed they were closing in on them. "Akino, can you create a barrier around the area? I don't want any of them to escape." Akino looked to Yusei and smiled. "Sure." Akino then used her demonic power to create a barrier around them. She was still wondering what Yusei's plan was. They were still outnumbered. However, her eyes widened as she heard Yusei shout out, "Thunder Dragon Armor!" Akino watched as a red blast of energy left Yusei's sacred gear and then swirled around him. Eventually it took the shape of a dragon, and static waves were dispersing from the dragon. Flashback. Yusei was sat in his room looking at his sacred gear. He wanted to know more about it and what it could do. Yusei decided to call Slifer and watched as the jewel blinked green several times. He then heard the voice of Slifer. Yusei looked down at the gauntlet. "I was just wondering what abilities I have at the minute. I remembered that you saved me that night from the fallen angel, and this gauntlet dispersed a red energy blast that swirled around me. It felt like some type of shield, and I was just wondering if I had access to this ability, or was it something you just did to protect me?" Yusei frowned. "So what you're saying is I could have used that ability against that maniac priest yesterday night? Why didn't you tell me?" Yusei groaned. "Well, thanks for letting me know. At least now I might be some real help to Rias and Akino." End of flashback. Yusei noticed the surprise on Akino's face. He turned and smiled at her. Surprise, I found out from Slifer that I can use this ability. Now let's show these fallen angels a real thunderstorm. Akino floated into the air and then formed a yellow magic circle in the sky. She pointed her fingers skywards, and from the circles lightning began to rain down around the area on all the fallen angels. Yusei wasn't going to be left out. He was now fighting the fallen angel who had tried to kill him. Payback time, you bastard. Donasik charged towards Yusei and started to produce light spears. He threw them towards the boy only to see them smashed on impact with the static armor the boy was wearing. Donasik noticed the boy looked up and smirked. My turn. Yusei charged towards the fallen angel, punching away the light spears being thrown his way. As he charged forward, he heard the voice of Slifer. Remember, Yusei, you only have so much time in this form. Once time runs out, you will go back to your regular self. You have 30 seconds remaining in this form. Yusei smiled. There was plenty of time. Yusei was now a few feet away from the fallen angel. He extended his gauntlet in front of him and heard it talk. Yusei watched as the fallen angel cried out as his power to produce light spears was absorbed into gauntlet. Yusei smiled and then willed a spear to appear. As he did, a light spear formed in his gauntlet's hand. He noticed Donasik was recovering from being drained, however Yusei wasn't going to give him a chance. Yusei threw the light spear and watched as it pierced through the fallen angel's wing, forcing Donasik to cry out in pain. Akino was busy with the other two angels, who were now smoking on the clearing floor from being hit with her demonic lightning. She bit her lip as she watched Yusei beat the hell out of the fallen angel. She felt her body heat up and started to touch her. God, he was so hot. When he was kicking arse, Akino was getting so turned on that she even began to touch herself below. She had never been turned on so much in her life. Meanwhile, Yusei was running out of time. However, the damage had been done. Donasik was now a complete mess, laid out against one for the trees. His wings were bleeding from being pierced by his own light spears, and his face was swollen from the beating Yusei had given him, using his gauntlet fist. Yusei suddenly felt his power disperse. He looked up and smiled to Akino. Pain really did turn her on. He's all your Akino. Yusei grabbed hold of Donasik and then pushed him into the center of the clearing, where the other fallen angels were laid out. He looked up and saw Akino wink, before she summoned another circle of magic and unleashed several bolts of lightning onto the three fallen angels. Their screams echoed around the clearing, until nothing but ash and black feathers were left. Yusei only had time to look up, before Akino had pushed him down onto the clearing, and attacked his lips with hers. Yusei had her back. He didn't care that they were laying in the middle of the remains of three fallen angels. Hands started to roam over each other's bodies as they deepened further. Yusei felt his hand grabbed and placed on Akino. He groped and squeezed both of them, causing Akino to moan with pleasure. Unfortunately, they were stopped from going any further by a voice. Rias wanted me to check up on you too, however it seems you have things well in hand. Kiba turned his head away from the display now going on in front of him. He noticed Yusei and Akino quickly stood up and brushed down their clothes, much to Kiba's amusement. Meanwhile, inside the church, Issei, Kaneko and Rias were fighting their way through the exorcist, which had gathered around Asia as she was chained to a cross at the front of the altar. Rias had already killed a lot of them, but still more remained. Issei noticed they were all stopping them from reaching Rainier, who was just finishing the ritual. Issei heard Asia cry out, and then looked to see her sacred gear leave her body and float into the hands of Rainier. Finally, I've been after this power for years, and finally it's mine. Rainier placed the two rings against her chest and then absorbed them. Her whole body then gave off a dark green aura. Issei noticed Rias and Kaneko had now created an opening between the ranks of exorcists. Issei cried out as he charged up the stairs. However, as he saw Asia on the cross, he fell to his knees. He had failed. It hadn't been able to save her. Issei watched as Rainier mocked him. How tragic, you were so close, and yet so far. I say you have about 5 minutes left before she dies. I guess I can allow you to say goodbye. Rainier then waved her arms and the chains that was binding Asia fell apart. Issei caught Asia in his arms and looked down at her. Asia, I am so sorry, I couldn't save you. Issei noticed Asia opened her eyes. He could see the life draining from them. He had to get her out of here. However, it seems Rainier had other ideas. Issei at the corner of his eyes saw the glow of a light spear. I think I have given you enough time to say goodbye, but hey, least you both get to die together. Rainier stabbed her spear towards Issei only for her to be blasted back by a swirl of energy. Hey, what the hell? Rainier's eyes slowly widened as Issei was stood up, facing her, his head lowered. She heard his voice, and it really freaked her out. The boy should have been broken. Where was he getting this strength from? You will pay for what you did to Asia. I will make you scream for death when I'm done with you. Not only did you toy with my emotions, but you sacrificed Asia, someone so innocent, just so you could take her sacred gear. You're a monster, and monsters have no place in this world. Rainier, your twisted game ends here. Sacred gear boost. Issei watched as his gear suddenly glowed. He heard voice coming from his arm. Issei watched as his sacred gear changed before his eyes. From the front, red metal claws exploded out, and from the back, red metal, with sharp spikes began to wrap around his arm until half his arm was now covered by a red gauntlet. Rias smiled as she looked up to the altar. She had been right. Issei was the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor. Things were about to get a lot more interesting. Do it, Issei. Teach that a lesson. Show her what happens to those who dare cross the house of Gremory. and the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Rainer's face was white. Red Dragon Emperor? No, that's impossible. It can't be. The boosted gear, one of the weapons that can kill God? Impossible. Rainer heard the sacred laugh. Rainer couldn't believe one of the sacred gear that could kill God was in the hands of a child. Impossible. Rainer knew she had to get away, however she cried out as she was engulfed by a bright red light beam fired from Issei's sacred gear. She screamed as her very being was torn apart, until all that was left of her was a few black feathers. Amongst the feathers was 2 silver objects that were now glowing. Issei suddenly fell to his knees, and looked to his sacred gear. Had he really just killed Rainer? Issei had no idea his sacred gear was that powerful. Where had all that energy come from? And what was that voice? It was then Issei felt the hand of Asia. He turned to see her eyes were half closed. You did it, Issei. You protected me just like you said you would. I am so lucky to have a friend like you. Issei held onto Asia's hand tightly and turned his head to see Rias, and the others had joined them. He noticed Rias had an evil piece in her hand. Issei turned back to Asia, understanding that the only way for Asia to live was for Rias to make her a servant to house Gremory. Issei looked down and noticed Asia's eyes were now closed. She had gone, left this world for a new one. Issei felt Ria's hand on his shoulder. He looked up at her, tears in his eyes. Bring her back, please. She was too innocent to die like this. She deserves a second chance. Please save her. Rias smiled softly. I was planning to anyway, Issei. Now I need you to step back. Rias watched as Issei stepped back. Rias approached the lifeless body of Asia and laid on her chest her sacred gear and a bishop evil piece. She then stood up and held out her hands. A magical circle suddenly appeared under the body of Asia. Rias then began to chant. In the name of Rias Gremory, I call to Asia Argento. Hear my command. Return thou soul from the valley of death to the human realm. Raise once more as my demon servant. Rejoice, for you have been given new life. Wake as my healer and clergyman. As Rias finished chanting, both evil piece and sacred gears began to glow and absorb into the body of Asia. Rias then stepped aside and noticed Issei was on his knees. Next to Asia, he cradled her in his arms and waited. Asia suddenly opened her eyes and stared into the face of Issei. She smiled shyly, however her eyes widened as she felt Issei pull her into his chest. She could feel tears falling on her gown. I will never let anyone hurt you again, I promise. Rias smiled down at the happy reunion. I don't make a habit of reviving people, Issei, but you were right. She was too innocent to die, especially like that. Beside, her power will be useful, and we could really do with a healer in this family. Issei looked up to Rias. Thank you, Rias, thank you. What do you think, Issei? Asia twirled out of the changing room, showing off her a new dress. It was yellow and white, and finished just above the knee. As she twirled, the bottom of the skirt rose up, giving everyone including Issei a glimpse at her cute pink panties. Asia didn't have many clothes of her own. When she was in the church, all she really needed was her clerical attire, but now she was a devil, then she would have to dress differently. The problem was she had never been clothes shopping in her life, and had no idea where to start. She would also need a place to live now, but that was being taken care of by Rias. Her main focus now was picking out several outfits and dresses to purchase. Asia wasn't sure how she was going to pay for all this, but Rias had told her not to worry about it, and everything would be taken care of. Issei, are you listening? Issei was still in daydream, involving Asia and her cute pink panties. He was sat on chair and Asia was doing a little dance in front of him. Her bra was already discarded and now the blonde was just about to pull down her panties when he found himself back in reality. He suddenly cried out in pain and held his shin. Pervert Issei opened his eyes and was surprised to see Kaneko dressed in a t-shirt and Daisy Dukes eating an ice cream. Yusei and Akino were also with her, and both were holding hands. Were those two officially dating? Issei noticed Asia was also looking at him, but she had a sad expression. What's up, everyone? Sorry, Asia, my mind was elsewhere, but I do like that dress. It suits you. Issei watched Asia's sad expression turn into a happy one, and watched as she skipped off back to the dressing room. Man, he had to get his hormones under control. He looked up and noticed the others were still standing there. So what are you three doing here? Well, I am looking for a new bikini and dragged Yusei along for his opinion. Kaneko had nothing else to do, so she decided to come too. So Issei, are you and Asia on a date? Akino smiled as Issei's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Issei's cheeks had gone red. No, it's not like that. Asia wanted to buy some new clothes, now that she is a devil, and she asked me to tag along with her. We're not dating. Issei growled as he heard Yusei chip in. No, you're not dating. You're just imagining Asia without her clothes on doing stuff to you. I could tell by your facial expression when we got here, dude, you were drooling. You really need to get your perverted side under wraps, Issei, otherwise it will get you into serious trouble one day. Issei growled. He was getting fed up with Yusei, high and mighty routine. Here's an idea, Yusei. Why don't you worry about your own life and leave my life alone? So you and Akino, are you two officially dating now? Every time I see you, you're always holding hands. Yusei looked to Akino and noticed she smiled back at him. He then turned back to Issei. Yes, we are. I asked her out last night, after the incident at the fallen church. Issei nodded. Well, wish you two the best of luck, and Kaneko, will you stop kicking or punching me? It really hurts. Issei groaned as he heard the young first year. Keep your head out of the gutter. Then Kaneko then went back to licking her ice pop. However, the way her tongue was moving and licking at the frozen treat had sent Issei into another drooling daze. He imagined Kaneko on her knees licking his little Issei, just like she was doing to the popsicle. However, another firm kick formed. Kaneko bought him out of it. Ouch, what the hell was that? For Issei was surprised to hear the first year reply. Never in a million years, keep dreaming, pervert boy. Kaneko then turned away from the rest of the group and went off to explore a section of the store. Issei noticed Akino was trying not to laugh and Yusei was just stood there head down, sniggering. What is that girl's problem? Yusei stopped sniggering. Oh, I don't know, maybe it has something to do with your perverted imagination and her popsicle she was eating. Seriously dude, you're an open book, so easy to read and to work out what you are thinking about. Just glad you're not undressing Akino with your eyes, otherwise I would have to kick your arse. Yusei examined his shin, it was really bruised. Just then Asia came out of the changing room with a few outfits and dresses. Can I get all these? I really like them all. Asia's arms was filled with dresses, several outfits, a pair of trainers and several bra and panty sets. Issei groaned and dug into his pocket. Luckily Rias had given him an underworld credit card. Only difference between a normal credit card and this one was it was unlimited, and he didn't have to pay anything back. Yet being a devil really did have cool perks. Issei and Asia said goodbye to Yusei, Akino and Kaneko and went over to the checkout desk to pay. Once all the items had gone through, the total came to 20,000 yen. Issei handed over the card and watched the cashier swipe it. With all the purchase bought, the two teens left the store and continued their shopping trip. Later that evening, Issei opened the door with his key and helped Asia in with the bags. They had been contacted by Rias earlier in the day, and she had asked them both to come to Issei's house tonight, as she was wanted to discuss something. Issei and Asia put the bags down in the hall and went into the lounge to see Rias sitting on the couch with a cup of tea, and she was talking with his Issei mom and dad. So is that okay if Asia boards here? I am sure she will be no trouble, and she could always help out around the house. Rias smiled across at Issei's parents. Both were in some type of trance thanks to her demonic powers. She had decided that Asia will stay here with Issei and his parents. We would be happy to take in Asia for you, Lady Rias. Issei's eyes widened. Seriously, Asia was going to be staying here. This was awesome. He could get to see her every day, not to mention at night in her nightgown. Issei began to drift off into his own little world. However, before any images could materialize, he was pulled back to reality by Rias. Oh Issei, you're home? Good. Your parents have agreed to let Asia board here. I have already contacted the student president about getting her enrolled in the academy, so there is no problem on that front. How are you feeling, Asia? Rias smiled at the surprised expression on the blonde's face. Asia was in shock. She would be boarding here with Issei. It seems even as a devil, her prayers were being answered, as she had started to have serious crush on Issei. Asia bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, Rias. I promise to be a good house guest and to help out around the house. I also thank you for taking care of my schooling for me. Rias smiled and stood up. Great. Well, I will see you both on Monday then. Don't forget we have a club meeting in the evening, so I expect to see both of you there. Thank you for the tea, Mr. and Mrs. Hayato. It was lovely. Rias then brushed past both Asia and Issei and gave Issei a sly smile. She then left the house so that Issei could get Asia settled in. Later that night, Issei was laid awake in bed, thinking about everything that had happened to him over the last week. No one could say his life was boring, that's for sure. Issei suddenly noticed his door creaked open and saw a silhouette standing in the doorway. It was Asia, but what did she want at this time of night? Asia tiptoed into Issei's room and noticed the surprise on his face. Issei, I had a nightmare. You mind if I share with you? I don't want to sleep on my own. I keep getting flashback to that awful ritual. Issei pulled his quilt open and allowed Asia to snuggle down next to him. He wasn't sure why he did it, but having some company might be a good thing for him. Issei allowed Asia to rest her head on his chest. He wrapped one arm protectively around her and took in the scent of her hair that was now just under his nose. Strawberry and jasmine. Issei looked down and noticed he could see right down Asia's nightgown. Holy, she didn't have a bra on. Issei groaned as little Issei suddenly woke up. What made it more awkward was Asia had draped her leg over his midsection and now his bulge was pressed up against the crotch of her panties. Issei didn't want to disturb Asia as she was already fast asleep, so he just tried to think of anything unusual and hopefully that would put little Issei back to bed. Monday Ku Academy. Issei was in class, being grilled by his friends about Asia. The moment that both of them had walked into school, the rumor mill had started. His two friends were jealous and now they were giving him the third-degree treatment, especially when she introduced herself to the class and revealed where she was staying. Issei suddenly had every male looking at him as if he had killed their puppies. So Issei, why did you not call us that a hot girl was staying at your house? Issei groaned and was doing all he could to ignore his two jealous friends. Luckily it was nearly the end of the day. He looked up to the clock and watched as the seconds ticked away. He needed to get out here before he became the male population private punching bag. Finally the bell rang and Issei began to pack up all his stuff. He then left the classroom, grabbing Asia on the way out. Both teens then headed for the old school building. Issei and Asia entered the club room to see everyone was there. Kiba was standing in his usual spot. Kaneko was sat next to Yusei. who had Akino sat on his lap. Honestly, would those two get a room? Seriously, all the touchy-feely was making Issei feel sick. Rias was sat at the head table. Issei and Asia took a seat on the vacant couch. Issei had noticed that Kaneko was always sitting next to Yusei lately. In fact, she was leaning in on his arm while she was reading a magazine. What the hell was going on? Issei heard a polite cough and turned his attention to Rias. Rias stood from her chair. Thank you all for coming. I just wanted to say good job on those flyers. We are getting a lot more summoners than usual, which is always good for business. Speaking of contracts, I thought it might be good for Asia to try get her one tonight. The experience would do her good and she could get an insight into what we actually do. Asia looked at Rias confused. Contracts, what are those? You remember our little run-in with that stray priest and what he did to that guy in his house? Well, he was a summoner. Humans summon us to make pacts with them. Contracts not only boost our powers, but it also boosts our standing in the underworlds. Now, a contract could be anything from a meal to wishing for powers. However, the bigger request equal a bigger payment. Everyone looked at Issei in shock. What, just wanted to prove I do listen to you? Rias smiled. Well, that's good to hear. Did you understand everything Issei just said, Asia? Asia nodded. I did, but I am a little scared. I don't know this town really well, and asked that if you do send me out on one of these contracts, then could Issei come with me, please? Rias lounged back in her chair and thought. Asia's request had brought up memories about Issei's first contract. She had nearly lost him, and she didn't want to go through something like that again. No, Asia, you're right. You are new and shouldn't be rushing you into these things. Issei, you go in Asia's place. Issei suddenly blinked in surprise. Issei noticed Rias wasn't joking and was holding out the summoner GPS. Issei gulped and took the device. He then attempted to create a magical circles, but failed. Come on, why me? Why can't I use magical circles to travels? Issei noticed everyone was trying not to laugh. He lowered his head and groaned. Guess at the bike then. Just before he left, he heard Yusei. Oh, by the way, Issei, I will be coming around here in the morning. Rias thinks you're out of shape and has asked me to help you train your body a little. So I will drop by around 5, so be ready. Issei stood there, mouth dropped to the floor. 5 in the morning? Was he mad? He didn't normally turn of bed until 7 the latest. Issei looked to the main desk to see Rias was looking at him. This was no joke. She had ordered Yusei to train him. Issei groaned and turned his back on the room and walked out of the old school building. He hopped onto his bike and checked the GPS. 30 minutes later, Issei huffed and puffed up the huge hill the summoner had to live on the other side of town. Issei looked at the GPS and then to the apartment building. This was it. Issei wondered what the summoner would want. Maybe it was hot teen babe, all alone and wanting some company, or maybe it was a hen night and they had summoned a devil stripper. Issei's vision began to fill with naked and cute girls presenting themselves to him. Issei started drooling until his phone rang. Blasted mobile. He looked at the number to see it was Rias, obviously calling to check up on him. Issei canceled the call and walked towards the apartment building. He soon found the right door, and his hopes rose as the door was white with little flowers all over it. However, his hopes turned to horror when the door was slammed open. There in the doorway was a fully grown man, dressed up in milky magic girl costume. The guy had to be at least 6 feet tall and was built like brick shithouse. Hi, did you summon a devil? From the house of Gremory? Issei nervously watched as the man leaned down and inspected him. This guy could snap him like a twig. Yes, that's right, you're a devil, right? Then I want you to give me special powers like milky magic girl. Come on, give me powers and I will give you whatever you want. Issei gulped. Well, you see, I can't give powers. Is there anything else you want? Issei gulped as the man began to crying. However, once Issei had offered an alternative, he stopped. Well, would you watch all the season of Milky Magic Girl with me? It gets awfully lonely and it would be nice to watch them all with someone. Oh, please do it, Mr. Devil. Issei sighed. Someone just kill him now. Asia owed him big time for this. I can do that. Come on, let go. Issei watched as the fully grown man jumped up and down with glee. Oh, goody, goody, come in, Mr. Devil. We can have a milky magical girl tea party while we watch them all. Issei groaned. He was aching all over. Yusei had been true to his word. The bastard had turned up at 5 a.m. and dragged him out of bed. Issei was now running behind Yusei, who was a few feet in front of him. Issei growled as Yusei turned his body towards him in mid-run. Another 4 miles to go, Issei. Come on, then it's exercises in the park to finish. Rias wants you in shape, so that is exactly what I am going to do. Now come on, I am not even jogging full speed. You should be at least level with me. Issei mumbled. Although Yusei couldn't hear it, he was certain that it was something unpleasant. Didn't Issei understand this was for his own good? Several times he had been nearly killed due to his reaction times. Once against that priest and another time against that fallen angel Rainier. Yusei decided to stop to allow Issei to catch up. He had a sly smile as he thought of a way to motivate his best friend. Hey Issei, you said that you wanted to be a harem king, right? Well, how do you expect to keep up with all those women in the bedroom if you're not in shape? You don't want to disappoint them, do you? I know you have a thing for Rias. Issei growled. Yusei was pure evil, using his own dreams against him like that. Issei started to pick up the pace, although he hated to admit it, but Yusei was right. He if wanted to be a harem king, then he needed to get into shape, so he could accommodate all those beauties. Issei daydream. Issei sat upon a red velvet throne, and was dressed in a smart suit, and leading down from the stairs were several steps, and at the bottom of these steps were fully naked women everywhere. Rias and Asia was also in the crowd, along with Akino and a few other girls from the academy. "Oh Issei, take me now, you know you want to." Issei's face broke into a huge smile as Rias straddled his lap, and then reached down for his zip. She pulled the zip down and used her hands to worm themselves into the gap in his boxers. Issei hissed as he felt Rias wrap her hands around it and then pulled it through the slot in his pants. Issei's mouth watered as Rias' huge bounced around as she rose herself up and was about to lower herself onto little Issei when "Issei, look out!" Crash! Issei was thrown out of his daydream by his body hitting one of the lamp posts on the sidewalk. He had been so focused on his daydream that he didn't see the post in front of him. Issei fell back onto his backside and held his head. He could already feel a bump forming. Issei looked up and noticed Yusei was looking down at him, a frown on his face. "FYI Issei, it's not a good idea to have daydreams while you're running. Guess it's partly my fault, putting those thoughts into your head, but still you should be able to control them, not let them overrule you. Imagine if we had been crossing a road, that pole could have easily been a car. You need to focus more Issei. Come on, we better get you home. That bump doesn't look too good, and while you're in this condition it's not a good idea to carry on." Yusei held out his hand and grasped Issei's. He then helped his friend off the pavement. Yusei held up a few fingers in front of Issei and watched as his friend shoved them to the side. "Look, I'm fine, okay, but you're right, let's head home." "Man, how on earth am I going to explain this to Asia and my parents?" Issei frowned as he noticed Yusei was trying not to laugh. Later at the academy, Yusei sat at his desk and listened to the professor teach. It was only him sitting at the desk. Due to the accident this morning, Issei's mum had insisted that her son stay home in bed. When Asia had learned what had happened, she too refused to go to school and instead wanted to stay behind and nurse Issei. Yusei looked up to the clock and watched as the minutes ticked by. He was going out on a date with Akino after school. The relationship between the two of them had spread like wildfire through the student body. This had caused not a just few angry glares from the male population. Yusei didn't care. All that matters was he was dating Akino. Yusei was relieved to hear the bell go. He took notes of his homework and then packed all his stuff up. He looked to the door to see Akino waiting for him. Due to both Issei and Asia being absent, Rias had decided to call off the meeting tonight, giving all the members some free time. Yusei threw his bag over his shoulder and then left the classroom. He gave Akino a quick peck on the lips and then left hand in hand with her towards the school exit. In town arcades, Yusei huffed and puffed as he tried to keep up with the arrows on screen. He had challenged Akino to duel on the dance machine, which he was now regretting. He turned his head and watched as Akino moved with grace over the 4 arrows now under her feet. The woman was a monster on this, and she was racking by the scores. Perfect, 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 good, perfect. That is all Yusei could hear coming from her screen, while his was the complete opposite. Okay, good, boo, boo, bad, good. Yusei noticed they had gathered a crowd, and right now he was being schooled by his new girlfriend. Eventually the last set of arrows appeared and Yusei did all he could to match the combo. Once the music had stopped, Yusei climbed off for a breather and noticed Akino just skipped off and stood next to him smiling. "That was fun, let's try another game, how about air hockey?" Yusei looked towards the vacant table and nodded. He and Akino then made their way over. He slotted a few coins into the machine and watched as the little red disc popped out. Yusei grabbed it and then picked up one of the sliders and stood opposite Akino. He placed the disc on the table and then hit it hard against the inside of the table and watched as it bounced from side to side towards Akino, who used her slider to push it back. They were neck and neck and there was only one point in it. Yusei watched as Akino hit the disc. He was about to hit it back when his phone distracted him. Winner player red. Yusei groaned as he noticed Akino was on the other side of the table jumping around in glee that she had beat him. Yusei pressed the answer button on the phone. He was surprised to see it was Rias. "Yusei, it's Rias. We have another stray that we have been asked to take care of. Seeing how Issei and Asia are preoccupied, I was wondering if you would step in and help us. You and Akino need to come back to the clubhouse." Yusei sighed and then canceled the call. He noticed Akino had slid up next to him, taking a sip of her drink. "That was Rias. We have to go. There's another stray, and she has been asked to take care of it. She wants me to help, seeing Issei and Asia are unavailable." Akino head dropped. She had been enjoying her date with Yusei. In fact, it was the first real date she had ever really gone on, and it seemed such a shame to end it here. However, devil duties took priority. Akino grasped Yusei's hand and then led him out of the arcades into a quiet alley. She then used her magic to create a magical circle around her and Yusei. Both teens then vanished from the alley. Clubhouse. Rias, Kiba and Kaneko noticed the red circle appear and watched as Akino and Yusei stepped out of it. "Good, glad you two could make. Sorry for cutting in your date, but this needed our attention. Yusei, you'll be standing in for Issei. Okay, everyone gather around me, and let's go." Rias waited for everyone to step into her magical circles. She then transported them to an abandoned factory building. "It seems our stray has turned this building into her very own feed ground. Several humans have been killed and all that has been found of them is their body completely dried up. Every single drop of liquid has been drained from their body." Yusei cringed. "So it's possible this could be some sort of vampire stray devil." Rias shook her head. "No, it's not a vampire, more like a spider, as the bodies were found inside webbed cocoons. It sounds like this stray is very dangerous, and everyone must be cautious." Everybody ready. Rias noticed Kiba had drawn his sword, and Yusei had Trinity on show. Akino was dressed for battle, and Kaneko had just pulled her fighting gloves on. Okay then let's go. Rias led her group into the building. She pulled open the main door, and a loud creak echoed around the building. Yusei looked up and could see large spider webs everywhere. He could also hear the sound of 8 legs moving around the building. Yusei noticed Rias stepped forward. Felicia, you have killed your master and now you must face the judgment of the underworld. I am Rias Gremory, sister to the current Lucifer, and on behalf of the Mark of Gremory, I condemn your soul to death. Rias paused as she heard hissing. It sounded like the stray was laughing at her. Suddenly her eyes widened as she saw several projectiles fired towards them. Scatter now. The group scattered as more spikes came out of the darkness trying to pin them all down. Yusei had been lucky as one of the darts had landed by his feet. He noticed there was a small amount green liquid on the tips. Guys, looks like those spikes are poison-tipped. Rias growled. She was getting fed up of dodging the spikes. Show yourself cowardly. Let's see how your little poison spikes work when you're face to face with me. Rias suddenly froze as several appeared from the darkness. She had no time to dodge or to put up a shield. However, before the spikes could hit her, someone had jumped out in front of her. Rias froze as Akino's body was hit several times with the poison spikes. She quickly rushed over to her servant's side. Yusei had seen the whole thing, and now he was pissed. Not only had this tried to hit Rias, but she had hit Akino. Yusei's emotions began to churn inside him. He allowed the hate and anger to consume him, and looked at Akino as the others attempted to help her behind a shield. Yusei turned into the darkness and heard the hissing laughter. This was going to pay. You, how dare you hurt my friends and most importantly the girl I love. Now you will be paid with your life. Trinity Gear awaken. Trinity Gear first liberation. Yusei noticed his gauntlet was now glowing and it was changing shape before his eyes. Around the gem green scribe began to form, and metal claw fingers burst from the front of it. Yusei was suddenly engulfed by a bright light. Inside the light, red armor began to slide all over his body. Once the light had died down, Yusei stood and looked down at himself. His whole body was covered in red and black armor. He looked to his arms, which now resembled the head of a dragon which had glowing yellow eyes, and 2 mouths. One of the mouths were open and his armor-covered hand was peeking out from it. Yusei nodded. He noticed a barrage of spikes were heading towards him. His huge wings on his back opened and he took to the sky. He then flew into the darkness, dodging the incoming spikes. Slifer was right. His speed was incredible and he was able to swerve and dodge all the spikes fired towards him. Finally he could see a pair of 8 glowing red eyes. Take this, Yusei dragon head arm began to form a powerful yellow beam of energy in its closed mouth, which was now glowing. Yusei dodged several more barrages of spikes. He then thrusted his dragon head arm forward before shouting. Thunder Force strike. The closed mouth opened and a stream of yellow energy shot from it straight towards the glowing red eyes. Yusei heard a cry and watched as the attack lit up the area around them. Yusei watched as the stray's body was lit up, and then it fell to the factory floor with a crash. Rias had summoned Asia, who was now in the middle of healing Akino. She had seen Yusei's transformation and watched as he had entered the darkness on his own. She heard his cry and noticed the back of the warehouse was suddenly lit up by his attack. She then noticed a dark mass fell and landed on the floor. Rias stood up and walked towards the darkness. She used a globe of demonic energy in her palm to light her way. She soon arrived upon Yusei, who was still transformed and now standing over the charred body of the stray devil. Rias gasped. The thing was smoking from Yusei's attack, and its body was capering away. Rias noticed Yusei step to the side. It's okay, Yusei. Akino will be fine. I summoned Asia and she healing her now. Rias watched as the head of his armor folded back so she could see his face. She noticed the relief expression on it. Rias then turned back to the stray. Not only did you kill your master, but you attempted to take the life of one of my servant as well. Your crimes are unforgivable, and in the name of the Mark of Gremory, I sentence you to death. Now begone. Demonic energy engulfed the stray's body until nothing but a black scorch mark was left. Rias was blinded by a flash, forcing her to cover her eyes. Once the flash had vanished, Yusei was stood in his normal clothes. The Trinity gear was glowing. Wow, Yusei, was that really a balance breaker? Yusei looked to Rias and nodded. According to Slifer, the spirit within my Trinity gear told me that this is one of 4 breakers. Is Akino going to be okay? Rias smiled. Yeah, Asia was able to heal the poison in her system. She is now just sorting out the wounds, but don't worry, she will be okay. By the way, good job on taking that stray down. It normally take all of us, but you beat it with 1 attack. Impressive. Just regret that you're not a devil. Yusei scratched the back of his head. Well, not yet, but in the future I might. We will just have to see how things turn out. Rias Gremory lounged back in her chair, reflecting on everything that had happened at the last few weeks. She had 2 new servants and 1 potential, all with their very own sacred gears. It had been a few days since the stray had been vanquished. Issei and Asia were now back at school after his little mishap, and things were running smoothly. Rias had taken this time to explain to the Issei and Asia about familiar and their roles in working with devils. They had visited the familiar forest yesterday, and Asia now had a cute blue baby dragon as her familiar. Issei, however, didn't find one. Well, he did, but there was no way in hell Rias would let him have it. The thing was made up of green slime, and she and the girls had managed to get tangled up by the nasty little creature. It wasn't being tangled that had Rias upset, but what the creature did to clothing when it touched them. It disintegrated them away from the body, and all 4 of them had ended naked. Of course this made Issei very happy and he insisted on catching it, but after the glares he got from all the others, he decided maybe it wasn't such a good idea. The other major event was that Sona had finally bought her own servants to meet Issei and Asia. Rias smiled as she recalled Issei's reaction to other devils being in the school. However, that smile soon vanished as she remembered what had happened earlier that day. Flashback. Rias was sat at her desk when she noticed a magical circles appeared in the room. She noticed the seal was that of the Gremory household. She stood from her desk, ready to greet whichever member of her family that had decided to pay her visit. Rias noticed a woman with sliver-long hair appeared. She was dressed in a black and white maid outfit. This was Rias' sister-in-law, and her name was Graphia. She was also the wife to the current Lucifer and cared a great deal for Rias. "Sister, it's good to see you again. Please come and sit down. Would you like some tea?" Graphia inclined her head and smiled weakly. She wasn't sure how she was going to tell Rias about the supposed engagement. Lord Gremory and Lord Phoenix had got together and agreed that both their children would marry. This marriage would be a political move for both families. However, Graphia knew how Rias felt about her supposed fiancé. His name was Riser Phoenix and he was the next head of the Phoenix family. He cared very little for his servants, and cared more for himself than anyone else. Riser and Rias had known each other since they were little, and the two never got on, mainly because the way Riser treated his servants. Like most high-class devils in the underworld, every one of his servants were female, and he seduced every single one, without giving a second thought to how his servants might feel about the whole ordeal. Graphia knew Rias wouldn't want someone like that, but the marriage had been arranged and there was no way out of it. Graphia took the offered tea and placed it on the table. She then put her hands in her lap. "Rias, there is something we need to discuss. You know Riser Phoenix?" Graphia noticed Rias flinched at the name. "Well, your parents and Lord Phoenix have decided that you two will be entered into a marriage contract. They hope the marriage will strengthen the bond between the two families. You are to be wed after you graduate next year." Rias' eyes widened. This couldn't be. Her parents knew how she felt about Riser. Why would they even think of doing something like this? Rias stood from the sofa and paced across the room. "How could mother and father do this to me? They know how I feel about Riser. He nothing but a womanizing pig. All I would be to him is a trophy wife and a toy. Well, sorry, that's not good enough. Graphia, please, there must be a way out of this. You know as well as I do, my brother won't stand for this. He hates Riser as much as I do." Graphia sighed. Rias was right. When she had told her husband, he had hit the roof and immediately left to speak to his mother and father. He was yet to return, but Graphia thought Rias had a right to know on what was going on. "You're right, Sirzech was also unhappy, and he has gone to see what he can do to help you out of this." Rias sighed. This couldn't be happening. She had very few options available to her, and not a lot of time. She just hoped that her brother could pull enough strings to give her at least a chance in fighting this. End of flashback. The problem was the only real option she had to get out of this marriage was to lose her. She knew Riser wouldn't put up with someone else claiming her first. The thought that she had slept with someone else would drive him mad. Still, if it diverted his interest away from her, then in Rias' book, her was a small price to pay. She was still to hear from her brother, and had no further contact with Graphia since earlier today. She knew she couldn't wait too long. Every minute that passed meant Riser getting that much closer. Rias stood from her desk. This was the only way, but now her problem was Hukiba was out. Rias had no real romantic feeling towards her knight. He had always been more of a brother to her. Rias then thought about Yusei, but then she thought how Aquino would feel if she claimed Yusei first before she did. Her friendship with Aquino was far more important than losing her. Her last option was Issei. There was no doubt he would do it. Rias' only problem was, she didn't want to come across as being too easy. Rias wasn't a slut, far from it. To be honest, no boys had piqued her interest. That was until she met Yusei and Issei. Both had qualities about them that made them good relationship material, Yusei more so than Issei. Still, Yusei was off the list due to Aquino, so she only had one option. She would make sure Issei knew this was a one-time deal, just in case he got it in his head that he could her whenever he wanted. Rias created a magical circles and then stood in the middle of it. Issei room. Rias appeared in Issei room and noticed he was fast asleep in bed. She stepped out of the circle and tiptoed across the room to the side of his bed. She was very nervous and was seriously thinking about forgetting the whole idea. That, of course, was before she saw an image of Riser hovering over her naked and laughing. Rias cringed and gently prodded Issei. "Issei, it's Rias. Please wake up. I have something I need to talk to you about urgently." Rias noticed the massive covers moved and Issei's head poked out from under the quilt. His eyes were half closed, but as soon as he saw Rias, they widened and he shuffled up the bed and rested his back against the headboard. He switched on his lamp and noticed that Rias seemed rather sad. "What's wrong, Rias? You look like you're about to burst into tears." Issei was cut off by Rias falling onto him and wrapping her arms around him. Issei could feel her shaking. What on earth had caused this? "Rias, what's wrong?" Rias didn't say anything for a little while. She felt safe in Issei's arms. However, eventually she calmed down and started to open up. "Issei, something has happened, and you are my only hope. My parents have entered me into a marriage against my will. I am to be wed to another high-class devil next year. The problem is I hate him. I don't want to marry him. My parents want to form an alliance with his family. The only way I can get out of this is if someone takes my Rias wouldn't want to touch me then, he would force his parents to call off the whole thing. You see, Rias is nothing more than a womanizing pig. All his servants are females, and he sleeps with every single one of them. However, he would see me as his greatest conquest, and I want to take that away from him. So I'm asking you, no begging you, please take my. It's the only way to save me from this arrangement. Issei was speechless. Rias Gremory was here, in his room, demanding he took her. Issei noticed Rias had already started stripping. Soon her shirt and skirt had been discarded. Next was her bra and panties. The moonlight through the window caught her body just perfectly. Her long crimson hair wavered in the small breeze and wrapped itself around her naked flesh. Issei's mouth dropped. He had never seen anything so beautiful. The moment was soon ruined thought when Rias straddled his waist. Little Issei was wide awake now. Issei gulped. This was his fantasy coming true, however something was holding him back. He looked at Rias and stopped her from grinding down on little Issei. Rias, this is wrong. Any other time you know I would do anything for you, but this is your virtue we are talking about, losing it just to get out of a marriage arrangement. It's not fair. I can't do this to you. I can't violate you like this. I would never be able to forgive myself. Rias was about to argue and tell Issei this is what she wanted, when she was distracted by another magical circle appearing in Issei's room. It was Grafia again. Rias noticed she looked worried and upset. I was too late. I thought I would have more time. Grafia noticed that Rias climbed off Issei. She then noticed the boy still had his boxers on. She sighed in relief. Rias, I came to tell you that your parents are giving you an opportunity to get out of this arrangement. Your brother has persuaded your father and Lord Phoenix to let yours and Rias' fate be decided in a rating game. You will have 1 week to prepare. You and Rias will then face each other. If you win, then the engagement will be voided. However, if Rias wins, then the engagement will go ahead. Your brother has also decided since you are a few pieces down, then you may add the boy known as Yusei to your ranks, just for this event. Will you accept these terms? Your brother sent me to get your answer. Rias sighed. Rias was one of the top devils in the junior devil rating games. He was unbeaten. Rias wasn't sure how this was going to help her. However, it was a chance she couldn't afford to miss out on. Tell brother that I accept the challenge and the terms, and thank him for giving me this chance. Grafia inclined her head, and then vanished, leaving Rias to get dressed, and Issei just left in bed looking bewildered by the whole thing. Rias buttoned up her shirt and slipped on her panties. She then leaned down and at Issei. Thank you, Issei. I was at your mercy, and you didn't take advantage, even when you had the permission to. That says a lot for your character. You may be pervert, but you also are one of the kindest souls I have ever encountered. I mean, look what you did for Asia, and now me. Thank you, Issei. Rias then at him once more. She then walked over to the center of the room and created a magical circle. She stepped into and looked towards Issei once more. Come to the club room after school tomorrow. We have a lot to discuss in very little time. Rias then vanished from Issei's room. Issei's head fell back on his pillow. He was about to close his eyes and go back to sleep when he noticed his door open and Asia tiptoed into his room. He felt the quilt lifted by his feet and someone crawling up under the quilt. He then smiled as Asia's head popped up beside him. I couldn't sleep, Issei. Can I stay in here with you again? Issei smiled and wrapped his arms around Asia's small body and drew her in closer to him. He allowed her head to rest on his chest. He then had the top of her head and closed his eyes. Everyone sat around the small Victorian-style room tensed. Rias had just told them about the engagement and the news had not gone down well with any of the members. No one should be forced to marry against their will. Issei was the most pissed. He owed everything to Rias. She had taken him, given him a new life and an extended family. He would not allow this engagement to go ahead. Everyone's eyes were drawn to a magical circle appearing in the room. The seal wasn't that of the Gremory household, but that of Phoenix house. Rias stood from her desk and made her way around to where the others were sitting. She then stood between them and the magic circle. In her palm, demonic energy began to form. She wouldn't allow Rias to attack her servants or insult them. Just then Rias felt a sudden sense of security as all her servants and family closed ranks around her. They were all facing the magic circle, armed and ready for a fight. It wasn't long before a man with blonde curtain-style hair appeared. He was dressed in a red suit and white shirt. Around him more bodies began to form until every one of his servants appeared. Rias grinned at the little gathering that had formed to welcome him. Rias, my dear, do you really want to go through with this rating game? You know that you have no chance of winning. Why not just give in and accept the proposal to be my wife? We can avoid all this. I would hate to see any of your so-called family hurt. The word family and hurt were said in a very sarcastic tone. Rias narrowed her eyes at the man who she was being forced to marry. Very sight of him made her sick. And what was he doing here? He wasn't invited. Rias, even if you were the last devil in the underworld, and our existence was on the brink of disappearing, I still wouldn't marry you, let alone you are cruel, twisted, and nothing but a womanizing pig. Why my parents would ever consider you as my future husband is a mystery. Rias narrowed his eyes. He was being insulted in front of his servants, and being made to look a fool. He was not happy. Servants are there to be used, Rias. That's why we create them, for them to do our bidding. You're the only one I know who treat your servants as equals. The very thought disgusts me. Never mind, that will all change when we are married. I will soon put all your servants in their rightful place. Rias never saw the gauntlet hand strike him until it was too late. Rias touched his cheek and noticed a single cut, which was now bleeding. His eyes turned on a boy who had blonde hair, blue eyes, and was showing off a gold gauntlet. How dare you strike your betters? You should keep your servants in check, Rias, or they might get hurt. Suddenly the cut began to heal itself. Riser was still looking at the boy who had dared attack him. Rias smiled. Actually, Riser, Yusei, is not part of my peerage. He's just a close friend and a Kino boyfriend. He is also the wielder of the sacred gear known as Trinity. My pawn Issei wields the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, and my new bishop Asia is the sacred gear of Twilight Healing. So to answer your question about the raiding game, we are more than a match for you and your servants. If this is the only way I have to get out of this engagement, then I will fight you with everything I have. Now will you kindly leave? Riser left. So be it, Rias, you might have won this round, but I will win the war, and you. Riser looked right at Yusei and grinned. You will regret ever touching me. Riser then vanished with his servants and leaving the Occult Research Club members feeling a little more tense than before. Rias sighed and then turned to Yusei. That was a very stupid thing to do, Yusei. Riser is a high-class devil, and you at the minute are only human. I appreciate you sticking up for me, I do, but you could have got seriously hurt. Yusei frowned. I don't give a damn about who he is, Rias, but when he mentioned about making all your servants his, I completely lost it. I will never allow a Kino to become a servant to that head, neither will allow any of you. These last few weeks, you have accepted me into your family, even when I am not like you, and now it's time for me to repay you by fighting by your side and taking down that jerk a peg or two. Yusei's cheeks suddenly blushed as Akino had wrapped her arms around him and hit him firmly on the cheek. Rias smiled gently, however the smile soon vanished. They had a lot to do, and not a lot of time to do it. Okay, if we are going to have any chance of beating Riser, then we will need to train and train hard. Issei, this weekend will be about you and Asia. Both of you are new this whole life, and need to learn how to use your powers and strength to your advantage. So this weekend we will all be traveling to one of the Gremory properties to train. I want everyone here at 7 a.m, we will then set off. Next day, Issei's face had a painful expression on it. He was carrying a huge pack of supplies on his back. What made it worse, the retreat was located in the mountains around Ku, and so they had to hike there. Issei huffed and puffed, but he was struggling. His mouth dropped comically as he noticed Yusei also had a pack on his back, and yet he seemed fine. This pack is too heavy, can we take a breather? Issei noticed Rias didn't look happy, neither did anyone else. They had only just taken a break 10 minutes ago. Rias stepped up to Issei. If this is how you're going to perform, Issei, then there is no point playing this raiding game. Riser and his team are 3 times stronger than we are. Yusei has exactly the same stuff in his pack, yet he not struggling or complaining. Issei looked to see Yusei was already halfway up the path. He turned his head as he heard his name mentioned. This just infuriated Issei more. Yusei was making him look weak in front of Rias. Issei growled and heaved the huge pack onto his back. He then began to hike up the path, with everyone following him. Few hours later, everyone stood in front of the huge white building. The house was huge. It had its own large front garden, with a large circular pond, a huge drive lead up to it. On either side of the property was more grass and open spaces. Issei was speechless. Rias stepped forward and climbed the steps. She then opened the door with her key. Okay everyone, please come inside. Issei and Yusei, you can dump the packs in the lobby. After that you all need to choose rooms. Once you are settled in, then come downstairs and I will explain what this weekend is all about. Everyone followed Rias inside. Yusei and Issei placed the huge packs onto the lobby floor. They then followed everyone else up the stairs to find rooms. Issei opened one of the doors and noticed Kiba was unpacking. He noticed the blonde looked up and smiled. Hey Issei, you're welcome to stay in here. The girls have taken most of the room. We guys are going to have to share. Issei looked around the room and noticed there were 2 beds. He wondered where Yusei was going to sleep. However, he noticed that Yusei wasn't behind him. I see only 2 beds. Where is Yusei going to sleep? Kiba grinned. Akino has saved him a room next to hers. Those 2 must seriously be into each other. Anyway, I am just about done. Rias has asked me to go through some things with you. It's mainly to work on your speed, precision and reaction time. Kiba then walked past Issei and left the room. Issei walked over to the vacant bed and then placed his pack down. He then began to unpack. Why did Yusei get his own room? He wasn't even a devil. Issei was getting a little fed up with his best friend and wanted to take him down a peg or 2. Issei finished unpacking everything and soon left the room and walked down the stairs where Rias and the others were waiting for him. Rias looked up and smiled. Okay, now that everyone is here, it's time to talk about the routine we will be following. In the morning, Issei and Yusei will be training with Kiba. Asia, you will be training with me and Akino and harnessing your magic. Kaneko, I believe you said you would help Kiba with training Yusei and Issei. Issei, a wimp, need to toughen up. Kaneko went back to eating a chocolate bar. However, the comment had caused Issei to almost blow a gasket. Rias quickly decided to get things back on track before a fight started and Issei was beaten to a pulp. As I was saying, that is the routine for the morning. In the afternoon, Akino will take Issei to train and teach him how to use his demonic powers. Yusei, you not being a devil, then you won't be able to use magic, but I suggest you talk to Slifer and see what else your Trinity gear is capable of. Asia again will be working with me on her magic. As the bishop, her role in the game will be to heal, not fight, so she doesn't really need combat training. Yusei was sat on one of the chairs, with Akino in his lap. So what exactly is this rating game? Is like a giant life-size chess game. Rias nodded. For the most part, yes, however we are not restricted to a board. The game will take place in a virtual setting, which will be agreed by both kings. Each team then position their pieces over the map. We will each have our own base, and the object will be to infiltrate Riser base by taking control of the other territory around the map. When you are defeated, you will be retired from the game. The winner is the one who is left standing at the end. Yusei nodded in understanding. That seems simple enough. Are there any other rules? Rias smiled. Well, there is one rule. Pawns may only be promoted once they infiltrate the opposition base. As for any other rules, anything goes, so watch out. Riser will be playing to win, and no doubt will use every underhanded tactic available to him. Now I suggest we all have dinner and then retire to bed. We have a busy day tomorrow, and it would be an idea if we are all well rested. Next morning, Issei roared as he charged towards Kiba. He was holding a wooden katana in his hands and was swinging towards Kiba, who was blocking the strikes. Being a good swordsman is not all about knowing how to wield a blade, but being able to predict and keep an eye on your opponent's every move. A good swordsman also makes sure he is familiar with his surrounding and knows how to use them to his advantage. Kiba blocked another strike, then used his own sword to knock Issei out of his hand. As a pawn, you will be on the front line, so if anyone needs to improve their fighting ability, it's you. Now why don't you go with Kaneko? She will be teaching you hand-to-hand combat, as you can't always count on a weapon being to hand. Issei groaned. He was not looking forward to this one bit. He had seen firsthand how strong Kaneko was. The girl might have been small and cute, but she knew how to handle herself. Issei followed Kaneko to a clearing away from Yusei and Kiba, who were now sparring. He noticed Kaneko stood in the middle of the clearing and stood in a fighting stance. She then beckoned Issei to try hit her. Issei, like always, charged head first and ended up on the receiving end of a painful beating, which included being tossed against a tree and being put into a chokehold by Kaneko, which had almost made him pass out. Issei was struggling in another hold. You need to learn when to defend and when to attack. Just charging into a fight without first studying your opponent is bad news. When you attack, you have to be precise, aim for the center of the body, and inflict as much pain as you can on a single point. Just like I am doing to your neck now. Issei had his head trapped between both Kaneko legs and he was having a hard time to breathe. Issei tapped on her leg and was grateful when she loosened the hold. He then sat up and breathed heavily. He was ashamed with himself. He couldn't even beat a little girl. What chance did he have against someone like Riser? Issei lowered his head. I am a failure. How am I supposed to protect Rias when I can't even defend myself? I am the weakest member of this team. Even Yusei is more useful than me, and he is not even a devil. Issei noticed Kaneko sat down next to him. You are not weak. You just have to find that special something that makes you unique, then use that to your fullest potential. I can think of one thing you beat everyone hands down on, and that is your perverted mind. No one's a bigger pervert than you are. Issei head dropped. How was that supposed to help him? He slowly stood up and began to walk back towards the mansion. Thanks for the training, Kaneko. See you around. Ouch. Issei found his arm locked behind his back. He turned his head and noticed Kaneko was frowning. We're not finished yet. Issei gulped. He was afraid she was going to say that. Secluded area. Yusei stood in another clearing. His sparring with Kiba had been well worth it. Both boys had given it their all in the bout, and Kiba had only managed just to beat him. Now though, he was taking Ria's advice and was working on harnessing the power of his sacred gear. Trinity Gear activate. Sky Dragon Balance Breaker. Yusei felt his sacred gear unleash its powers. Soon red and black armor was sliding into place over his body, until finally he was stood dressed in his Sky Dragon Balance Breaker. Yusei pointed his dragon head gauntlet hand towards a group of tall trees. He focused his power and watched as a yellow orb charged within the closed mouth. He then pointed the mouth towards the row of trees. He imagined Riser laughing and stripping Akino. He then roared. Thunder Force Strike. The energy blast was twice as big as what he had used against the stray. It hit the row of trees, slicing them in half. However, the beam didn't stop there. Soon 20 or so trees that had been in a single row was now sliced in half. Yusei gulped at the damage he had caused. He then heard Slifer laugh. Yusei nodded and then closed his eyes. He imagined he was holding a blade in his hand. He opened his eyes and was stunned to see a blade made of pure lightning in his hands. He then closed his eyes and felt the sword change. He then opened his eyes once more to see he had created a lightning whip. Yusei did what Slifer told him to. He focused his power and watched as from both his hands chains made of lightning shot out and wrapped themselves around the tree. This is awesome. Yusei frowned. What is the cost? Yusei gulped. He didn't like the sound of that. Still, at least he now knew. Yusei turned and focused on creating more weapons and using his other abilities. Unknown to Yusei, Rias had been watching him from distance. She had seen what he had done, and for the first time in her life she was scared. Yusei's ability were off the scale, and she was just happy he was on their side. She couldn't imagine what would happen if one of the other factions got hold of him. Inside the mansion, Issei and Asia was with Akino, who was teaching them how to use their demonic power. Again, Issei was failing big time. It didn't help that Akino had a tight shirt on and her were stretching the material. Issei knew Akino was off limits due to Yusei, but still he couldn't help but imagine her naked and those bouncing up and down. Issei focus. Issei's mind snapped back to reality. He noticed Akino had now moved behind him. To use your magic, you only need to focus and use your imagination. You can make any of your thoughts a possibility by focusing and believing that is what you want. Issei closed his eyes. All he wanted was to see all the girls naked. He suddenly heard a cry and opened his eyes. He gulped. There standing in front of him, trying to hide their important parts, was Asia and Akino. Issei remembered what Kaneko had said about him being the biggest pervert. Well, he was going to use it to his advantage. He noticed Rias had walked into the room, wondering what the loud scream was. Issei closed his eyes and imagined Rias naked. He heard another cry and looked to see all of Rias' clothes had been blown apart, leaving her shocked and naked. Oh yeah, this was going to be fun. Issei whimpered as he held the ice pack to his lower right jaw and cheek. Yusei had walked in on him, just after he had blown Rias' clothes away with his new powers. When he had seen Akino with nothing on, he had put 2 and 2 together and had given him a left hook right to the face. So here he was nursing his injuries while Yusei was being held down by Kaneko. Well, if you count the little first year sitting on Yusei's lap eating an ice cream as holding him down. Akino, Rias and Asia had gotten dressed and now everyone was arguing. However, soon Rias had enough. Okay, that's quite enough from everyone. Now Issei, and I am happy that you have discovered your new power, even if it's a little creepy, but you're not allowed to use them on anyone in my household. Is that understood? Yusei, I know you were upset, and I don't blame you for hitting Issei, but that's the end of it, okay? We're all a team in this and we need to start acting like one. Yusei frowned over at Issei. He was not happy. He had told Issei a number of times that Akino was off limits and he goes and uses his new power to blow all her clothes off. Yusei felt Akino wrap her arms around him from behind. He then felt a soft on his cheek. It was an accident, Yusei, she then whispered, but if you want another look, I will be happy to show you tonight. Akino then at him again. Yusei felt a lot better hearing that, however something was puzzling him. This had been the second time Kaneko had sat on his lap, and she seemed quite content just sitting there eating her ice cream. Unfortunately, Yusei was a boy, and a certain part of his body was reacting. He suddenly noticed Akino leaned over and whispered in his ear again. What's the matter, Yusei? Little Kaneko turning you on. She does look cute like that, doesn't she? And I am sure a certain part of you is more than happy with her sitting on your lap. Yusei's eyes widened, and his cheeks suddenly blushed, much to the amusement of his girlfriend. What on earth was Akino suggesting? She knew that he only had eyes for her. Sure, Kaneko was cute, but he wasn't interested in her like that. His body was just having a natural reaction to a cute girl in a small skirt, wearing white panties with little strawberries over them. The skirt was so short, it was hard not to notice what panties the girl was wearing. Yusei noticed Kaneko turned her head and looked at him. However, there was no pervert comment like she usually accused Issei of, but just a neutral expression. The little moment was interrupted by Rias talking again. So can we put all this behind us and continue with this weekend? We still have a lot to get through and Issei and Asia are nowhere near ready. Yusei, why don't you take Issei and see if you can help him with his sacred gear? You have already mastered Balance Breaker, and maybe you could teach Issei to do it too. Yusei grinned. He looked across to see Issei's eyes widened. This was going to be a lot of fun. Day of the raiding game. Yusei had been true to his word. He had more than put Issei through his paces at the retreat. He had used him as personal target practice to improve his agility and reflexes, and his personal punching bag to help Issei learn to defend himself in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, he had hit a little harder than usually did, but he felt Issei needed an extra lesson, and not to touch or look at things that were not his to touch or look at. After the weekend training, Yusei had kept up with the training regime by forcing Issei on morning runs and putting him through various exercises. These were to improve his whole upper body strength. It would also improve his stamina. Of course, Issei had fought all the way, but a few threats here and there had soon got Issei following orders. Yusei wasn't going to take any crap from his friend. Issei was already on thin ice. After a few days of moaning, Issei began to respond to training, and now he keeping up with Yusei in their morning runs. His reflexes had also improved. Then again, when you got your friend aiming lightning bolts at you, it pays to be able to dodge. Now though it was the big day of the raiding game. The event was to take place in the underworld, where many of the residents would be watching. Due to special permission by Rias' brother, Yusei was also permitted to travel there and take part in the game as one of Rias' pawns. Yusei and the other sat quietly while Rias was going through the game plan. Okay, I have just heard back from my brother. Riser is so confident that he will win that he has allowed us to choose the battlefield, so I decided a replica of this academy, including all its grounds and outside buildings. Now Riser will be in the main school building, while our base will be the old school building. Both the gym and the sports field will be neutral, so our first job is to take both positions. Once we get both, then we can think about taking out Riser. Asia is our healer. You will be stationed with me. Akino, you will go after the queen. No doubt she will be close to Riser. Kiba, Kaneko, you have the sports field. Issei and Yusei will take the gym. Once you have taken one area, move to the next to give support to our other team members. I will be floating around here and there doing what I can. Should anything happen to Akino, then Yusei, you will step in, as I believe your Trinity gear will be useful in this battle. There is one important thing I did forget to mention. House Phoenix is not just named after the legendary bird of rebirth, but the family members also have the ability of a phoenix, which means fire and regeneration capabilities. Luckily, only the household has this ability, so the servants should be easy to take down. Rias was interrupted by a magical circle of the Gremory household appearing. Rias, at this time, is your team ready to face Rias? Grafia was dressed in her usual black and white maid attire. Rias stood from her desk, and everyone soon followed. Yes, we are, sister. Rias then led her team towards Grafia, who expanded the magical circle to transport everyone. However, before she did, she handed something to Yusei. It was some type of pendant that will allow you to enter the underworld. As you are only human, in normal circumstances you wouldn't be able to make this journey alive, but that pendant gives you special permission to do so. Now if you are all ready, I will transport you to the battleground. Grafia then closed her eyes and everyone vanished from the club room. Battlefield gym. Yusei and Issei made their way towards the gym. The tension between the two was still thick, however Issei wanted to change all that. Look Yusei, I know what I did was wrong, but it was an accident. I didn't mean to blow Akino clothes off, you have to believe me. Issei noticed Yusei stopped walking and then turned towards his friend. You choose now, at a time like this, to apologize. You've had all week to apologize, and only now, when Rias' future is on the line, do you apologize. I don't have time for this, let's get to that gym and clear it out. Yusei pushed open the door and was stunned with what greeted them. 4 girls too were dressed in white t-shirts and blue gym shorts. Both looked identical, however it wasn't their looks that Yusei was drawn to, but what they were holding were those chainsaws. The other 2 girls seemed a lot older. One was dressed similar to Chun-Li from Street Fighter, the other was dressed in red kimono and was holding a long wooden staff. Well, girls, look what we got here, 2 boys to play with. Allow me to make the introductions. My name is Zulan, I am Lord Rias, Mighty Rook, nothing get past me. Beside me are Isle and Nell, 2 of Rias pawns, and the girl at the end is a recent addition. Her name is Mira, she is also a pawn. Now that the introductions are out of the way, let's get down to business. You 2 need to disappear now. All 4 girls then stood in fighting stances. The twins had also started up their chainsaws. Yusei looked to Issei, the pawns are yours, leave that rook to me. Yusei then raised his arm into the air and shouted, Trinity Gear activate. Yusei's sacred gear appeared and the jewel glowed. He then stalked towards the rook, who had been surprised to see the sacred gear. Yusei grinned. The only one vanishing will be you. Thunder Dragon Armor. Yusei gauntlet jewel glowed and from it a red blast of energy left it. The energy then began to wrap around the body of Yusei. It took on the form of a dragon. With his electrical powers covering his entire body, he charged towards the rook. Issei just look on. Why couldn't he do that? However, his attention was suddenly drawn to all 3 of the pawns circling him. Yusei growled and his own sacred gear appeared. He then began to run, causing all 3 pawns to chase him. He needed time to boost his gear, so he could use his new power. Look girls, this one a wimp, he's running from 3 girls, what type of man is he? Issei growled. The E's were taking the mick, however Issei had no choice, he needed his gear to boost. That was 1. He needed at least 3 before he could unleash his ultimate attack. He had even given it a name. Dress break. The idea was that the girls would be so embarrassed with losing all their clothes that they wouldn't be able to stop Issei and his attacks afterwards. Not only that, but Issei got to look at naked girls, which was well worth it. That was the second one. Issei looked across the gym and watched as Yusei and Rias's rook were fighting hand to hand. The rook was having trouble grabbing hold of Yusei due to his thunder armor. Issei then heard the sound he had been waiting for. Issei stopped and then turned directions. He ducked under Mira's staff and slapped her on the back, unbalancing her. A small red seal of the Gremory household appeared on her clothes. That was 1, now for the rest. Issei used his training to dodge and duck away from the twins and their chainsaws. Stay still, you blasted kid, accept your punishment. Issei blinked. Kid, he was older than these 2. Issei managed to get in between the 2 of them and slapped one on the shoulder. The other had been bending over, so for good measure had slapped her hard on the arse. You ain't pervert, how dare you slap me on my arse, only Rias is allowed to touch me. Issei cringed. Really? The 2 looked like they were still in elementary school. Issei's impression of Rias just hit an all-time low. He jumped away from the 3 pawns who were now charging towards him. Issei smiled and turned. Call me a pervert, will you? Well, you haven't seen anything yet. Issei then held up his gauntlet hand and clicked his fingers, grinning. Behold my ultimate move, dress break. Soon as the fingers clicked, 2 things happened. 1, there were 3 loud screams from the girls, and 2, every piece of their clothing was blown away, just leaving 3 very embarrassed looking pawns trying to hide their important parts from Issei's eyes. Yusei was sweating. This rook was strong. She was matching him for every punch and kick. Yusei didn't want to bust out the balance breaker just yet. Just then he heard his friend shout out, dress break. Yusei looked across and his eyes widened as he watched the 3 girls lose all their clothes. This was the first time he had seen Issei use the ability on purpose. Yusei felt sorry for the 3 girls. His friend was truly a first-class pervert. However, the screaming of the girls had also drawn the eyes of the rook, who also looked shocked. Yusei used this to his advantage by grabbing hold of the rook arms. He then swept her legs, causing the girls to fall. He quickly grabbed both legs and lifted them. He then used his strength to turn the girl onto her front and crouched over her back, pulling her legs back as far as he could. You yield. Yusei heard the rook cry out in pain. He then heard her. I yield. Yusei broke the hold and watched as the girl suddenly vanished in light particles. A loud voice over the tenoi was then heard. One of Lord Rias' rook retired. Yusei looked across the gym and was just in time to see all 3 girls vanish after being hit by Issei Dragon Booster attack. He then heard the voice once more. 3 of Lord Rias' pawns retired. Yusei, seeing they had taken the gym, spoke into a small red circles that appeared beside his ear. Gym taken Rias, moving to sports field to support Kiba and Kaneko. Good job you two, that was quicker than I expected. I am trying to find Riser with Asia. Akino has intercepted Riser Queen. Head to the sports field. Yusei looked across to Issei. Rias says we have to get to the sports field to support Kiba and Kaneko. Come, let's go. Sports field. Kiba growled as he was locking blades with Riser Knight. Kaneko was busy taking on the other rook. They were completely outnumbered. There were 5 pawns and 2 bishops and another knight. It seems Riser didn't want to lose this field. Kiba parried another strike. This girl was good. He might have to bust out his own sacred gear. Riser Knight smiled as she locked blades once more. You're good. It's shame I have to destroy something so cute. Kiba pushed with all his might, breaking the knight's guard. He then raised his sword up in the air, point facing down. He then slammed it into the ground and cried out, "Sword birth!" The ground suddenly erupted and dozens of blades appeared around him. The sudden sacred gear appearance had caused Riser Knight to go on the back foot. Kiba pulled 2 blades from the earth. One was surrounded by an aura of fire, and the other was surrounded by an aura of ice. Defend yourself against this. Kiba then wielded both blades towards the knight, who was now panicking. However, a sudden burst of magic from one of the bishops stopped Kiba in his tracks. Great, just when he got the upper hand, the bishops decided to attack. Kiba wondered where Issei and Yusei was. However, he turned and heard a scream as Kaneko fell. Kiba noticed Riser Rook was laughing as she straddling Kaneko and punching her hard all over her body. However, no one could predict what happened next. Yusei, get away from her! Kiba looked on stunned as Yusei had appeared from nowhere and used his thunder armor to slam hard into the rook, causing her to fly into the trunk of a nearby tree. Yusei knelt down beside Kaneko and noticed some of her clothes were ripped. He could also see bruises and cuts on her body. Yusei cradled in his arms. "Kaneko, you okay?" He noticed the little first year smiled weakly, and then she closed her eyes and vanished in particles of light. One of Lady Rias' rook retired. Yusei stood from his spot. He then looked to see the rook had recovered. His eyes narrowed. He knew this was game, but for her to beat Kaneko so bad, it was unforgivable. She was only a first year and this rook was a fully grown woman. Yusei cried out. This was going to pay. Forget the thunder armor, this needed a real lesson. Sky Dragon Balance Breaker. Yusei armor began to slide all over his body until he was covered from head to toe in red and black armor. Yusei focused and energy began to form in his gauntlet hand. The lightning suddenly took the form of a whip. Yusei cracked it and heard the whip crackle. He then swung it over his head. He aimed the whip towards the rook leg, which got caught up. He then yanked it back hard and watched as the woman was sent crashing to the floor. He then pulled on the whip and watched as the rook flew towards him. His gauntlet hand was already prepared. The moment the rook entered his space, he slammed the dragon gauntlet arm into the woman's stomach, causing her to cry out and to be spat from her mouth. "Yeah, I'll pay for what you did to Kaneko. She's only a first year and you beat her black and blue." Yusei then used his fist to punch the rook in the stomach over and over again until the body slumped. Yusei then flung her across the field and watched as she laid on the ground motionless. Her body suddenly vanished and Yusei heard a woman's voice. One of Lord Rook's retired. Yusei looked over and noticed Kiba was being bothered by a bombardment of spells from the 2 bishops, which was causing him to lose ground against the other knight. Yusei growled. His wings suddenly extended and flew high up into the air. "Slifer, use your judgment to destroy my enemies." Yusei then sent a streak of light into the clouds above. The sky suddenly darkened, and the sky lit up with yellow and black. Several bolts of lightning left the cloud and hit one of the bishop. The other had jumped out of the way. Yusei watched as the one who had been hit vanished into light particles, just leaving one bishop left. One of Lord Riser bishops retired. Yusei charged downwards towards the remaining bishop and then landed. He noticed she looked to be around 11 years old. She was dressed in a red evening gown, and her hair was blonde with 2 drill-tip-looking pigtails. Yusei really didn't want to beat a child. "Don't make me do this. Surrender. Now, I don't attack children." Ravel Phoenix looked at the red-armored foe in front of her. She was scared. She had seen what he had done to the rook and the other bishops. However, she was the daughter of Lord Phoenix. She wasn't allowed to show weakness. "I don't know who you think you're taking to, but I am no ordinary little girl. I am Lady Revel Phoenix, sister to Riser Phoenix and daughter to Lord and Lady Phoenix. I surrender to no one." Yusei was narrowing his eyes inside the armor. So this spoiled brat was Riser Phoenix's sister. It was clear the apple didn't fall far from the tree in manners and attitude. "Well, Lady Phoenix, I don't want to hurt you, but I also don't want Rias Gremory marrying your brother, so we are at an impasse. I can see it in your eyes. You know you can't defeat me, so why do you not just surrender?" Ravel narrowed her eyes and then looked down. "I can't. I am a phoenix. I am not allowed to show weakness, or I will be punished. My brother also said he will remove me from his peerage if I lose here today, so I have no choice but to fight." Yusei shook his head. "Fine then, don't say I didn't warn you." Yusei then placed both hands in front of him and focused on producing electrical chains. From both armored hands, chains of lightning dispersed and wrapped themselves around the girl, who was about to throw several fireballs towards him. However, now that her arms were chained at her side, she couldn't attack. Meanwhile, Issei had seen everything. Yusei was grabbing all the spotlight. Issei dodged several fists and rolled back to avoid the remaining knight's blade. Why does he get everything? Look at him, not a scratch on him, and look at the armors, and those wings. Why can't I have something like that? Issei dodged another swipe. He needed to do something about these pawns and knight. He looked over to see Kiba had just finished his foe, and the sound of a woman's voice was overheard. One of Lord Riser Knight retired. Issei noticed Kiba had now joined him, which evened the odds a little, but they were still outnumbered. Suddenly Issei emotions got the better of him. He couldn't take being weak. He was the weakest member of this team when he should have been the strongest. How was he supposed to protect Rias from Riser when he couldn't even deal with a few pawns? Issei noticed Yusei had dealt with the bishop, who now was vanishing. One of Lord Riser bishops retired. Hey Issei, you stay and take care of those pawns with Kiba. I am heading towards Riser and his queen. Rias might need help, and seeing how you're struggling, then I guess I will have to help her. Yusei smiled as he watched the emotional change of Issei's face. He knew how much Issei cared for Rias, so the little dig may be enough to boost his emotions into a higher gear. Issei's face changed and he cried out, "How dare Yusei save Rias? That was his job. Yusei wasn't even a proper pawn." Issei looked to the heaven and cried out. He was then suddenly engulfed within a pillar of green light that had shot up towards the heavens. The green energy swirled around him. His boosted gear was now glowing. Suddenly everyone heard. Boosted gear explosion. Issei looked to his arms. His gauntlet had changed again. The jewel flashed and a symbol of a dragon appeared in the center of it. Issei had never felt so much power. Suddenly he turned to Kiba. "Kiba, use your sacred gear and send it right at me." Kiba looked on bewildered. Was Issei serious? Kiba noticed the look and nodded. He then slammed his sword hand into the earth, and a fissure of slight zigzagged across the ground towards Issei's gauntlet hand, which he had now placed on the floor. The fissure of energy was absorbed into the gauntlet. Everyone then heard. Issei cried out and slammed his fist hard into the earth. Suddenly hundreds and hundreds of blades erupted from the ground and began to attack all the pawns and the remaining knight. Riser Peerage had been completely taken by surprise and had no time to dodge. Several blades had impaled them all. They all then vanished in particles of light. 5 of Lord Riser pawns, 1 knight retired. Yusei smiled. Finally Issei had awoken his sacred gear. Next stage was his balance breaker form. Yusei's attention was suddenly drawn to a loud familiar cry. His eyes widened. Akino. Yusei raced towards the cry. If something had happened to Akino, then the one responsible was going to pay. He came to a clearing and noticed Akino was laid out on the floor, her outfit ripped and burnt. Above her was a woman smiling, fireballs in each of her hands. Yusei noticed Akino turned her head and smiled gently before she vanished. Lady Riz Queen retired. Yusei locked eyes with the who had dared hurt his girl. He noticed the woman was laughing at him. Serve the right. She was becoming a real thorn in my side. Well, little boy, are you prepared to follow her? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yubaluna, Lord Riser Queen, and most value peace. I am also known as the Bomb Queen. Why, you ask? Well, you are about to find out. Yubaluna lopped 2 balls of fire at Yusei, who jumped back as the balls of fire exploded near him. Yusei retracted his helmet so Yubaluna could see his eyes. They are glowing. Your little firework display doesn't impress me, you old hag. Allow me to show you true power. Yusei replaced his helmet and shot up into the air at blinding speed. He smashed into Yubaluna, causing the Bomb Queen to cry out and fly back a few feet. Yusei noticed. She smiled. Well, it seems Rias does have someone worthy of my time after all. Take this. Yubaluna then lopped several more fireballs towards Yusei, who was using his speed to swerve and dodge the incoming explosions. He slammed into Yubaluna once more, and then used his gauntlet hand to smash her in the stomach. Yusei noticed the punch seemed to have winded her. He then focused on his thunder whip and made it materialize. He swung it over his head and then lashed it towards Yubaluna, whose leg was caught by the whip. Yusei then used all his strength to swing the whip around his head, with Yubaluna still attached. Yubaluna couldn't do a thing. Her world was spinning as she tried to break the hold this kid had on her. However, with the constant spinning, her vision became distorted and she had no clue what way was up or down. Yusei, seeing the dazed face, decided to end this little battle. This had hurt his Akino, and now she was going to pay. Yusei swung the whip over his head and towards the green mass below their feet. Yubaluna was still attached and she cried out as her whole body was slammed into the leafy undergrowth. Yusei landed a few moments after and retracted the whip. He then stalked towards Yubaluna, who was trying to take something in a small glass vial. Yusei knocked the vial out of her hands and then lifted her off the ground to face him. Yusei retracted his mask so they could see his face. You took Akino away from me, and now I will take you away from Riser. Yusei then extended his wings and took off towards the sky with Yubaluna gripped in his hands. He looked around and could see explosion in the distance. Yusei headed towards the explosion and was surprised to see Rias and Riser fighting on top of a roof. Yusei looked at Yubaluna and smiled. He then let go of her. However, before she hit the ground, Yusei charged his Slifer head gauntlet. Before the energy blast was fired, he whistled, drawing Riser attention. Hey pretty boy, say goodbye to your queen. Thunder Force Strike. The energy blast left his gauntlet and enveloped the falling Yubaluna, who screamed as she vanished into light particles. Yusei then circled and landed next to Rias and Asia. He looked down and noticed Issei and Kiba were also on their way towards them. Yusei stood behind Rias and faced down Riser, who was now glowing with a fiery aura. Obviously he didn't like his queen being treated like that. Riser was livid. All his servants had failed him, and now he found himself faced with Rias' entire peerage -2. He thought no one could defeat Yubaluna but that brat who had hit him had. This just made Riser more angry, and his eyes glowed, and suddenly he rose up. Fire began to swirl around him, and formed into a giant fireball with him at the center. This is far from over, Rias. You will be my wife, and after this attack nothing will stop that. Now begone. Yusei frowned and then quickly jumped in front of the group. He focused on creating a huge shield, which suddenly formed around them. The shield crackled violently as it fought off the intense heat now washing over it. Yusei gritted his teeth. He was struggling. Suddenly he heard several boosts from Issei. Yusei, transfer that power to me, I can amplify it. Yusei looked towards Issei and then nodded. He grabbed hold of Issei's gauntlet hand and felt his power transferred. The shield suddenly increased in size and began to crackle more as it carried on fighting the inferno now trying to engulf them. Eventually the fire died down, leaving everyone unharmed. Riser looked on as the ball of fire engulfed the area that Rias and her peerage had been standing in. Nothing could survive his Phoenix Nova attack. However, he was curious. He had expected the voice of Graphia to announce that House Phoenix had won, but he had heard nothing. Just then he noticed something shot from the fireball. It was a red and black blur that smashed into him. Riser cried out as he felt the very wind punched from him. He then heard. Riser cried out as the impact had knocked him off the roof towards the floor below. He felt bones crack and could taste his own. He struggled to get up and found his vision blocked by Rias' peerage, who had now transported down to the ground in front of him. Riser slowly got to his feet and spat out onto the ground. He was hurting all over, and what was worse, he wasn't regenerating. His eyes locked with the red and black armored foe and noticed the helmet had retracted to show Yusei's face grinning. You, what the hell have you done to me? Answer me, you trash. What have you done to me? Yusei just smirked. Well, even the odds, you see it not fair that you can regenerate. So when I punched you off the roof, I absorbed your ability to regenerate. But don't worry, it's not permanently gone. You should get it back in a few hours, but by then it will be too late. Yusei looked to Issei. He's all yours. Yusei wanted to find out where Akino and Kaneko was and had decided to leave Rias, Kiba, Asia, and Issei, who he was sure could clean up. Whoever is up there, I want out of this game. I've had enough. Yusei looked down at his body and noticed it turned into light particles. Before he vanished, he heard. One of Lady Rias' pawns surrendered. Yusei suddenly appeared in a hospital wing and noticed several people had gathered around him. Yusei pushed them off as they all tried to examine him to see if he's seriously injured. However, when they noticed he was fine, they left him and went back to standby mode for the next casualty. Yusei wondered where he was. The place looked like any normal human hospital, which he found hard to believe when he was still in the underworld. He noticed a man dressed in a white coat holding a clipboard. He wanted to find Akino and Kaneko and make sure they were both okay. Excuse me, could you tell me where Lady Rias, Queen, and Rook are resting, please? Yusei noticed the doctor looked down on his clipboard. They're both in room 123, which is down this corridor on the left. Both are in stable condition. Now if you excuse me, I have to attend to our other patients. Yusei watched the doctor walk away. He then walked down the corridor and found room 123. He knocked softly on the door and then opened it. He was relieved to see both Kaneko and Akino were sat up in bed, few plasters here and there but nothing too serious. Hey you two, how's my two favorite girls? Yusei walked into the room and took a seat between the two beds. He noticed both girls looked anxious and most likely wanted to know the result of the rating game. Did we win? As Rias saved? Yusei looked to Akino and noticed the worry on her face. He then sighed. While I left the battlefield, I was worried about you and Kaneko. However, I made sure I absorbed Riser regeneration ability, so hopefully Rias, Issei, Asia, and Kiba can defeat him. To be truthful, I could have beaten him there and then, but I know how much Issei cares for Rias, and thought maybe he should be given a chance to prove himself. I just hope I made the right decision. Back on the battlefield, all competitors were running on empty. The field around them was a wasteland. After Yusei had left, Riser had gained some confidence and was now fighting Rias and her peerage with everything he had. However, Riser still had an ace up his sleeve. He put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small vial of red liquid. Ria's eyes widened as she spotted the vial. It couldn't be Phoenix Tears that would heal all his injuries and restore his power levels. This was bad. Rias used all her strength to launch one final attack at Riser, who rolled out of the way and laughed as he downed the content of the vial. Rias watched as Riser was surrounded by a red aura. She noticed his cuts began to heal, and he stood and laughed. This was bad. Riser was now at full strength, and she was running on empty. You three get behind me. Now, Riser just used Phoenix Tears. They restore one's strength and power. Rias used all her power to raise a magical shield which was now being impacted by fireball and other attacks from Riser, who was now laughing manically. Issei growled. This wasn't fair. They had won, and now this guy had restored his strength and power. They were all sitting ducks. Not even his boosted gear could save them. Damn Yusei for running out on them. Because of his worry for Akino, he might have doomed Rias. Issei looked to his sacred gear. Is there anything I can do that will boost my power enough to beat him? I don't care what it costs. Rias is worth any type of sacrifice. Please, Drag, you must be able to do something. Issei watched as the sacred gear blinked. Issei looked up and noticed how Rias was struggling to keep the shield up as Riser bombarded them with attacks. He saw the determination on her face. She wasn't going to let anything happen to them. Issei lowered his head. If Rias was prepared to go this far to protect them, then he was too. Drake, I offer up my left arm as a sacrifice to you. Now grant me what you promised. The sacred gear suddenly started to glow, and then a loud cry could be heard from it. Scale Male Armor Mode. Issei was suddenly engulfed by a red light. Red armor began to slide into place all over his body until he was stood dressed from head to toe in shiny red armor with green orbs spread out across it. Yusei felt a sharp pain in his left arms. Issei let those words sink in. His eyes then remembered something. Devils hated the church. Anything to do with it would cause them pain. His headache when walking Asia that time was proof of that. Issei looked to Asia. He knew she didn't wear the cross, but she couldn't resist in carrying it around with her. Asia, I need that cross you carry around with you. Do you have it? Asia was surprised by the request. However, she dug into her robe and pulled out the small black box. She then handed to Issei, who was now dressed in red armor from head to toe. Issei removed the cross from the box and held in his left hand. He smiled as he felt no pain. Drake had been right. Now that his arm was that of a dragon, he had no weakness. Issei gripped the cross in his gauntlet hand and heard his gear. Issei then looked to Rias and noticed her surprise of seeing him dressed in red armor. However, there was no time. He only had 10 seconds more in this form. Issei charged headfirst into the barrage of fireball Riser was throwing at them. He used his armor hands to bat them aside until he was close enough to hit Riser. He brought his gauntlet fist back and slammed it into the stomach of the devil, who cried out as he doubled over. The punch had done serious damage thanks to it being invoked with the holy power of the cross. Issei noticed Riser backed up a few paces and looked at him. How such a punch shouldn't have done this much damage. Wait, what's that in your hand? Is that a cross? Issei allowed the cross to be seen. He then advanced forward. He only had 6 seconds left. He needed to put this creep down for good. What had pleased Issei was Riser wasn't regenerating. He brought his gauntlet fist back again and slammed into Riser's face. The impact sent Riser crashing into a nearby tree. Impossible. You're a devil. How can you use the power of the church? Unless you sacrificed your arm, didn't you? Do you know what you have done? That arm will never be the same again. You will be a freak of nature. Our Riser felt gauntlet fist smash into his face again and again. Issei carried on punching Riser over and over again until finally his armor timed out. He then left the Y-mess that was now Riser sprawled on the floor. His face was swollen, several teeth had been knocked out, and his nose was gushing. Issei then stepped back and watched as Riser tried to crawl, but ended up falling. While this had been happening, Issei's sacred gear had been boosting, and now it was at 4 boosts. Yusei aimed his gauntlet hand towards Riser and watched as an orb of green energy got bigger and bigger in his outstretched hand. Just before he fired the energy blast, he heard Riser. Don't do this. You don't know how important this union is between us. You're nothing but a servant. You shouldn't mess with your betters. Issei narrowed his eyes. I don't care if this union is good for devil kind. I only care about one thing, and that is Rias. She doesn't want to marry you, and will not if you or anyone else force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Now say goodbye to Rias. As this engagement is over, Issei fired the energy blast at Riser, who cried out and vanished in the green blast. Lord Riser defeated, winner Lady Rias. Issei fell to the ground. That had taken a lot out of him, but at least he had protected Rias. Issei suddenly found himself embraced by Rias, who was hugging him and holding him to her chest. He heard her crying and felt the tears on his clothes. Thank you, Issei. You did it. You saved me. Rias carried on holding until Issei, as the world around them suddenly vanished, until they were stood in the middle of an arena, which was filled with spectators. Rias and Issei broke the embrace and heard chatting until finally the arena was brought to silence by someone standing in the royal box. Both Rias and Issei looked up to see Surzech ready to address the spectators. Ladies and gentlemen of the underworld, the winner of this rating game is Lady Rias Gremory, and as she has won, I declare the engagement with House Phoenix be voided and revoked. Now I believe Lady Rias and her peerage have other places to be. Rias closed her eyes in relief. It was finally over. She had won, which meant she didn't have to marry that slime ball. More importantly, Issei had been the one to take Riser down and to protect her. However, her eyes were now drawn to his arm that was now red and scaly. Issei, what happened to your arm? Rias lifted and examined it. She then felt it. The arm was hard, red, and had scales. Issei sighed. Rias, the only way I could save you was by sacrificing a piece of my body to Drake. That was why I could use scale mail. In exchange for the temporary power, I had to give up my left arm. But I would do it again if it meant saving you. Issei was suddenly cut off by Rias' lips on his. Wow, was Rias Gremory actually ing him? This was awesome. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yusei and the girls was watching the moment on TV. Who knew devils watched TV, let alone had their own TV network? Yusei watched as the camera zoomed in on Rias and Issei. Nice job, Issei. It seems I was right to leave Riser to you. Issei opened his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. There in his eyes sight were too big. It was then he looked up and his eyes widened. It was Rias, and she was asleep naked next to him. Issei suddenly felt that his hand was a little wet and looked down. No way, his hand was cupping her naked womanhood. How the hell did this happen? Issei tried to remember what had happened yesterday. He had beaten Riser and had saved Rias from her engagement. It was then he remembered what happened after that. Flashback underworld. Issei was stood in the garden of the Gremory estate. Everyone had recovered and now were gathered around him and Rias. Issei, I wasn't sure if you had in you to defeat Riser, so I had this prepared in case you needed to make a quick escape. Sirzech then showed Issei a piece of paper with a magic circles on it, which was glowing. The seal on the paper then dispersed a beam of light into the middle of the group. There was a loud screech. Stood before them was a four-legged beast with wings. It had the head of a bird and the body of a lion. The griffin shook his feathery head. Issei, I want you and Rias to ride this out of here. It will be good for you too, to spend some time together alone. I will transport the rest of your peerage back to Ku. Issei gulped and noticed Rias had grabbed his hand and was now leading him towards the griffin. He noticed Rias turned and smiled at him. Please Issei, climb on. Issei climbed onto the griffin and then watched as Rias sat side-saddled in front of him. Issei took hold of the rein and made sure Rias was secure, before gently shaking the reins forcing the griffin to start running. Its huge wings suddenly opened and started to fly up. Rias turned in his arms. Issei, I just want to say thank you again. You sacrificed a part of your body just for me. No one has ever done anything like that for me before. Rias then moved her head toward Issei and locked lips with him. Issei blinked in surprise. Rias was in him again. This was awesome. Issei closed his eyes and suddenly felt Rias' tongue trying to force itself into his mouth. Issei opened his mouth and allowed Rias' tongue inside his mouth. In turn he poked his own tongue into her mouth. Both carried on Frenching and was too occupied with each other that they had no clue they were flying past the moon in the sky. It was so big tonight that the griffin looked like a little black shadow against the face of it. Rias suddenly broke that was my first proper Issei, kind of a big moment for a young girl. I really liked it though. Oh, by the way Issei, I decided that I want to live with you, is that okay? End of flashback. That's right, now he remembered Rias was boarding here with him and his parents. Still, that didn't explain why she was in his bed naked and why his hand was now between her legs. Issei tried to pull his hand away, however Rias' legs suddenly clamped down on his hand. Issei was panicking, was one thing, but this was awesome. Issei suddenly froze as Rias opened her eyes. Issei, good morning. Issei gulped. Yeah, totally good morning. Not that I am upset, but what on earth are you doing in bed naked? I thought you had the room down from mine. Rias smiled, and then rolled onto Issei and hovered over him, letting her fall right down onto Issei's surprised face. I am sorry, but I couldn't sleep in my own room, so decided to come sleep with you. I don't normally wear anything in bed, and it's not like you haven't seen me naked before. Still, if you want me to go, I will understand. Rias was about to get off Issei when she felt her arm gripped gently. No, it's okay Rias, it was just shock that all. Please stay with me. Issei noticed Rias smiled and then leaned down and at him. However, they were stopped going in further by a knock on the door. Issei, are you awake? It's time for your morning training. Issei suddenly blinked in surprise. If Asia saw Rias in his bed, all hell would break loose. However, before he could decide what to do, Rias had already called out. Asia, do you mind? Issei and I still in bed? We will be out soon. Issei's eyes widened and looked at Rias in complete surprise. Did she just tell Asia that they were sleeping together? Issei heard his door slammed open and Asia was in the doorway, ready to take her clothes off. It's not fair, I won't be left out anymore. Asia then stripped off her nightgown and jumped onto the bed completely naked to the surprise of Rias and Issei. Half an hour later, after both Asia and Rias had stopped arguing, everyone sat down for breakfast. Rias had prepared something really special for Issei and his family, and it was clear by everyone's faces they were really enjoying it. I must say, Rias, this is very good. If this is what your cooking is normally like, then please stay as long as you like. Issei dad used his chopsticks to pick up another piece of salmon. Issei had to agree this was really good. The only one who didn't seem to be enjoying it was Asia, who was still not happy with Rias staying here. Now she would want Issei all to herself, which was not fair. A huge tic formed in Asia's forehead as she heard Issei compliment the breakfast. Dad's right, this is really good. Ouch. Issei felt his arm pinched and then looked to Asia, who was looking a little upset. Not upset as in sad, but upset as in angry. Oh mother, would it be okay if I hosted our meeting here tonight? The place we normally meet is being cleaned and no one is allowed in the building. Issei mum blinked. She was still getting used to be calling mum from Asia and Rias. She smiled gently. Of course it is, my dear. You can have as many of your friends over as you want. Issei's mouth dropped. He was never allowed anyone over. What made Rias any different? Academy. Issei was sat at his desk looking into space. Class hadn't started yet. He was suddenly disturbed by his two best friends, who didn't seem that too pleased. Well bro, when was you going to tell us you and Asia were dating, or that you were blackmailing Rias so you could touch her ass? Issei blinked in surprise. What the hell were these two going on about? He and Asia wasn't dating, and he certainly wasn't blackmailing Rias. Where on earth had these two had this from? Where the hell did you hear that Asia and I are not dating? The reason we're a little close is because she is boarding at my house. As for Rias, I recently joined a club which she runs, so that's why we sometimes talk. I have no idea where you got the idea that I was blackmailing her. What about Aquino? Is Yusei blackmailing her too? Come on, a girl like Aquino wouldn't go near a loser like Yusei. He must have something on her. Issei groaned. Look, what happens between Yusei and Akino is his business. All I know is they're dating, and both are really into each other. So just stop listening to rumors, okay? Chill, bro. It's not the only rumors going around involving you. There's one that says you and Kiba are gay for each other. That was the last straw. Issei was about to punch his friend in the face when he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Those bastards had annoyed him so much that his dragon arm was beginning to come through. Issei left his seat and ran out of the classroom. He made his way to the third-year classroom and spotted Rias. He quietly beckoned her outside, much to the surprise of the rest of her class. Issei, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class? What's wrong with your arm? Issei noticed. Rias quickly examined it and frowned. I see. I will let Akino know. She will have to get rid of the energy. Go to the club room. The cleaning not starting till this afternoon. I will send Akino down to you. And Issei, you know the ritual will have to be performed naked, right? That means you will have to keep your perverted thoughts in check, unless you want Yusei beating the crap out of you. Issei gulped. Yusei was off for the day. Apparently he was feeling really tired and drained from yesterday's raiding game. Ah, serve the right for showing off. Okay, Rias, I will talk later. Issei then walked down the corridor away from the classroom. The cult research club room. Issei sat patiently with just a towel wrapped around his waist. He was really nervous. This would be the first time he and Akino had been alone. What made this worse was she had to be naked to perform this ritual. Issei was just glad Yusei was nowhere to be seen, otherwise all hell would break loose. Issei looked to the door and noticed it opened. Akino came in just in a bathrobe, which was soaked. Akino had obviously taken a shower. Sorry I am late, Issei. I had to take a quick shower. Now let's see what happened. Oh dear, it looks like your dragon arm is back. I will have to suck out the energy again. Give me your finger, Issei. Before we start, I want to make sure we are clear. There is nothing perverted about this. I am just going to suck out the dragon energy in your arm. Hopefully it will go back to normal then. Also, I know that you're a hormonal teenager, but please remember that I am dating your best friend. Issei sighed. Yusei was lucky bastard if he got to see this on a daily basis. Issei watched as Akino took his hand in hers and then brought his fingers to her mouth. Issei was ready to have a nosebleed as he felt his fingers enveloped by something warm and wet. Issei was doing his best to control himself as Akino sucked harder and started to lick his fingers. He could feel the dragon energy being drained from his arm, and soon it had returned back to normal. While the truth was his arm would never be normal again, it was an illusion spell cast by Akino to make his arm look human. However, when he got stressed or angry, the spell would break, allowing people to see his real arm. Akino removed Issei's finger from her mouth and examined his arm. It was back to normal. Akino then used her magic to put another spell on the arm, reinforcing her previous spell. They're all done. I have to go now, Issei, but we'll see you later at your house for the meeting. Take care. Issei watched Akino leave the room. He noticed her hips sway and her tight rear was teasing him like crazy. Yusei, a lucky bastard, he gets to tap that. I wonder if Rias will ever let me go all the way with her. Evening, Issei house. Everyone was sat around in a circle inside Issei bedroom. All their attention turned to Rias, who was sat on Issei bed. Thank you all for coming tonight. I just want to let you know that the contract numbers are in for this month. Akino is 13, Kiba 10, Kaneko 8, Asia 3. There was a loud cheer at this. It was very rare for a new devil to get one contract in their first month, let alone 3. Asia's face suddenly went red with embarrassment as everyone carried on praising her. However, Rias soon brought everything back to order. Finally, Issei with 0. Issei's head fell. He sucked at this. He had been a devil for nearly 2 months and he was yet to get a contract. Sure, he went out to the summoners, but ended up messing things up. Issei noticed the disappointment on everyone's face. What hurt the most was Rias didn't look too happy. However, things were going to get worse as Issei's mum entered the room with a tray full of biscuits. I hope you are all having fun. I just wanted to show you a few old albums of Issei when he was a baby. Issei's mum then passed out several albums. Issei's mouth dropped. Why would his mum do this to him? Soon the room was filled with ohs and cute. The girls especially were making a real big deal of the album. Issei wanted a hole to swallow him. However, he was suddenly distracted by Kiba, who was looking at one of the albums. Hey Issei, who's this in the picture with you? Issei moved off the floor so he could see what Kiba was looking at. The photo was him sitting down with his childhood friend, who had moved away when he was little. Oh, he used to live next door to us. We always spent time together before he moved away. Why, you ask? Kiba looked back to the photo and frowned at what he saw in the background. There hanging on the wall was a sword, but not just any sword, a holy sword. Kiba had a nasty history involving the holy relics. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on the past. Kiba put the album down. He needed to get some fresh air. It looked like the meeting was already over. Forgive my rudeness, Rias, but you mind if I go home? I am not feeling too good. Rias frowned. She could tell Kiba was lying, and he looked quite agitated. Rias wondered what could have caused this. However, when she saw the album laid on the floor and the picture Issei and Kiba had been talking about, she understood why her knight wanted to leave. That's fine, Kiba. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming. Rias watched Kiba bow and then leave the room. Once he left, she picked up the album and studied the picture. She frowned at the sword in the background. It seems the wound still ran deep in Kiba at what happened all those years ago. In town late at night, Kiba was walking along the quiet street, thinking about the sword he had seen in the photo. He had just turned into a small street when he heard a curdling cry from a nearby alley. Kiba noticed someone came running out. He was a priest, and his robes were soaked in. The priest fell at Kiba's feet and grabbed hold of his uniform. "Help me please, you have to help me, he going to kill me." Kiba didn't understand anything the priest was saying, however when he heard a manic laugh, his eyes narrowed and looked to the alley where a boy no older than 18 came running out, a huge sword in his hands. It was Freed the stray exorcist. Kiba had thought, after the fallen angel incident then he would have the brains to leave Ku, however it seems that wasn't the case. Kiba looked at the sword in Freed's hands and growled, it was giving off a holy aura. Freed laughed at the scene in front of him. "Oh my, what do we have here? A traitor and shitty devil? This must be my lucky day." Kiba looked down at the priest and could see he had died of loss. He pushed the body to the side and then caused a magical circle to appear. He then pulled out a sword from the circle and stood ready to fight. Freed laughed again. "Your shitty sword is no much for this blade, devil ass." Behold the holy blade Excalibur. Freed the charged head first and slashed the holy sword down, only for it to be parried by Kiba. Both swordsmen began to wield their respective blades. The sound of steel on steel echoed around them, as they continued their deadly dance in the quiet street. Both locked blades once more. Kiba noticed Freed still had that manic grin on his face. "Come on, shitty devil, I thought you were better than this, or does my holy blade Excalibur scare you?" Kiba gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might. He broke Freed's guard and thrust forward, only for the exorcist to sidestep and jump back. Kiba charged forward. All sense of danger had left his mind. This freak was wielding a holy sword. It had to be destroyed. It was his lifelong goal to destroy every holy sword that existed. The sound of steel on steel carried ringing through the quiet neighborhood. Eventually, though, Kiba noticed Freed jumped back. "Enough of this, I have other things to do tonight. See you around, devil ass." Freed then laughed and vanished into the dark alley. Kiba gave chase and found himself in the small alley, but Freed was nowhere to be seen. Kiba growled and slammed his sword hand into the ground. He had been so close to destroying one of those cursed blades, and now he allowed Freed to escape. Kiba decided to leave the area before the body of the priest was discovered, and he was implicated in the crime. However, this wasn't over by a long shot. Issei groaned as he cycled the last several miles back from tonight's summons. He had been asked by the summoner to share a drink with him, and just to talk. The only problem was Issei was underage, so he couldn't drink. Still, he had stayed and talked with the man. He had listened for hours as the man poured out his life story. However, the man seemed grateful and in exchange for his service had offered him a very rare painting as payment. The only problem was this painting was weighing down his bike too much and now he was struggling. Issei let out a sigh of relief as he spotted his house in the distance. He pulled up outside it, and then untied the huge painting. God only knows what he was planning on doing with it, but decided that Rias could decide. After securing his bike, he walked into his house towards the stairs and carried the huge painting upstairs. As he approached his room, he noticed the light under the door and could hear Rias and Asia talking. "So you think it was this picture that upset Kiba?" "I don't know why. All it shows is Issei," and his friend sat down smiling. Issei put the painting down gently and opened the door. As he did, he heard Rias reply, "Yes, Asia, but I don't believe it was just a picture that freaked him out, but what he saw in it. This on the wall behind the two of them is a holy sword, a weapon that is lethal to our kind." Issei walked in quietly. "Hey, you two, why you're still up? Thought you would both be in bed. Hey, you still looking at that old photo album?" Issei walked over to the two girls and peeked over their shoulder. "So that's why Kiba acted all weird earlier." Rias looked down to Issei. "Yes, as I was explaining to Asia, the holy sword is the greatest threat to our kind. One cut from a holy sword could be lethal to us. That is why the church seeked out the 7 fragments of Excalibur." Issei's eyes widened. "No way, the Excalibur, the sword wielded by Arthur Pendragon. It couldn't be. That was just a myth, a legend. It couldn't be real, could it?" "Rias, are we talking about the Excalibur, the sword of kings, the blade that King Arthur used to rule over Camelot?" Rias sighed. "The very same, Issei. You see, the church believed that the blade was forged by God himself. The true Excalibur was shattered in a world eons ago, and the fragments were scattered throughout the world. The church wanted these fragments and searched the globe until they had found all 7 pieces. The true Excalibur, however, couldn't be reforged, and so they decided to forge 7 new holy swords from the fragments using the art of alchemy. The church, however, faced another problem. Not just anyone could wield these holy swords, only those filled with enough light energy could wield them. The church began to conduct experiments on test subjects who they believed could wield the holy swords." Issei's eyes blinked in surprise. "Test subjects?" Rias' head lowered and continued with the story. "Yes, test subjects. However, the experiment was a failure. Not one of the subjects could handle the power of the holy swords, and so the church decided to dispose of them. Kiba was one of these test subjects. However, he was able to escape the mass murder that took place. Unfortunately, he was the only one. When I found him, he was on the doorstep of death. I looked into his heart and saw the hate and betrayal he felt from the church and what it had tried to do to him. I also saw plenty of potential and invited him into my family. While he was with me, he slowly opened up to me about his experience within the church and how he had been subjected to test by the priest to see if he could wield the holy blades. He then swore that he would hunt down every holy sword and destroy them for what they put him through and how because of them, he had almost been killed. I will have to keep an eye on him from now on. I can't allow him to do something that he could later regret. Anyway, it's been a long night and we should all get to bed." Rias then stood up and began to remove her school uniform, much to the surprise of Issei and Asia. She pulled her shirt off to show her impressive bust, which was just being contained by her black bra. However, that was soon removed, allowing her naked to bounce around freely. Issei's mouth was ajar, and he was drooling. He watched as Rias then removed her skirt and finally her panties. Eventually, though, Issei came back to reality. "Hey Rias, I really don't mind the striptease and all, but can I ask why you're doing in my room?" Rias smiled as she folded her uniform and placed it on Issei's desk. "Well, you know I can't sleep unless I am naked, and the reason I am in your room is because I am going to share your bed tonight. Hope you don't mind." "No, you can't. I won't let you. It's not fair. You always get to sleep with Issei. It's my turn." Asia then began to strip out of her uniform until she too was naked. Now both girls were frowning at each other, with Issei looking from one to the other. "Listen, Asia, I am only going to tell you this once. Issei is my servant, and I am his master. If I want to sleep with my servant, then that's what I will do." Asia wasn't happy. "What you say may be true, Rias, but you're not the only one who cares about Issei. I care about him too, and I want to sleep with him tonight." "I know, let's have Issei decide." Issei froze. Oh no, they were dragging him into this. Issei looked to both naked girls and noticed the look they were giving him. Issei wasn't sure what to do. Sure, sleeping with Rias was great, but he didn't want to upset Asia. On the other hand, if he chose Asia, then he would upset Rias. Suddenly he got a great idea. Sure, he might get slapped silly, but it was worth a try. "I know, how about you both sleep with me tonight? Rias on one side, and Asia on the other side." Both girls looked at each other, then turned their backs on each other. They then shouted in unison, "Fine." Next day at the academy, Yusei and Akino were walking towards the main gates of the academy when both noticed two figures. They were dressed in white and gold robes. Both figures had their hoods up, and one of them had what looked like a sword hanging off their back. However, it was all wrapped up. Yusei noticed Akino suddenly stopped and froze. "What wrong, Akino?" Akino wasn't feeling too good. Her warning system was going off, and the closer they got towards the two figures, the more pain she was feeling. "Those two up ahead, they're from the church." Yusei looked at the figures once more, and now noticed both were in a conversation with the student president. Yusei felt his hand gripped hard. Akino was really freaked out. Both teens just stood there and waited. Eventually the two members of the church walked off. Yusei frowned, so Surzech had not been joking when he had told Yusei last night about the two agents of heaven. Flashback. Yusei was sat down eating his dinner. He had slept all day, and now he was famished. Just as he was about to tuck into his evening meal, he noticed a magical circle appeared in his dining room. It was the Gremory seal. Yusei stood from his chair ready to greet whomever had decided to visit him. When the person appeared, Yusei's eyes widened. He then bowed. It was the current Lucifer Surzech. The question was, why was the Devil King here to see him? "Lord Gremory, how can I help you?" Although Yusei was no devil, he still bowed in respect to the current ruler of the underworld. Surzech smiled. "Rise, Yusei, you don't need to bow to me. You are not a devil or part of the underworld. Still, I appreciate your manners. I apologize for the late visit, but I having something to tell you. Your little performance in the raiding game didn't go unnoticed, and in fact has caused quite a stir in the underworld. As you have no allegiance, some of the older members of the underworld are worried that you will be used against us. Others are just curious in where your power originate from." Yusei bowed in apology. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to cause such trouble. I was just trying to help my friends and protect my girlfriend Akino. I had no idea that my performance would have such an impact. After all, I am only human." Surzech nodded. "That's the problem, Yusei. The power you wield is far beyond that of human understanding. My sister told me that your sacred gear is possessed by 3 separate spirits. She also mentioned the deal that the Dragon of Infinity made with them. Your power rivals that of a high-class devil, Yusei, and the underworld is not the only faction worried about you. Heaven has also been making noise and keeping a tab on you." Yusei blinked in surprise. "Wait, Heaven, why would they be worried? It's not like I am about to declare war on God." Surzech shook his head. "They don't know that though, Yusei. All they see is a human who wields a sacred gear that has power beyond that of many other divine beings. It is for this reason that I need to talk to you. Earlier today I was visited by the Commander of Heaven. He is sending 2 agents to Ku. They are here to investigate an incident. 2 holy relics have been stolen from the church, and they feel the fallen angels are to blame. However, we too are suspects. Being the holy relic they are looking for is our bane. They are also here on another mission though, to report on you, and if they feel you are a threat to heaven, then they will act. You need to prepare yourself, Yusei." Yusei frowned. "You mean if they feel I am threat, they're going to try kill me?" Surzech nodded. "Either that or they will try convince you to fight for heaven, and if that fails, then yes, I feel they will kill you." Yusei lowered his head and reflected on all he had just been told. Does Rias know about this 2 agents visiting Ku? This being her territory, I would thought she would have to know. Surzech nodded. "I was going to visit her tonight, but she has already retired to bed with Issei and Asia. I don't wish to disturb them. However, if you could pass on the information, it would be much appreciated. Well, goodbye, Yusei, and good luck." Surzech then stepped into the magical circle and vanished. End of flashback. Yusei felt his arm being pulled gently. He noticed Akino was looking at him worried. "What's wrong, Yusei? Those 2 are gone. I am fine now." Yusei looked down at Akino. We need to find Rias now. Her brother visited me last night and told me 2 agents from heaven were going to be in town. I guess those were the 2 agents he was referring to. Akino's eye widened. Yusei was visited by Surzech. That didn't normally happen unless something big was going on, and normally he would report to Rias. Why was Surzech at your house last night? Yusei sighed. Well, my performance in the raiding games has caused some big ripples in the underworld. Many of the old crowd, as Surzech called them, are worried about my power and potential. However, it's not only the underworld who is worried. Heaven have also been keeping an eye on me. The 2 agents are here to investigate a thief from the church. They believe fallen angels are behind it, but they also have another motive: to report on me and to determine if I am a threat. If they come to that conclusion, then my life could be in danger. Akino's eyes widened. This was bad. Yusei was right. Rias needed to be told right away. The 2 of them made their way to Akino's class and just came around the corner when they noticed Rias was talking with the school president. By her face, they knew wasn't good. Akino watched as Rias waved goodbye. She then noticed the 2 of them. Good morning, Yusei. Akino, how are you both? Yusei sighed. Rias, I need to talk to you. Your brother visited me last night and told me a few things. 2 agents from heaven are here in town. Akino and I just saw them. One looked like they were carrying a sword, but it was wrapped up. Rias frowned. Yes, Sona just told me. The 2 wish to meet with me tomorrow. They didn't go in detail, but they told Sona it was urgent. Yusei nodded. It is. 2 holy swords have been stolen from the church and they believe the fallen angels are responsible. They're also here for another reason, though, to monitor me. Rias blinked in surprise. Why, what happened? Tell me, Yusei. I need to know in case my peerage is in danger. If one of those agents did have a holy sword with them, then I need to take steps in protecting my peerage. Yusei lowered his head. Well, I spoke to your brother last night. I made quite an impression on the underworld with my performance. Some of them fear me and worry that I will be used to destroy them. However, the underworld is not the only faction who has noticed. Heaven are keeping tabs too. The 2 agents will determine if I am a threat to heaven, and if they come to that conclusion, then they might try and recruit me or worse, kill me. Rias sighed. You may not be a devil, Yusei, but you helped me when I needed it. If those angels try to lay one hand on you, I will act. There are no meeting this evening as I am going around Sona. We need to catch up a little. See you around, Yusei. Yusei had Akino goodbye and then left for his own class. Later that evening, Asia and Issei were walking home. As they turned down their street, both got an uneasy feeling in their stomachs. It was the same feeling Issei had got when he had first walked Asia to the church. Something was wrong, and the closer they got home, the worse the pain got. Issei ran towards his house, ignoring the pain with Asia behind him. Something was in his house that was making him feel uncomfortable. Issei opened the door, dreading the worst. He heard laughter coming from the lounge. Issei charged in, ready to defend his parents. However, he froze as sitting opposite his mum were 2 girls. Both were dressed in white and gold robes. Oh, Issei, it's so good to see you again. It's been too long. Issei looked at one of the girls. She had mousy brown hair and 2 long pigtails that dropped down either side of her face. She had purple eyes and was smiling. Issei was a little confused. He had never seen this girl in life. Excuse me, but who are you? Issei suddenly noticed his mum turned towards him and frowned. Don't be so rude, Issei. Come on, you must remember Irina. You 2 were always playing together when she lived next door. She grown up into a very pretty girl, hasn't she? Issei's mouth dropped comically and noticed the girl was smiling at him. Wait, you're a girl? All that time I was around yours? I thought you were a boy. Irina laughed. Well, I guess I was a little tomboy back then. My hair was a lot shorter too, and being so young I didn't have anything growing up here, so I can forgive you thinking I was a boy. I got into town yesterday and thought I would pop over and catch up. This is Zenovia, she a friend and colleague of mine. Issei looked to the other girl and saw her frowning. She had short blue hair, apart from a few strands that were green which fell from the front of her head. Issei looked beside her where something was wrapped up. Whatever it was, Issei didn't like it. The room suddenly got very tensed. However, before anything could kick off, Issei's mum intervened. Well, what say I go get some biscuits? It will give you and Irina a chance to catch up. Issei's mum was about to get up when she was interrupted by Zenovia. It's okay, Mrs. Hayato. In fact, we need to get to the hotel we're staying at. We would normally stay at the local church, but it seemed the one in this town has been abandoned. Issei, it was nice to meet you. Maybe we will see each other again. Zenovia then picked up the wrapped package and walked past. Issei felt the aura of the wrapped object. However, he was soon distracted by Irina appearing in front of him. It was nice to see you again, Issei. Maybe we will see each other around town. See you. Irina then left as well. Soon as the 2 had left, Issei and Asia started to feel more relaxed, and the feeling in their stomach was slowly vanishing. Mum, Asia and I are heading for bed. It's been a long day and we're both tired. We will see you tomorrow at breakfast. Night, Mum. Both Asia and Issei then walked up the stairs towards his room. Issei and Asia entered the room and closed the door. Both then fell onto the bed. However, a few minutes later, the slammed open and Rias came running into the room. Issei, Asia, you're okay? I was so worried. I sensed something was wrong and got back here soon as I could. I am so happy to see you're both okay. Rias hugged both Asia and Issei to her chest. I promise I will be more careful in future. Issei wasn't sure what had got into Rias, but he was enjoying being squashed up against Rias again. To him there was no better place on earth. Next day, Cult Research Club. Everyone was tensed. Rias sat on the sofa with her peerage stood behind her. Opposite on the other sofa was the two agents from the church, Irina and Zenobia. Both sat up straight, still wrapped up in their gold and white robes. So 2 holy swords have been stolen, and you want permission to investigate, as you feel that the fallen angels are responsible. Zenobia looked across at Rias. She could tell she and Irina were on dangerous ground. This wasn't just any devil, but the sister of the current Lucifer. Yes, as this town is under your rule, then we require your permission. However, we also ask that you not get involved. Rias narrowed her eyes. Oh, I see. You think that we might be working with the fallen angel, due to the holy sword's effect on us. You tread dangerously, knight of the church. We devil will never work with fallen angels. They are as much trouble to us as you are. Zenobia smiled. Long as we agree on that, Irina and I will be taking our leave now. Just as she stood up, she noticed Issei hidden behind Issei. She also noticed the figure stood by the door, who was narrowing their eyes at her. Are you Issei Argento? Issei was surprised to be addressed. She nervously nodded. Yes, that's right, I'm Issei Argento. Zenobia nodded. I thought so. It would make sense that we would bump into a witch in place like this. Oh my god, it is you. You're the former saint turned witch. I heard you were banished from the church because you healed a devil, and that you can heal fallen angels too. Yuck, why would you want to heal such filth? Irina was making a very disgusted face at Issei, which was causing Issei to become upset. Issei had heard enough. However, before he could say anything, Yusei stepped in. Well, if the church are looking to impress me, then they're doing a very poor job at it. After all, why would I join a bunch of bullies, who think they're above everyone else because they apparently have God on their side? The sudden insult had caused Zenobia to go on the defensive. How dare you? Just who do you think you are to judge me and my colleague? Zenobia watched as the mysterious boy smiled. She then looked to his arm. Trinity gear activate. Yusei carried on smiling. That would be Yusei, Muto, wielder of the sacred gear Trinity, and a neutral in this war of yours. Zenobia tensed up. So this was the boy HQ we're talking about. She could feel the aura coming from him. It was both powerful and scary. If you are neutral, then why are you in a den full of devils? Yusei smirked. Simple. My girlfriend and best friend are in Rias' peerage. I was offered a place in her family too, but I refused. However, so far out of all the factions, the devils have shown me friendship and acceptance even though I am only human. I didn't mean to insult you, I just say things how I see them, and right now you are being out of line bullying Asia. After all, aren't Christians supposed to be all about forgiving and turning the other cheek and stuff like that? Zenobia frowned. She wasn't sure how to reply to that. Zenobia walked towards the door followed by Irina. However, she found her path blocked by the blonde who had been standing against the door. Out of my way, I don't wish to be trapped in this room any longer. Kiba smiled. Well, that's too bad, because I have a bone to pick with both of you. Those are holy swords you're carrying, I am correct. Well then we have a problem. You see, if it is one thing I can't stand, it's a holy sword, which leads me to one option. I challenge you to duel. Rias suddenly stood up and grinned. Why, that's a great idea. How about it, knight of the church? You want to prove yourself, then face 2 of my peerage in a little sparring contest. No killing, just a little contest of strength. What do you say? Zenobia turned and narrowed her eyes at Rias. Very well, Lady Gremory, choose your 2 fighters. The air was thick with tension as both factions stood in a face-off. Zenobia and Irina on one side, while Issei and Kiba stood on the other side. The rest of the group stood a few feet away to watch the contest. Zenobia removed the sword from her back. As she did, the wrapping was ripped apart, revealing a powerful-looking long sword. The handle looked like it belonged on the end of an axe as 2 crescent-shaped blades stuck out on either side. The blade itself was a rusty brown color, which ended with 3 separate points, like those you would find on a trident. The wind howled as Zenobia wielded the blade. Behold the Excalibur Destruction, also known as the Holy Sword of Destruction. Zenobia swung the blade around her head and then stabbed the ground with the blade, causing a mini earthquake which knocked everyone down onto their backsides and kicked up a lot of dust. Kiba shielded his eyes as the dust started to clear. They then widened as in front of Zenobia, where she had stabbed her sword into the ground, was a huge crater. Kiba smiled. 2 can play that game. Sword birth. Kiba stabbed his own blade in the ground. Suddenly the earth erupted with blades of different sizes and style and color. Zenobia stepped back. She hadn't been expecting that. Sword birth. One of the test subject in the Holy Sword Project could use that sacred gear. Rumors are he escaped the purge. Tell me, are you that survivor? Kiba head stayed lowered, and his grip around the sword in his hand tightened. You will never know. Now Kiba then charged forward and locked blades with Zenobia. The impact of the 2 blades colliding caused a shock wave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Irina was pouting and being dramatic. She couldn't believe her childhood friend, the boy she used to play with, could turn into a devil. Issei, I can't believe you sold your soul to devils. I am so disappointed in you. Issei stood ready with his boosted gear on show. It wasn't like I had a choice. I was killed by a fallen angel. Rias did the only thing she could do to save my life, and I am grateful for that. Now, are we going to spar, or are you just going to stand there and cry all day? Irina was shaking her head. Oh, to return to my hometown, only to find out I have to kill my childhood friend. Oh, alas, fate can be so cruel. I promise I will make it quick and painless, Issei. Irina then jumped and slashed her sword down, only to make contact with Issei gauntlet, much to Issei relief. Hey, chill, I thought there was no killing, this was just a friendly fight. Issei jumped back and used his training to dodge the various slashes, all the time his sacred gear was boosting. Issei noticed the frustration on Irina's face. Irina growled in frustration, "Stand still, Issei. I promise it will be quick and painless. I don't want my childhood friend to suffer. Please let's not drag this out any longer than we have to." Issei flipped back, avoiding another slash. All that agility training with Yusei was really beginning to pay off. Issei heard his gear boost a fourth time. He then smiled. Irina really did look cute in the black bodysuit, and those, Issei thought, suddenly turned very perverted. "Oh Irina, you keep worshipping God, and I will keep worshipping your bod." Irina looked at Issei and her eyes widened. She attempted to cover herself, as she noticed a smile on his face which was really freaking her out. "How dare you, Issei? I don't even know you anymore. You never used to be like this. No doubt these devils have been having a negative effect on you. Now stand still so I can save you from yourself and these devil who have led you astray. Be careful with that one. He's a real pervert. He has the power to blow off a girl's clothing simply by touching them." Irina looked to the gathered group and could see a small white-haired girl eating an ice cream. Issei's mouth dropped. "Kaneko, why would you tell her about my powers? I wanted it to be a surprise." Issei's head dropped as he heard the little first-year reply. "Because you're a pervert and the enemy of all women." Kaneko then went back to eating her ice cream, much to the amusement of the rest of the group. The only one who wasn't amused was Issei, who looking down with an aura of sadness around him. "Sometimes you can be really mean, Kaneko." Irina's mouth dropped. "Wait, he can do what? Oh Issei, if it's not enough that you've become a devil, but now your heart is filled with wickedness too. Please Lord, never forgive this little pervert." That was it. Issei had heard enough. "Come to me, Irina, let me touch that cute bod of yours." Issei ran towards Irina, causing the girl to shriek and avoid Issei's hands from touching her. What had happened to her little Issei? Irina found herself cornered and froze as Issei jumped towards her. "Got you." Irina sidestepped, avoiding Issei's hands. However, she had been standing in front of the small group consisting of Rias, Akino, Asia, and Kaneko. His hand accidentally made contact with the girl's clothes, and as he fell he clicked his fingers. The sound of clothes and girls' screams could be heard throughout the clearing. Issei looked up and froze. His nose started to bleed from being so excited. There in front of him was Rias, Kaneko, Asia, and Akino without a piece of clothing, and a very pissed-off Yusei who was now stood over him. "Oh crap." Yusei activated his sacred gear and then picked Issei up. He then slammed his gauntlet hand into Issei's chest, causing Issei to go flying into the trunk of a nearby tree. He then marched over towards the tree. Issei was warned about keeping his perverted thoughts in check. Irina just looked on. Wow, did that boy really just use one punch? Issei had flown a good 7 meters and would have gone further had he not slammed into that tree. Irina was the only one paying attention. Zenobia parried away Kiba's blade and looked out of the corner of her eye. She heard the screams and then noticed the group of girls were naked and screaming. She then watched as the Trinity gear wielder picked up Issei and punched him. Her eyes widened at the distance. That was some impressive power. It seems heaven had reason to worry about this mysterious gear. Zenobia's attention turned back to the devil in front of her. The boy was strong and knew how to use a blade. However, nothing could compare to a true holy sword. With one mighty swing, her sword broke the devil's own, forcing the devil to fall onto his backside and freeze as Zenobia stood over him, with the tip of her blade resting on his chest. "Do you yell, devil?" Kiba wasn't happy. He had been beaten, and now he was helpless. Even if he could grab another sword, it wouldn't be quick enough to avoid the stab from the holy sword. Kiba hated losing, especially to a holy sword wielder, but he had no choice. A yield, Kiba felt the blade removed from his chest, and noticed Zenobia slung it over her shoulder. Meanwhile, Asia was stood between Issei and Yusei, trying to stop Yusei doing any more damage. "That's enough, Yusei. I am sure Issei has learned his lesson. It was an accident after all." Yusei looked down at Issei. Maybe he had gone a little far. Still, it would teach him a lesson to keep his mind out of the gutter, or at least he hoped it would. Rias had seen enough. Kiba was beaten, and it was clear Issei wasn't going to be getting up anytime soon. "That's enough. This fight is over. As agreed knights of the church, we devils will no interfere with your investigation. However, should the fallen angels or the church decided to turn on us, then we will defend ourselves." Zenobia and Irina looked at the sister of Lucifer. That could tell she wasn't joking. Both sheathed their swords and bowed. They then turned and walked away. Later that day, "You are doing what no Kiba, I forbid it. You are a knight of House Gremory. I won't allow you to do this." Rias was in a heated argument with her knight, who had just told her that he was going to search out those who had stolen the Excalibur swords. He would then destroy them and kill their wielder. "I am sorry, President, but I won't miss up on this chance to avenge my fallen comrades. I am doing this as much for them as I am for me. If several Excalibur are in this town, then I must search them out and destroy each one." Rias was shaking her head. "Kiba, there is more at stake here than just destroying holy swords. I gave my word to the church that we devil wouldn't interfere. Breaking such an oath could lead to another war between heaven and the underworld." Kiba lowered his head and then turned his back on Rias. "I am sorry, President, but I must do this." Kiba then left the club room, leaving a very subdued room. Poor Kiba, he's really upset about this. Asia was busy healing Issei after the beating Yusei had given him. However, she, like the rest of the group, had heard what Rias had told Kiba. Rias sighed. I thought we had got over all this, but it seems the wounds run deeper than I thought. Immaterial master, I should have seen that we just patched over the wound and didn't heal them fully. Now I might lose Kiba forever. He disobeyed a direct order, which means he could go rogue unless we stop him. That caused everyone's head to drop. No one wanted to be forced to hunt down one of their own. However, Yusei had an idea. What if he was allowed to destroy one holy sword? Do you think that will satisfy him? I was thinking what Irina and Zenobia said. They want the swords out of the fallen angel's hands, so what if we agree to help them, and as a reward they allow Kiba to destroy one of the swords? Rias sighed. I don't think church would agree to such a proposal, but if anyone can approach them on this, it's you, Yusei. I gave my word that devils wouldn't interfere, but you are neutral, which means my oath doesn't apply to you. Yusei blinked in surprise. Rias was right. He was neutral. Yusei let go of Akino's hand and headed towards the door. Before he left, he turned to Rias. I will find Zenobia and try to convince her to accept the proposal. I will contact you guys later. Yusei then left the club room to begin his search for the two envoys of the church. Later in town, Yusei searched the town. He thought it wouldn't be that hard to find two church members, especially what they were wearing and what one of them was carrying. However, when he did find them, he was really surprised. Both were sat on the side of the street begging. Yusei walked towards the two girls and noticed one looked up and was about to beg when she noticed him. Oh, it's you? Well, what do you want? Yusei crossed his arms against his chest and then just stood there looking down at the two pitiful girls begging for money. Beside them was a very ugly-looking painting, which they seemed to be selling. Just wondering what two agents of the church would be doing, sitting on the sidewalk begging for money. Zenobia got a huge tick in her forehead. Blame her, she used all our money to buy that ugly painting. The money was supposed to pay for our food and board, and instead she used it to buy that. Zenobia finger pointed to the ugly painting, which was standing beside a very subdued Irina. I told you I am sorry. The vendor said it was a picture of St. Peter, and so I had to buy it. Irina bowed her head to avoid contact with her colleague. Yusei looked at the painting and titled his head. He was trying to see exactly what was on the canvas, however he couldn't make it out. I don't see it, but maybe your prayers have been answered. You see, at the minute my parents are away on business, and they will be away for a month. I am willing to put you and Irina up, with food and board, on the conditions you accept my proposal. Zenobia frowned. Why would we make a deal with someone who associates with devils? Yusei turned his back on the two girls and was about to walk away when he heard Irina. Wait please, Zenobia, maybe we should hear him out. After all, we are in a bit of desperate state, and I don't really want to sleep on these streets. They're full of heretics, and who knows what might happen to us. Zenobia frowned again. Need I not remind you, this is your fault, however what you say does have merit. Very well, Yusei, what is it that you want, in exchange for the hospitality offered? Yusei smiled, and turned back to the girls. Well, you are aware that Kiba, the boy you fought, is a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, right? Well, he is really upset at the minute. The sudden appearance of the holy relics has caused some very old wounds to open up, and has forced him to turn his back on Rias and the rest of the peerage. Everyone is worried that he might go rogue over this, and we don't want that. I believe if Kiba is allowed to destroy just one holy sword, then it might at least help heal some of his wounds. He believes he has to avenge his friends that were lost in the purge. So I am prepared to offer you a place to stay while you conduct your business. I can also tell you Rias and the others would be willing to help you hunt down these swords and punish those who stole them. All I ask is that you let Kiba destroy one of the swords. I mean, you can reforge them, right? What is one sword to inner peace of one individual? Besides, I feel the church owes him this. Zenobia looked up to Yusei. Was he being serious? Destroy one of the holy swords? Then again, she did feel a little bit sorry for Kiba and what he had been through and what he had lost. Yusei was also right. The blades could be reforged. All they needed was the broken pieces. For what Yusei was offering, it seemed a small price to pay. Very well, Yusei, we will agree to your terms. For board and support, we will allow the devil known as Kiba to destroy one of the holy swords. Yusei smiled. Then we have a deal. Now why don't you two get up off that floor and follow me? My house is not too far from here. Irina and Zenobia stood from their spots and gathered up their things. They then both followed Yusei towards his house. It didn't take long, and soon both girls had dumped their stuff in the lobby. They just stood in awe of the house. Wow, you live here? What on earth does your parents do for a living? Both girls walked into the lounge and noticed the huge TV on the wall and the other material good within the room. They could see Yusei in the kitchen as the room was open planned. Well, my dad works as a broker and is always traveling around the world. My mum is his pa, so she travels with him. It's not uncommon for me to be left alone for long periods of time. Zenobia blinked in surprise. Must get pretty lonely living here on your own all the time. How do you survive? Do you have a job? Yusei shook his head. No, my parents transfer money to me each week, and the bills are all paid by direct debit, so I just have to worry about keeping the place clean and tidy. So what would you girls like to eat? We have all sorts in the cupboard. Feel free to help yourselves. I have to go contact Rias and let her know about what is going on. Yusei then left the two girls to help themselves while he went to his bedroom. He opened the door, then shut it. He walked over to his desk and pulled out one of the drawers. He then removed the leaflet Rias had given him with the Grimoire circle on it. Yusei closed his eyes and chanted what was written on the leaflet. Suddenly he noticed a magical circle appear and Rias was standing in it. "Yusei, you summoned me, what's wrong?" Yusei smiled. "Oh, nothing wrong. I just wanted to tell you that I managed to find Zenovia and Irina. They were in a tight spot, which I used to my advantage. Irina had used all their money so they had no food or a place to stay. I have agreed to put them both up here, and they have agreed to allow you and the others to help. They have also agreed to allow Kiba to destroy one of the holy swords, so that he might find a little peace." At least Yusei was prevented from saying any more as he found himself being hugged by Rias. Yusei kept his hands to his side, completely taken by surprise by Rias' reaction. "Yusei, you in there?" Yusei heard Zenovia at the door. He noticed Rias walked back to the magical circle and then blew him a thanks and vanished from the room. Yusei went to the door and opened it to see Zenovia on the other side. "Sorry, was just telling Rias about the deal we made. What's wrong?" Zenovia sighed. "Oh, nothing, just wanted to get settled in. Can you tell me what room me and Irina are staying in?" Yusei walked out onto the landing and then led Zenovia towards the 2 doors at the end of the landing. He opened one of them to show a room, which was a modest size. It had a desk and wardrobe, along with a standard single bed. Yusei then walked over to the wardrobe and opened it. "Quilt, sheets and pillows are in here. Irina can have the room across from this one. Both are guest room, hence why they're a little sparse. Feel free to do what you want to the room to make them more comfortable for you, and I will see you downstairs once you're settled in." Zenovia looked around the room. It was more than she could have hoped for. She had expected to be sharing with Irina, but to find she had her own room was a bonus. She turned and bowed towards Yusei. "Thank you, Yusei, for taking us both in. I promise we will be good house guests while we are here. I would like you to arrange a meeting so that Irina and myself can talk to Lady Gremory and form a plan to how we will proceed from here." Yusei smiled. "You're welcome, now I will leave you alone." Yusei then closed the door and walked down the corridor when he got the whiff of something burning. He then heard a yell from downstairs. "Yusei!" Yusei was laid awake in bed. The girls seemed to have settled in, and now both were in bed. There had been a close call earlier when Irina had nearly caused a fire by leaving the bread in the toaster too long. However, once he got down there he was able to unplug the appliance and prevent anything else from happening, although the kitchen now had a very unpleasant burnt smell. Yusei suddenly heard footsteps go past his door. He pulled off his quilt and grabbed his robe. He didn't want to give these church girls anything to blush about. Yusei opened the door and walked down the landing, and down the stairs. He looked over the banister and could see a glow coming from the lounge. Yusei walked down the stair and walked into the lounge. He looked into the kitchen to see Irina was in a nightdress bent down looking in the fridge. God, she had a nice arse. Yusei couldn't see much due to the nightgown being one of those old-fashioned things that covered all the body of woman, still her arse strained nicely through the fabric. Yusei felt disgusted with himself. That was something Issei would come out with. "Is everything okay, Irina?" Yusei rolled his eyes as he heard Irina shriek and then dropped the milk onto the kitchen floor. Yusei hurried around and grabbed the paper towels on the kitchen side. He then got on his knees, ignoring the fact that Irina was standing there. He used the towel to mop up the milk. He then looked up and noticed Irina was looking down on him, her cute face and those deep purple eyes. Yusei quickly came back to reality. "Sorry, Irina, I shouldn't have spooked you like that. If you want, you can go into the lounge and I will bring you in another glass of milk. We have another one spare in the fridge." Irina grabbed some of the paper towel and got down on her knees and began helping mop up the milk. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't sleep. You see, it's the first time I have been back here since I was little, and so much has changed. I thought a nice glass of milk might be able to help me sleep, but it seems I have woken you up." Yusei waved off the apology. "It's okay, I wasn't asleep. In fact, I was thinking about a few things, and about what had happened to me over the last month or so. I forgot you used to live in this town, although I don't remember playing with you as a child. I must have become Issei's friend after you left town. If you don't mind me asking, where have you been all this time?" Irina smiled. They had just mopped everything up and was now putting the towels into the bin. "Well, as you know, I moved away when I was little. My dad got a new job in England, so we all had to move there. It was there that I attended a church school and eventually came to the notice of one of the senior pastors. He said I was blessed by God and that I had a hidden gift and that he would help me use this gift in the name of God. My parents approved. Both were strong believers, and it was then I was introduced to the world that I believed existed. Of course, I am talking about heaven, hell, and the world in between. Then my training began to become an agent of the church, and my talent was discovered. I am one of the very few who could wield a true holy sword." Yusei poured Irina a glass of milk, and then both teens walked into the lounge and sat across from each other on the sofas. Yusei noticed Irina tucked her legs up onto the sofa. "I assume that is where you met Zenovia and became friends." Irina nodded and took a sip of her milk. "Yes, she too could use holy swords, and we both trained under the same master. However, Zenovia can use a few swords I can't." Yusei was intrigued by what Irina had said, but didn't push it. "You do know that Yusei was a pervert before he became a devil, right? I heard what you was saying to him in the little sparring contest. He has been one since first year of high school. I could tell you some real stories of Issei habits, but many would most likely disgust you. I noticed you seem to be a little more laid back about all this than Zenovia." Irina smiled. Well, that's because Zenovia has a different upbringing than me. I won't say how, as that is not place to say, but she has been part of the church since she was a little girl. She was brought up as a Catholic. Their traditions and their expectations are hot-wired into her as to speak. It's very rare she breaks any rules, but I guess we both knew this was a desperate situation. I will tell you this though, had you been a devil, she would have outright refused your hospitality. It's only because you're neutral that she agreed to board here. You mind if I ask you a question? Why do you involve yourself with devils? Yusei sighed. Well, as you know, I am the wielder of the sacred gear Trinity, but my best friend is the wielder of the sacred boosted gear. Like Issei, I too was targeted by fallen angels, however my sacred gear was able to save me before the fallen could kill me. Issei, however, wasn't so lucky. It really was the only option arena. Had Rias not revived him, then he would now be dead. So the main reason I am involved with them is because my best friend is one of them. The other reason is because my girlfriend is also a devil, that and Rias has welcomed me with open arms, even when I am just a lowly human. In exchange for their hospitality I have helped them with a few matters. Irina paused and thought, so if you are so tight with devils, then why did you not join them? Yusei held up his arm and made his Trinity gear appear. This is the answer. If I was to join the devils, then the power of the three factions would be unbalanced, and that could cause trouble between heaven and hell. As for fallen angel, well, I don't much give a damn about them. After all, one of them tried to kill me. Irina looked unworried. You really shouldn't underestimate the fallen angels, not now that they are in possession of several holy swords. I shouldn't really tell you this, but Zenovia and I already know who is reasonable. A high-class fallen angel called Cockabeel, the very same who is in the Holy Bible. He is a dangerous individual and is not to be taken lightly. We also believe he is working with a rogue priest who was the leader of the Holy Sword Project all those years ago. This grabbed Yusei's attention. Wait, the one who ordered the purge that killed all those test subjects. He is here in Japan. Glad you never told Kiba that in the club room. He would be 10 times worse than he is now. Irina lowered her head. I was told about the failed project when I was training to wield the holy swords. The reason it failed was none of the subject had the required light energy within them. Still, it was rather a shock to hear what happened to them. I also heard the church didn't give the order for the purge, but it was done without their consent, hence why the priest was banished. He most likely thought joining the fallen angels would be like getting revenge on the church. I'm sorry I have said too much. Zenovia wouldn't be happy if she found out I had told you all this. Yusei grinned. Well, if this union is going to succeed between the two factions, then there needs to be no secrets. I won't say anything, but I will expect Zenovia to be upfront with everything, especially if she knows who is responsible. Yusei looked at his watch. It's nearly 2:30. We best get back to bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. Yusei stood up. With Irina, both teens made their way towards the stairs. Once at the top of the landing, Irina turned to Yusei. Thanks for the company, Yusei. It was really nice. Yusei smiled and then watched as Irina walked towards her room. He watched her open and close the door, and then went back inside his own room and climbed into bed. Next day, Cult Research Club. Yusei stood by the door, while everyone else was sat around the coffee table in the room. Although an agreement had been reached between the two factions, there was still tension in the room. It seems Rias was able to talk Kiba around as he was leaned up against the far wall. Right, let's get down to business. If this alliance is going to work, then we all need to be honest and upfront with everything. Yesterday you said that you didn't know who took the holy swords, and yet I couldn't help but think you were hiding something. So I want to know the full story. Zenovia groaned. Okay, I admit yesterday I only told you what you needed to know. However, you are correct. This alliance will not work if we are not honest with each other. So here is story. As you know, several holy swords were stolen from the church, one from the Protestant church, one from the Catholic church, and one from the Orthodox church. Our intelligence has traced them here. We also know that the fallen angels are involved, and they are being led by a high-ranking fallen angel called Cockabeel. We also know that he is not working alone, and a stray priest is assisting him, and the other fallen angels. This priest was the leader of the failed Holy Sword Project, and he was the one who ordered the purge without the consent of the church. For his actions he was banished. We believe he wants revenge against the church, so he has joined the fallen angels. His knowledge of the Holy Sword is unmatched, and no doubt is assisting Cockabeel with whatever scheme he is cooking up. Give me his name. Every head turned towards Kiba, whose eyes were glowing, his fists were clenched, and his mouth was in a firm line. He was pissed. Zenovia hesitated for a brief moment before continuing. His name is Valper Galilei. Also, we are not the first envoy the church has sent. Several arrived in secret, however all have vanished or been killed. Freed, I met him a few nights ago. He had just killed a priest, and he was wielding a holy sword. He called it Excalibur. I fought him to a standstill, but he got away. It's more than likely he is working for this Cockabeel as his personal assassin. Everyone again turned to Kiba. Rias looked to her knight with sadness. He had not told her anything about meeting the exorcist. The fact Freed now had a holy sword made him 10 times more dangerous. Rias was also upset that the church would dare send several envoys without her permission. This was devil territory. That means everything had to be cleared by her. Kiba, why didn't you tell me? You faced Fried, you know how dangerous he is. I assumed he had left the area after what took place at the abandoned church. Still, we could use this as a lead. Fried hates devils as much as he hates the church. We could all disguise ourselves as members of the church. I am sure such a large crowd of church members would certainly draw him out. Once he appears, we spring our trap and then interrogate him. Zenovia blinked in surprise. That was actually a very good plan. The fact that it had come from a devil made her feel bad that she hadn't come up with it. Irina and I can help with disguises. We can also dampen your devil aura, so Fried won't know the difference. Zenovia then turned towards Kiba. As agreed, we will allow you to destroy one holy sword. Kiba shook his head. Though I want more than that. It was one sword, before I knew who was responsible for killing my comrades. Now I want the sword in his life. Zenovia sighed. She had expected this, especially after how the devil had acted when she had told them all who was responsible for the Holy Sword project. Truth is all headquarters asked for was the holy swords. They mentioned nothing about taking prisoners. All we care about is the holy swords being returned, so what happened other than that is not our problem. Very well, you can destroy Fried's sword and take the life of Valper, but that will be on your conscience. Kiba narrowed his eyes and his fist clenched harder. That's fine with me. Later that night, Yusei was dressed in a white and gold robe. In the end, it had been decided that they would travel in force. With Yusei was Irina, Akino, and Kaneko. Each one was dressed the same with a silver cross hanging around their necks. The devils, of course, had fake ones. The plan had been for both factions to stay together, but it was decided that might spook Fried too much. Sure, he had a holy sword, but there were 9 of them, and even with a holy sword to use, Fried wouldn't like those odds. The 4 of them moved amongst the trees, keeping a sharp eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Yusei and Akino hang back. It had been a while since they had caught up. Yusei felt Akino grab his arm gently and lean into him. So, what's it like having 2 hot girls living with you? Yusei looked to Akino. He was expecting her to be angry, but instead she was smiling. Well, they're making themselves useful around the house. I got up this morning to see Zenovia had cooked breakfast, and Irina was putting some washing on. I haven't spoken much to Zenovia, but Irina and I had a little time alone last night. She couldn't sleep, so we sat up and chatted. Akino kept looking at Yusei, and, was that it? You have to admit she is cute, even if she is a member of the church, and I can tell you like her, from the way you were just speaking. You think she might want to join us when we get round to taking the next step. Yusei almost choked on his tongue. Was Akino really suggesting, witty though she was? The thought hadn't even crossed his mind. Still, Akino had been right about one thing. Yusei did think Irina was cute, and seeing her in that nightgown last night, especially with that tight arse, was just icing on the cake. Yusei noticed Akino was looking at him with lidded eyes and was licking her lip. Was she getting turned on talking about this? Yusei shook his head. Look, Akino, there is only one girl for me, and that is you, but I am curious. First it was Kaneko, and now Irina. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you got turned on by someone cheating on you. Akino looked down. Well, it's one of my fantasy, for my boyfriend to make out and another girl while I watch. I also have another one where I'm joining in, and we both end up doing the girl in both holes. You her in the, while I use a toy to her arse. Doesn't that sound so hot? Just thinking about it is turning me on. Akino grabbed hold of Yusei's hand and pulled him into the woods. She shoved him against one of the trees, much to his surprise. Mini Lime interlude. Yusei's eyes widened when he noticed Akino was now on her knees and was trying to unbuckle his belt. Akino, what are you doing? Don't you think we should get back to Irina and Kaneko? You never know when that head might turn up. His Yusei words were cut off as he felt his little Yusei engulfed into Akino's mouth. He looked down to see her head moving back and forth on his shaft while her hand was inside her robes, obviously playing with herself. Yusei groaned as the yin got harder. This was his first blow job and he wasn't going to last long. Akino, I'm going to. Yusei cried out. The suction increased and he could feel the bubbling up inside his shaft, ready to blow in Akino's mouth. With one last cry, he shot the load into Akino's mouth. He watched as she swallowed every last drop. She then leaned back on her knees, a stray drip of on her lips, which she was using her tongue to reach. That was awesome, Yusei. I would ask you to return the favor, but you're right. We should get back to Irina and Kaneko. Yusei pulled up his boxers and did his jeans back up. He then took hold of Akino's hand and pulled her up. Akino, do you really get turned on by the thought of meeting one of your sisters? Akino blushed. Yep, it's just so hot to think about. How about it, Yusei? What if I approached Rias or Kaneko? You think they would join in? Maybe not Rias. After all, she very much into Issei, but I have noticed Kaneko giving you the eyes now and again. The fact she liked to sit in your lap a lot also makes me think she has feeling for you. Yusei blinked. He really had the best girlfriend in the world. Let's save that for another time. We need to get back before Kaneko and Irina discover we have gone. Too late for that, you're busted. Yusei's eyes widened as he turned his head to see Kaneko stood there next to a very shy-looking Irina who had her head turned. It was obvious they knew what had happened. However, before he could explain, there was manic laughter in the trees above. What do we have here? The church has sent more lambs for me to slaughter. Yusei pushed Akino behind him and activated his sacred gear, which appeared on his arm. He then whispered to Akino, contact Rias, tell her Fried has appeared and we are going to need backup. Aquino nodded and then moved behind one of the trees and used a mini magical circle to contact Rias. Meanwhile, Kaneko, Irina, and Yusei was stood around in a circle back to back looking up at the trees. Yusei noticed a glint in the tree. Sparkbolt Yusei fired a small orb of electrical energy towards the glint and watched as the small orb dispersed electricity, causing someone to fall out of the trees. "Are you that hurt, you bastards? I am going to make sure your death is long and painful. For that wait, you're no priest. What is this?" Fried had now recovered his position and had withdrawn his holy sword. Yusei looked around the area. This place wasn't a good place to fight him. It was too narrow. They needed to draw him out to the open. Yusei noticed Aquino had now joined them. She had discarded her church robes and was now dressed in her battle outfit. "We can't fight him. Here, everyone make a break for the clearing. I will cover you. On 3, go." The group scattered, confusing Fried. This gave Yusei the chance. He ran towards Fried. Sky Dragon Balance Breaker. As Yusei was running towards Fried, his armor slid over his body into place. He then focused on his dragon gauntlet hand and summoned a sword made of pure lightning. He then yelled as he jumped and locked blades with the manic priest. Your little toy is nothing compared to Excalibur. Feel the power of a true holy sword." Yusei was losing ground fast. It was clear the holy sword was more powerful than his lightning sword. Still, this was only a distraction to let the others escape and join up with Rias and her group. Yusei flipped back as the Excalibur shattered his lightning sword. As he flipped, he focused on chains which left his 2 gauntlet hands. The electric chains wrapped around the Fried and his sword. Yusei then made a break for the clearing. The chains wouldn't last long, but he needed to get back to the main group. He had considered using Absorb, but didn't want to risk getting too close to that blade. "You think these toy chains can hold me?" Fried broke the chain and charged after Yusei. However, when he got to the clearing, he froze. There in front of him was the Gremory along with the rest of her shitty devils, and beside them were 2 knights of the church, each holding a holy blade. "Shit, this was a trap. I need to get out of here." However, before he could teleport away, he noticed a huge dome barrier began to descend around him and his opponents. He was trapped. Fried looked from one opponent to the other. He was trying to find any type of weakness in their ranks and a way out of here. His holy sword glowed as he pointed it towards the gathered group who had now trapped him. It seems his love for had got him into big trouble. Where was that blasted priest when you needed him? Or that fallen angel? All this was his fault. He was just hired help. He stepped back as he noticed the sister of Lucifer, extended her palms and demonic energy appeared in each one. "Surrender, exorcist. Even with a holy sword, you can't hope to defeat all of us." Fried noticed her eyes were glowing. That was some serious messed up shit she was brewing in those hands of hers. However, before he could reply, he spotted the devil who he had faced a few nights ago in the crowd. Fried decided to taunt him. "So shitty, devil, can't fight your own battles. You have to get your master to do it for you." "Aha, weak fool, should have known you were." Fried smiled. He knew how prideful Kiba was. There was no way he was going to resist this verbal onslaught. Right on cue, he heard a war cry and he locked blades with the devil. Kiba held his ground as both swordsmen tried to gain the better ground. Both blades were pushing against one another. Kiba looked to the corner of his eyes to see the others about to help. "No, stay out this. I have to do this on my own. I have to avenge my comrades and destroy this holy sword." Kiba growled as he pushed forwards, causing Fried to be pushed back. However, eventually the exorcist broke the deadlock and jumped back. "Now I've got you." Kiba slammed his sword hard into the ground. Sword birth, the ground erupted below Fried, and tons of sharp-pointed blades appeared. Fried was going to be skewered if he didn't do something. He swung his holy sword down and slashed it across the pointed blades, breaking every single one. He then landed in a space that wasn't covered in blades. Nice try, shitty devil, but this is no ordinary sword. This is Excalibur, and it will take more than a couple of cheap party tricks to beat me. Now take this." Fried pulled his revolver from his pocket and fired several rounds towards Kiba, who quick as lightning deflected the bullets with his sword. Fried grinned. "Impressive. No one has ever been able to deflect my holy bullets." However, deflect this. Fried charged and jumped, slashing down his holy sword, which was parried by Kiba. Rias and the rest looked on. She knew this was personal. However, each minute this fight went on, the more energy and stamina Kiba was losing. She couldn't allow this to go on. However, before she could decide what she was going to do, a voice was heard from outside the dome. "That holy sword is still not working fully for you, Fried. Remember what I told you. Focus your own holy power into the blade. It gains power from your light energy. Now focus and use Excalibur to show these ants just what a true holy sword can do." Kiba looked outside the dome and saw an old man dressed in cleric clothing. He was holding a book and was wearing a prayer cap. He had glasses and was bald. Kiba's head began to hurt as he got many flashbacks from when he was little. That man's face, why did it look so familiar? Fried laughed and jumped back. He then focused all his inner light into the holy blade. Suddenly the blade glowed brighter. Fried swung the sword over his head and then slashed it down into the ground. Soon as his blade hit the ground, powerful fissure of light began to snake their way outwards. They impacted the dome shield, shattering it. Fried titled his head back and laughed. "Thank you, Valpar, that was very helpful. Now that I am free, I will say goodbye to all of you." Once the shield had fallen, everyone charged towards the exorcist, only to be blinded by a bright light as a magical circle appeared. Fried stepped into the circles with the priest and laughed. Just as they vanished, there were two blurs that shot past Rias. It was Irina and Zenobia. They jumped into the circle just as it was vanishing. The two knight of the church wasn't the only two who had jumped into the circle, but Kiba had too, frustrated that Fried was getting away again. Rias looked around and noticed it was only her peerage, and Yusei left. She wasn't pleased with Kiba's actions, however there was little she could do. Let's all head home. There's not much we can do now. Meeting in club room tomorrow after school. Later that night, Issei house. Issei, Asia and Rias were asleep together in his bed when they all woke up startled. Something was making them all feel uncomfortable. It was like a sharp pressure to their chests, making it hard to breathe. Issei noticed Rias was up. She clicked her fingers and the Gremory seal washed over her. Once the circle had reached the bottom, Rias was fully dressed. Issei watched her walk to the window. Outside in the garden, Fried stood dressed in his cleric gear, his sword in one hand and revolver in the other. He laughed as he looked up to the window and saw the sister of Lucifer looking down on him. Rias pulled the curtains across. What the hell could that freak want? More to the question, how had he discovered who was living here? Rias noticed Issei and Asia had got up and were now getting dressed. We've got company. Outside, Fried was waiting. He was getting impatient and was in fact ready to break down the door and just slaughter everyone, with his new power that he had been gifted by Valpar. Eventually the door opened to reveal the sister of Lucifer, standing alongside two of her devils. The truth was Fried was just a distraction. The real show was about to happen above him. Fried laughed as the sky suddenly darkened and a magical seal appeared in the sky. From it a man with long black hair, dressed in a black trench coat with red eyes appeared. In his arms was a body and from his back 10 black wings appeared. Fried noticed the fear on the Gremory's face. This was going to be good. Ria's eyes widened as she looked up at the figure who was now flying above them. It couldn't be. Why here? Why would he appear now? Rias knew that fallen angels were ranked by the number of wings they had, and this guy had 10, which meant he was right up the ladder of the fallen angel hierarchy. Cockabeel looked down at the ants below him. Lady Gremory, I presume. It's an honor to meet the sister of the current Lucifer, the man I hate with passion. I wonder what he would do if I was kill his little sister. Rias stepped forward. She wasn't going to be intimidated by this fallen angel. Her devils looked to her for leadership, and showing weakness would do their confident no good. What do you want, fallen angel? Cockabeel laughed and held out the body in his arms. Just wanted to return this. Cockabeel then dropped the body towards the ground. It would have hit the floor had Rias not stopped it using her magic. Cockabeel laughed. The little was poking her nose around where it wasn't wanted. Unfortunately, this was the only I was able to catch. The other two escaped. Still, she has been used to me. Her holy sword will make a fine addition to my collection. Rias had summoned the body to her, and her face paled. It was Irina. She was wounded and had bruises all over her. Rias quickly handed her over to Asia and Issei, who laid her down on the floor. Asia began to get to work and activated her sacred gear to start healing her injuries. Rias turned her attention back to the fallen angel. I very much doubt you only came here to return Irina to us. What is your real reason for coming here? Cockabeel just grinned. Oh, nothing much. I just thought I would lay waste to this little town of yours. What say we start with the academy? It's getting boring just sitting in the background, and I decided I want some fun. You think your brother will show up? Ria's eyes narrowed. You do that and you will restart the war between heaven, hell, and the fallen angels. Plus, why are you interested in my brother? He has more important things to worry about than some stupid fallen angel and his massive ego. Cockabeel grinned. Silly little girl, that's what I want to happen. I had thought me stealing the holy swords would cause Saint Michael to start a war, but instead he sent a handful of priests and 2 holy swords wielders. So if I want war, then I will have to provoke the other faction. I am sure Sirzech won't appreciate fallen angels blowing up his territory or killing his dear little sister. Rias growled. You battle freak, why can't you let peace remain? Cockabeel threw his head back and laughed. I'm bored, little girl. I miss the curdling cries of devils and angels as I pierced each one with my spears of light. Oh, their death cries were music to my ear, but now life is boring. All the rest of the fallen angels do is tinker with this and that. The only thing Azazel cares about is his boring research of sacred gears. However, that isn't what I craze. I want the sound of battle. I want this world to be destroyed as the 3 factions lay waste to each other once more. So little girl, if you want to stop me, then you better be at the academy within an hour, or this whole town will be engulfed in flames and everyone within it will die. Cockabeel then vanished with Fried, leaving Rias and the other wondering what to do. At the academy, everyone had gathered outside the academy. Rias had even contacted Sona and asked her assistance. Sona wasn't happy. She was student president and took pride in looking after the academy. She wasn't going to let some rogue fallen angel destroy everything. She knew her peerage was nowhere near strong enough to face the fallen angel, and so they have agreed to help out by creating a barrier around the academy. If the fallen angel was planning to blow it up, then hopefully the shield would contain the explosion from causing more damage to the surrounding buildings. Rias walked up to Sona and greeted her. Sona, thanks for coming. There was no way we could do this on our own. Sona inclined her head. It's fine. Beside the academy is my responsibility, so if anyone is planning to mess with it, then I want to know about it. I am still surprised you're planning to go up against this fallen angel on your own, Rias. This guy is one of the leader of the fallen angel. He will be no pushover. Has your brother been made aware of what is going on? Rias lowered her head. Yes, however he can't help at the moment. He did say though he would sending help. What help that is, I have no clue. However, I think we will be okay. After all, I have 3 sacred gear wielders on my team. Issei with his boosted gear, Yusei with his Trinity gear, and if we get injured then Asia is on call with her Twilight healing gear. Sona looked to Rias' peerage and Yusei and nodded. Very well, I wish you luck. Let's hope this isn't the last time we are going to see each other. Sona then embraced Rias in a hug, before turning to her own peerage who was using their power to create the barrier. Rias and her group ran towards the academy. As they entered the gates, the barrier descended behind them. They were now sealed inside this dome. If the academy was to be blown then they would die with it. Everyone ran towards the field, however they all stopped as they noticed the old priest from earlier. 4 holy swords were floating around him, and he was stood in the middle of a magical circle chanting. Ah, so you did decide to turn up after all. How amusing, Valpar. How long until you combine the 4 Excalibur? Cockabeel was sat in an armchair that was in the middle of the sky. The old priest looked up and smiled. Less than 5 minutes. Cockabeel laughed. Excellent, well let's get this show on the road, shall we? Before I waste my time with you, I want you to deal with my pets. A magical circle suddenly began to appear in the center of the courtyard. A pillar of flames rose up and a shape could be seen in the fiery inferno. As the flames died, a loud growl could be heard, and then 3 heads each with glowing red eye appeared. Rias froze. Cerberus, guardian of hell, what on earth are you doing with him? It's forbidden for him to come here. Cockabeel laughed. Do I look like I care, little girl? Cerberus, kill them all. The group stepped back as the huge 3-headed dog stalked towards them. As it walked, its huge paws caused the very ground below them to shake. However, things were going to get worse as another Cerberus appeared from another magical circle. Rias looked to her friends and noticed Yusei was already wielding his sacred gear. She noticed Issei had his own on show too. Issei, Asia, you 2 on support. Issei, I want you to boost your gear and then transfer the power to each of us. Yusei, Akino, Kaneko and myself will keep the Cerberus busy. Issei, you must protect Asia at all costs. If we lose her, then we lose our advantage. Sky Dragon Balance Breaker. Yusei armor began to slid into place. Once his transformation was complete, he charged towards one of the Cerberus. He used his quick reflex to dodge the giant paws now being swiped at him. Rias and Akino were flying above the other Cerberus. Both were using a range of elemental attacks, which seemed to be having little effect on the beast. Meanwhile, Issei and Asia were dodging incoming fireball from the other Cerberus. Issei growled in frustration. Sometimes he hated his sacred gear. It took so long to do anything useful. Right now he was on 2 boosts. He needed at least 4 to use gift ability. Issei dodged another fireball and managed to pull Asia out of the way of another. There was the 3rd one, however the Cerberus was causing more trouble. Suddenly Kaneko appeared and jumped up and kicked the 3-headed dog right in the face. Keep Asia safe, I can deal with this puppy. Kaneko flipped onto the middle head and kicked at its eyes, causing the Cerberus to yelp in pain. However, she wasn't paying attention to the other 3 heads and one knocked her off right into the middle head's mouth. Kaneko gritted her teeth as the beast's jaws closed on her. The saliva was burning her clothes. Yusei had just knocked his Cerberus down for the count. He looked over and noticed Kaneko was struggling. He flew across the field, landed on top of the middle head. He then shot electric chains from his gauntlet hands that wrapped around the top jaw of the Cerberus. He then used all his might to pull back. Kaneko noticed the jaws of the Cerberus was being pulled open. She also had seen the electric chains now wrapped around the top of its mouth. She quickly rolled out of the mouth and flipped to land on her feet. She looked up and saw Yusei was still on top of the Cerberus using his strength to yank the chain back. Slifer, I need more strength, I need more power. Yusei growled in frustration. However, things were about to get worse as the other Cerberus had recovered and was now charging over to him. Great, fantastic. My attacks are only slowing these things down. I need the power to destroy them once and for all. Meanwhile, Rias and Akino had just been transferred Issei power and now both were using more powerful attacks to take down their Cerberus. Unfortunately, the beast just wouldn't go down. Rias charged a huge orb of demonic energy and launched at the Cerberus, who countered with his own fireball. Both attacks were locked in deadlock. However, the other 2 heads also decided to launch their attacks, and now the demonic energy was being pushed back. Rias and Akino cried out as not only their attack, but the Cerberus attack hit them as well. Both fell from the sky and were heading for the concrete below them. Issei saw both girls falling, however he could only catch one of them. Issei charged across and fell forward, catching Rias in his outstretched arms. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about Akino as Yusei had flown across at blinding speed to catch her. Issei called Asia over, who began to heal both girls. Issei noticed Yusei's eyes, they were glowing blue. Yusei looked up at the best who had dared tried to kill his girlfriend. He heart filled with anger and hate for the creature in front of him. He wanted to rip this son of in 2, and then quarters and then 8ths until only little scrapes were left. Trinity Gear Second Liberation. Yusei cried out as he was consumed in a pillar of blue light. His Slifer armor vanished and instead shiny blue armor began to slid over his body. This armor was much more heavier than his Slifer one. Once the light had died down, Yusei stood transformed. Everyone just looked on at the armored being in front of them. Yusei's face was covered by a spiked blue helmet that resembled an evil-looking face. His body armor was wide and broad. He had huge spiked spalder on either side of his shoulders, and his arms were two clawed gauntlets. Yusei could feel the new power flowing into him. He then heard a new voice from his sacred gear. Yusei watched as one of the heads of the Cerberus snapped towards him. Yusei crouched and then jumped using his gauntlet hand to land an uppercut under the Cerberus chin. There was sound of fleshing ripping as the middle head went spinning in the air and landed a few feet from the others. Was spurting from the middle neck. Yusei was stunned. One punch did that. Yusei didn't have time to reflect on what he had done as the other head snapped towards him. Two more uppercuts and all three heads were now detached from their body. The body thrashed about as began to pool around it. Eventually, though, the body fell, causing the ground to shake below Yusei's feet. Meanwhile, Kiba and Zenobia had appeared to rescue Kaneko, who was struggling with the other Cerberus. A quick slash here and there from their blades, and the other Cerberus joined their comrade in death. The sudden appearance of the two knights had stunned everyone, except Yusei, who had been preoccupied with his own Cerberus. However, once the final Cerberus had fallen, the whole group gathered together. Rias wanted to know where Kiba had been, however that conversation was cut off by the old priest laughing. There was a bright light, which blinded everyone. Finally, it's complete. Behold the ultimate holy sword. 4 swords in one, nothing can match its power. Kiba growled and ran towards the old priest, a sword in his hand. This was it. Nothing was going to stop his revenge. After everything this bastard had done to him and put him through, he was going to die slow and painfully. Kiba, look out. Kiba turned and his eyes widened as a giant spear of light impacted beneath the ground he was running on. He cried out as he was engulfed by a huge explosion and vanished from everyone's sight. The explosion from the light spear had caused a huge crater right at the epicenter where the spear had struck. However, Kiba was able to leap away at the last minute, avoiding the direct explosion. Kiba laid on his front, his shirt and pants ripped to shreds, cuts and bruises were all over his body. He gritted his teeth as he used all his strength to get to his knee. Cockabeel laughed. Impressive, you're a quick little rat, aren't you? To think you were able to avoid one of my light spears. Then again, you are a knight, so speed is your attribute. Kiba ignored the laughing fallen angel. His eyes were on the priest in front of him. Kiba struggled to get to his feet. His body was aching all over. Step by step he moved towards Valpar, hatred and revenge written all over his face. Do you know who I am, Valpar Galilei? My name is Yuudo Kiba. I was one of your test subjects and the only survivor of your Holy Sword project. For years I have waited for this day, to kill the man who had made my life hell, to kill the man who committed genocide, by killing my innocent comrades, and I vow, here today they will all be avenged as I cut you down like the dog you are. Valpar blinked in surprise. A survivor, here, witnessing the rebirth of a new holosword. Oh, this must be fate. You see, I must thank you and all those who died all those years ago. Without your input and sacrifice I couldn't create this masterpiece. Kiba raised his sword in defense and stepped closer. What do you mean my input and my comrades' sacrifices? What did you do? Valpar looked to the sky. Let me tell you a little story. Ever since I was a little boy, I had been fascinated by the Excalibur and the story around it. Later in my teenage years I began to research it. I was laughed at by my peers, as they said I was crazy and the sword was a myth. However, I discovered otherwise. Excalibur did exist, and it was destroyed in a war long ago. The 7 fragments were scattered. Later in life I joined the church and told them about my research. I was given permission to conduct my search, and eventually I found all 7 fragments. I knew if I could reforge the fragments then I could repair Excalibur and wield its holy power. Alas though, it wasn't to be. I was able to forge several holoswords but didn't contain the right amount of light energy to wield them. Kiba growled. That was when you had the idea of gathering those you believe could wield the holoswords. Valpar nodded enthusiastically and smiled like a maniac. Yes, the church consented for me to conduct a project, which I called the Holosword Project. I gathered all those individuals I thought had the required light energy to wield the blades, but alas I failed again. None of you had the required light energy needed to wield them. It was then I had a brainstorm. What if I was able to extract the light energy? I discovered a method. You and your comrades were the perfect sacrifices. I removed all the light energy from you and the others. However, without the light energy anymore, you were no longer used to me, so I had to silence you all. I could sneak away unscathed and put it all down to an accident. It was perfect. Kiba looked and noticed Valpar was holding in his hand an orb that was glowing. What the hell is that? Valpar smiled. This is the crystallized form of that light energy gathered. I have used 3 orbs on Freed in this new holosword. The other orb is useless to me. Here, take it. I have already learned how to mass produce them, and with the help of the fallen angels, I will find other who can wield the holoswords, and give them this power so they might use their abilities to serve me and the fallen angels. Together I will forge more holoswords, and eventually we will be ready to declare war on Michael and heaven. That will teach the church for banishing me. Kiba looked down. So that was what this was all about. That was why Cockabeel was working with Valpar. They both wanted to wage war against heaven. Kiba looked to the orb in his hand. All those innocent people sacrificed so that this old man could have his revenge. Tears began to stream down his cheeks as he wept for his lost comrades and friends. While in captivity they had all become a family. It was the only thing that kept them all going. while being subject to the brutal trials and treatments. Kiba fell to his knees and dropped his sword. Valpar grinned. Freed, why don't you put this devil out of his misery? Use this Excalibur to destroy him. Freed suddenly laughed and appeared from the nearby trees. He grabbed hold of the new holy sword and felt the power rush into him. There was no way he could have used this sword had Valpar not given him a boost on his inner light energy. I should thank you, shitty devil. Without you and your dead brethren I wouldn't be able to use this sword. How tragic that your comrade's energy will now be used to kill you. Freed jumped and brought his sword down toward Kiba. However, he growled as a blur came from nowhere and parried his strike. You've done enough damage, Exorcist, that now face me. Zenobia jumped and clashed swords with Freed. Meanwhile, something was happening to Kiba. Kiba was on his knee, the orb still in his hand. All his comrades, friends, and family had been sacrificed for this tiny orb. The thought sickened him. A stray tear fell onto the globe and caused it to glow brightly. Kiba shielded his eyes as light energy began to disperse from the orb. The light energy soon took the form of ghostly images. His fallen comrades gathered around him. Kiba felt himself lifted and looked around him. I should have died with you all. I am so sorry. I have failed you all. Kiba felt his arm tugged and looked down into the ghostly face of a little girl. Kiba then heard the voice of his dead comrades. Brother, please don't worry about us anymore. You are alive and we are all thankful for that. We were weak as individual, but maybe together as one, we can wield the holy power. Use our strength, brother. Use it to avenge us. Take hold of the holosword and embrace it. Kiba's eyes opened, and suddenly the ghostly images turned back into energy and shot skywards. Suddenly Kiba cried out as he was engulfed by a pillar of blue light. Issei and the others looked on. What was that light that just engulfed Kiba? Issei looked down to his sacred gear. What are you talking about, Dreg? What is happening to Kiba? Freed shielded his eyes along with Zenobia as both looked at the blue pillar now engulfing Kiba. Suddenly the light vanished. Kiba was stood fully healed and his sword was in his hands. He had a determined look upon his face. I can't allow my family powers to be used for evil no more. Please, Swordbirth, hear my words and feeling. Give me a sword that combines both holy and demonic energy. Give me a sword that will allow me to overpower this fake Excalibur. I ask for that power now. Kiba threw his sword in front of him and watched as it floated and began to spin. Soon light and dark energy was warping around the blade. There was a bright flash, which blinded everyone. Once the light died down, there still spinning in the air was a new sword. One side was black steel, while the other was silver steel, and red symbols were running up the spine of the blade. Kiba grabbed hold of the sword and swung it, unleashing a shock wave that pushed everyone back. Behold the blade that is infused with both demonic and holy power. Behold the blade that contains the spirits of my comrades, and which I will now use to destroy you. Behold the sword of betrayer. Zenobia appeared beside Kiba. Knight of Gremory, will you work with me to end this mistake? Zenobia looked to the knight and watched as he nodded. Very well, then let's get serious. Zenobia then slammed her sword into the ground and reached out where a magical circle had appeared. She began to chant, Saint Peter, Saint Basil the Great, Saint Denis, Holy Mother Mary, please hear my voice. In the names of the saints whom reside within this blade, I will release it. Durandal. Zenobia pulled a handle of a blade from the circle. The chain snapped around it. She cried out as she pulled out a huge sword. Its blade was triangular. She swung it over her head and down. Behold Durandal. Valpar stood there speechless. That blade was on par with the real Excalibur. How could she possibly wield that? That's impossible. No one has the power to wield that blade. Many have tried and all have failed. Why can you wield it? Tell me. Zenobia looked up and grinned. Because you old fool, unlike all those others who tried, they were not a natural holosword wielder. However, I am one, and it allows me to wield any holosword. But don't be fooled, this sword has a mind of its own, and sometimes it doesn't listen to anyone. That is why it has to be stored in its own dimension. Now prepare yourself, priest, your reign ends here. Both Zenobia and Kiba jumped and charged at Freed, who parried both strikes. He then grinned manically. Behold the power of my Excalibur. Mimic. Freed's sword suddenly split, and several sharp blades began to rain down on Kiba and Zenobia, causing both to block their strikes. That was Arena Holosword. Freed then laughed again. Not good enough. Then behold the Holosword Nightmare. Freed landed on the ground, and suddenly he split into several replicas and charged at the Holy Knight and Devil. Zenobia growled, so Freed could use that ability too. That sword must allow him to use all the powers of Excalibur that Valpar had forged. Zenobia watched as Freed vanished and reappeared. She parried the sword strikes away, while Kiba attacked from the side. Steel on steel could be heard until Zenobia was able to hold Excalibur sword downwards. Now Kiba didn't need a second invitation. He focused the power of both his demonic side and new holy power inside his sword of betrayer. He cried out as he slashed the blade down hard on the face of the Excalibur Freed was wielding. There was the sound of shattering as the Excalibur fell to the floor, broken in several pieces. Freed cried out and jumped back. You winged bastard, how dare you destroy Excalibur? You will pay for that. Freed's words were cut off as the sword of betrayer was stabbed through his chest. Started to trickle from his mouth. He tried to pull the blade out, but couldn't. He fell to his knees and looked up into the shitty devil's face. Freed then fell forward and died as poured from the wound in his chest. Kiba pulled the sword out and then turned his attention to the priest, who was looking on in fear. that was still dripping from the sword of betrayers as he pointed it towards Valpar. "You're next. This end with you. Without you this whole project falls apart, and with the spirits of my fallen comrades in this blade, I will strike you down and send your soul to the pits of Hades. Prepare to die," Kiba cried out as he ran towards the priest who stumbled and fell back. Kiba thrusted the sword into Valpar's chest. "How is it possible? Two opposing forces combining into one? This couldn't happen, unless, I see now, not only was the Devil King killed in the Great War but so was God." The revelation was like a bomb going off. There was absolute silence before Asia cried out, "God is dead." Asia suddenly fainted and fell into Issei's arms. The shock was too much for her, and her body did the only thing it could do to cope with the shock shut down. Cockabeel watched on amused as the news that God was dead ricocheted around the school grounds. He then clapped. "Bravo, Devil Knight. Bravo, that was a splendid performance. And yes, you did hear right, God is dead. That was why the war stopped. Both hell and heaven lost their leaders. We fallen angel could have won, but that good-for-nothing Azazel decided to stop fighting as well." Zenobia was in complete shock. No, that was impossible. It was all lies. Who was answering their prayers and giving them comfort when they needed it? She pointed Drundle towards Cockabeel and screamed, "You lie! If God was dead, none of our prayers would be able to be answered, and I know several of mine have been." Cockabeel shrugged. "Little girls, the one who has been answering your prayers is Michael. He has tried to keep the church together, and that is why the truth was hidden from you and the other believers. If every member of the church knew God was dead, there would be nothing to believe in. The world would fall into chaos. Michael has done his best to act as God's right hand. Long as the system works, then prayers will be answered, but I assure you God isn't the one answering them. Now I grow bored. Valpar might be dead, but he did what I needed. In less than 20 minutes this town will vanish. That is the sacrifice required to fuse the 4 Excalibur. The only way to prevent the destruction is by beating me." Cockabeel then floated down and landed. "So who's first to die? Tell you what, you Red Dragon Emperor, transfer your power to one member of your team. Go on, I will wait till you fully boost." Rias narrowed her eyes. "The longer we wait, the less time we have to save the town. Yusei, you're the strongest. You take him down. Issei, use your gift to transfer your power to Yusei." Cockabeel grinned. "Oh, this is going to be very interesting. Facing a sacred gear that I have never seen before. What fun! Well, little human, are you prepared to die?" Yusei crashed his 2 heavy fists together. "The question should be, fallen angel, are you ready to die? If there is one faction I hate, it's yours. Ever since I have been bestowed this sacred gear, it's been one scheme after another, from you and your comrades. Well, enough is enough. I don't care if you are from the Bible, I will end your miserable existence right here." Cockabeel laughed. "Really, boy, you hate fallen angels, yet you love the one known as Aquino. Tell me, boy, do you know anything about her, or who her father is?" Yusei looked to Aquino and saw her head lowered. He then turned back to Cockabeel. "What the hell are you taking about? I love Aquino. Nothing else matters. I don't care about her past. All that matters is I love her." Cockabeel just smirked. "So it doesn't bother you that her father is one of the leader of the fallen angels, the factions that you fate above all others? That his power of lightning is on par with the viceroy of all fallen angels, Azazel? Your little girlfriend is the result of him mating with a human, so that would make her half devil and half fallen angel now." Yusei froze. He looked back and noticed Aquino was now crying on the shoulder of Rias. A burning hatred began to build up inside of him. This bastard, not only was he trying to destroy the town, he was trying to come between himself and Aquino. "You bastard, you die now!" Yusei cried out and charged towards the fallen angel. This bastard was going to die. Yusei appeared in front of Cockabeel and began to fight him hand to hand. Each punch was blocked. Cockabeel was mocking him. "Pathetic, weak, you called it a punch." However, if Cockabeel knew what Yusei's plan was, then he would have avoided all direct contact with the Trinity Gear user. Finally, Yusei saw his opening and landed a hard punch right into the stomach of Cockabeel. "Absorb!" Cockabeel cried out as he backed away a few feet. That punch had hurt. Cockabeel growled and tried to summon a light spear. However, all that appeared was a small streak of light. His eyes narrowed. "What have you done to me? Answer me, you bastard." Yusei was smirking under his helmet. All this time he was mocking my fighting technique, unaware of my real goal. "You see, my Trinity Sacred Gear has the power to absorb my opponent's special abilities. All it takes is one touch and your power become mine." Yusei's hand suddenly glowed as a large spear of light appeared, much to the horror of Cockabeel. Yusei threw the spear towards the fallen angel, however a flash from the sky stopped it, causing it to blow up. Yusei looked up, wondering who dare stop his attack on this bastard. In the sky his eyes locked with a white armored foe. The armor looked similar to Issei Balance Breaker, but was pure white. Yusei heard the armor foe speak. By this time the rest of the group had gathered around him. "Stand down, Cockabeel will be coming with me." The armor figure then descended and turned and looked at Cockabeel. "Azazel wants to talk to you and have sent me to retrieve you." Yusei stepped forward and grabbed hold of the armored foe's shoulder. Who did this guy thing he was dealing with? As he turned, Yusei went to punch him, however suddenly his armor vanished. He noticed his sacred gear vanished. What the hell? Everyone watched as the white armored foe knocked out the fallen angel and swung him over his shoulder. He extended his wings and was about to take off when everyone froze as Drake spoke. Suddenly everyone heard a voice from the white armored foe. The white armored jewel flashed. The jewel on Issei's sacred gear flashed. Everyone was silent as they heard the two sacred gears talking to each other. So this was the fated vanishing dragon that the Red Dragon Emperor was destined to face. Everyone watched as the white armored foe flew up high and vanished. As he did, the magical seal around the school shattered along with Valpar's seal, stopping the town from being destroyed. Yusei looked down. Now he knew why his sacred gear deactivated. He wasn't allowed to interfere between the Red Dragon Emperor and the vanishing dragon. Yusei turned his attention to Akino, who was still in tears after the revelation that Cockabeel had shouted out. Zenobia was on her knees saying over and over again that God wasn't dead, and poor Asia just had a vacant expression on her face. The rest of the night was filled with absolute silence, as everyone came to terms on what they had heard tonight. Okay, Drake, I want answers now. Who was that guy, and what did you mean when you said I would have to fight him? Issei fell back on his bed. How was he supposed to be a harem king when he wasn't going to live long enough to be one? That white armored foe was 10 times more powerful than he was. So basically I am going to be forced to fight due to a grudge between you and this Albion. In town, meanwhile elsewhere, Akino and Yusei were having a quiet walk together. Both decided that they needed to talk to clear the air a little. Knowing Yusei hated fallen angels had caused Akino to become rather insecure. What Cockabeel had said was true. She was the daughter of a high-ranking fallen angel, however her mother had been human, which had made her half and half. Both teens walked in silence next to each other. Finally Akino decided to break the ice. I'm sorry I never told you, Yusei. I was scared and worried how you would react. Yusei looked up and smiled gently at Akino. It's okay, Akino, you don't have to apologize or tell me nothing. What happened in the past is in the past. All I care about is our future. Even if you are half fallen angel, it doesn't change the way I feel about you. Akino looked down. Well, it's important to know about each other's past, so please, just listen to me, okay? My father is called Barkiel. He is one of the high-ranking fallen angels. My mother was a priestess and discovered him when he was injured. She took care of him and helped him heal. During their time together, both fell in love and eventually I was born. My birth was normal like many other children, but my appearance wasn't. I was born with wings, fallen angel wings. I was considered a freak, an abomination. My mother and father did all they could to make me feel loved and wanted. We were very happy together. However, one day my father had to leave on fallen angel business. Akino's eyes suddenly began to tear up as she remembered the darkest day of her past. She wiped her eye on her sleeve and continued. You see, my father kept those who wanted to kill me at bay, but when he left, myself and my mother was left defenseless. It was that the day the mob attacked. Like a plague they descended on the house. My mother did all she could to protect me, but it wasn't enough. One of the men stabbed her, and I watched as her body fell. I screamed and tried to defend myself, but it was no good. There was too many. Just as the mob overwhelmed me, my father showed up. He used his power to attack the mob, who ran in fear of his power. However, the damage had been done. My mother was dead. My father tried to comfort me, but I didn't want to know. Far as I was concerned, this was his fault. Had he not left me and Mum alone, then she wouldn't have been killed. That day, I started to resent my father. I didn't want anything to do with him. My father respected my decision and left me. I was taken in by my mother's relatives but was resented for my fallen angel. I was told to leave and so I did. I was able to survive by traveling from town to town purifying those possessed by evil spirits. It was technique I had learned from my mother. Yusei reached out and took hold of Akino's hand. He noticed the small gesture that helped Akino smile a little. However, she continued to pour her heart out to Yusei. I arrived in one town, which would change my life forever. I indirectly saved a human who had made a contract with a devil from the Gremory clan. Knowing that devils hated fallen angels, I hid from them. However, the news that I had helped this man had reached the ears of my relatives. Some of them lived in this town. They hunted me down and was about to execute me when Rias appeared along with one of her dad's bishops. Rias was able to save my life. I was disowned and told never to come back to that town, and the other conditions of my release was I had to serve under Rias, and I haven't looked back ever since. Yusei pulled Akino towards him and tilted her head up. He saw the tears were still present in her eyes, and he used his thumb to wipe them away. It doesn't matter if you're a devil, an angel, or a fallen angel, I will still love you with all my heart. Yusei then captured Akino's lips with his own. He felt Akino relax and him back. The two teens stayed lip-locked for what seemed like forever. However, eventually they had to break for air. Yusei looked at Akino. Come on, let's get you home. Yusei was about to walk off. However, he was stopped by Akino much to his surprise. Actually, Yusei, can I come home with you? I don't want to be alone tonight. Yusei house. The door slammed open as both teens tumbled into his room. The two had been flirting all the way back to his house, and once they had got in the door, they had attacked each other with passion. The two teens fell onto the bed and hands began to roam everywhere. Yusei broke then put a little space between him and his girlfriend. Will you show me? Let me see them. Your wings, I want to see them. Akino suddenly became a little insecure. She stepped back off the bed and looked at Yusei. Why would you want to see them? They're ugly. Yusei got off the bed and took both of Akino's hands in hers. Because I want to love all of you, Akino. I want to see all of you. I want you to know that you can be comfortable around me without having to hide anything. Akino lifted her head and started to cry. She buried her head into the chest of Yusei. Thank you, Yusei. That was the most beautiful thing that anyone has ever told me. I love you so much. Akino felt Yusei cup her chin. She felt her head lifted so that her eyes was now looking into his smiling face. Then show me. Akino nodded and then stepped back. She kept her eyes on Yusei as she started to discard her top and shirt. Next was her bra. Akino then extended both her wings. One was a black scaly devil wing, while the other was feathery black. Yusei stepped forward and entered Akino's space. He outstretched his hand and gently placed it on the top of her feathery wing. It's beautiful, Akino, just like you. Yusei then ate Akino softly. He heard Akino moan as he moved his mouth to the side of her neck and peppered ease down it. While he was in her neck, Yusei gently cupped her left and began to move his thumb over the surface of her beautiful C-cup S. His thumb traced over her erect nipple, causing her to moan out in pleasure. Akino's whole body was on fire as Yusei's mouth traveled around the top half of her body. She moaned as she felt her nipple rubbed and bit her lip as Yusei ate gently on the base of her neck. However, before Yusei could any further, Akino took control and pushed him back onto the bed and fell on top of him. Yusei didn't need another invitation. However, Yusei wasn't going to let Akino be in control. He rolled them so that he was on top now. He captured her lips with his. They both carried on each other and running their hands over each other's bodies. Akino broke grabbing Yusei's shirt and helped him lift it off. She then rubbed her small hands over his bare chest. She could see he was well toned. She bit her lip before pulling him back down on her and him once more. She moved her hands to his back and began to rake her nails down. Yusei carried on Akino. He then moved his lips to her slender neck and peppered ease all the way down to her collarbone. He then ate gently on her pulse, causing Akino nails to dig into him further. From her neck he moved down to her bare S. Yusei gently lowered his mouth and took one of her now erect nipple into his mouth. He heard Akino moan in approval as he bit down gently, getting a small hiss of pleasure from Akino. He then moved his mouth to the other and did the same. Again he heard Akino moan. He felt her hands on his head trying to push him lower. Deciding not to fight her, he ran his tongue between her S and all the way down to her navel button. He noticed he had reached the waistband of her jeans. He quickly looked up to make sure this is what Akino wanted. He noticed she just nodded, giving him all the permission he needed. Yusei undid the button and gently pulled her jeans all the way down and off her smooth creamy legs. Once they were off, he looked down at her last piece of clothing. He could already see a damp patch. Gently he grabbed the waistband of her panties and slid them down and off her legs. This was the first time he had ever seen a girl's private area. Magazines didn't count. He noticed that the lips seemed to be glowing with a strange sticky liquid. Gently he placed one of his fingers onto the liquid and scooped it up with his finger. He then licked his finger and found that the taste was divine. He looked up to see Akino just lying there watching him. Yusei wasn't sure what to do next. All this was new to him. Now what? Akino giggled, then took hold of his hand and placed it over her lips. She then began to move his hand, gently rubbing her womanhood. She then brought his hand up to her little nib so that he could feel and see the difference between the two areas. Okay, Yusei, listen closely. This right here is what we girls call our best friend. I become more aroused when this is ever played with. Now, although I have never had a boy down there, I have played with myself a number of times. Yusei blinked at this. This was supposed to be his first time making love, and instead he was finding himself in a science lesson. However, he carried on listening to Akino and allowed her to guide his hand to every part of her lower region. Finally, she released his hands. Yusei gently stroked her lips how he had been shown. He looked up to see Akino's eyes were closed and her back was arching off the bed as he carried on moving his fingers up and down her moist teenage. He then found his fingers suddenly sink in between her lips. He felt Akino gasp and guessed that his fingers were now inside her. He gently pushed them in and out, just leaving his thumb visible, which he used to stimulate her small girl button as she called it. He noticed her breathing had changed and that she was moaning and groaning a lot more. He also noticed that she was wriggling all over the bed as he continued to push his fingers in and out of her. Suddenly, he felt her contract around his fingers. It was then he noticed she screamed. He blinked as he suddenly felt his fingers were coated by the same liquid as before. Again he removed his fingers to his mouth and licked both of them. Akino opened her eyes after experiencing her first ever release from a boy. Of course she had brought herself over the edge a number of times, but this was the first time a boy had brought her over the edge. She gently sat up. Remove your jeans, Yusei, and your boxers. Yusei didn't need to be told twice. He then jumped off the bed before stripping down to just his boxers. He then noticed Akino grabbed the waistband of his boxers and pulled them down, releasing his trap direction. He noticed she licked her lips before taking hold of him and stroking him gently. She then pulled him down on top of her and noticed that it had suddenly gone fully hard and was now poised at her entrance. His eyes met hers once more. You sure about this, Akino? Akino nodded, then pulled him down and ate him. Please, me Yusei, make me yours and yours alone. Yusei slowly. After a few tries he managed to get his member through her lips and soon found himself pushing into her. Suddenly, he realized that he couldn't go any further. He looked up one more time. However, before he could move, Akino wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him in fully. She thought if she had done it quickly then the pain wouldn't be so bad. However, she found herself loving the pain of her maidenhead splitting. Akino bit down hard on Yusei's shoulder as her devil side was beginning to take over. Me hard, Yusei, please, I want you to pound me hard. Forget the making love, I want you to me hard and fast. Yusei didn't need to be told twice. He pulled out then rammed hard back into her. It felt amazing being inside Akino. Harder and faster he pounded and listened as Akino moaned and played with her as her was Ed for the first time. Akino was now matching her hips with every one of his hard thrusts. Yusei knew he wasn't going to last long. He pumped in and out a few more times. He felt Akino and explode over his member. He then began to speed up. He could feel that he was getting close. He grunted, "Akino, I'm coming." Akino grabbed hold of Yusei's head. Her face was sweaty and her hair was a mess. She licked her lips and cried out, "In me, Yusei, make me a woman. It okay, I am on the pill. I knew we would do this eventually. Come on, Yusei, fill me up good. I want your thick hot spunk deep inside me." Yusei pumped harder as Akino continued to talk dirty to him. With one last hard thrust he flooded her teenage with his seed. He stayed inside of her for a few minutes while he completely emptied. Once he was sure there was no more, he pulled out and watched as their mixed juices pooled onto the sheets. Akino looked and smiled. "Next time you can do me in the ass if you like." Yusei turned in bed and opened his eyes. He saw the sleeping face of an angel next to him. Yusei turned his head and looked to his alarm clock. It was 5:45 a.m. He would normally get up for a run before school. However, with Akino next to him, he decided to lay in a little. He turned and pecked Akino on the lips, stirring the sleeping beauty. Yusei watched as her eyes opened. 2 deep purple orbs looked back at him. Akino smiled gently. "Morning, Yusei. Can you go get me a glass of water? My throat's a little dry." Yusei ate Akino, then climbed out of bed and put on his boxers. He turned and noticed Akino had watched and now the little minx was biting her lip. Yusei smiled. "Be right back." Yusei left the bedroom and walked down the landing to the stairs. As he was making his way downstairs he noticed Zenobia door opened and the knight of the church stepped out. Yusei was surprised to see her. He had left her with Rias and the rest of her peerage last night. She had no key, so how did she get in? Zenobia, morning. I wasn't expecting you back today. I thought you would want to stay with Irina and the others after what you found out. Zenobia was dressed in her dressing gown. Her head was lowered. Clearly she was still in shock from discovering that her god was dead. I was going to, but decided I wanted to come back here. I needed time on my own to digest everything. Rias transported me back last night. Irina's still over at Issei, and Asia said she's recovering. However, she doesn't know what Cockabeel said, and I wanted to stay that way. No good jeopardizing both our futures. Yusei stood at the top of the stairs confused. Jeopardize? Why would knowing that God was dead do that? Zenobia shook her head. Come on, Yusei, think about it. If the church has done all it can to cover up the fact that God is dead, then what do you think they will do to me? I'll tell you what they will do. They will cut me loose and brand me a heretic. I will treat it the same as Asia was. You can't tell me no one in heaven wasn't watching what went on last night. Anyway, it might be good if the church did cut me loose, as I don't know what to believe anymore. Yusei frowned. The more I hear about the church, the more I don't want anything to do with them. It's not your fault you know the truth, it's the church's fault for lying to you and the others' members. If you are cut loose, what will you do? Zenobia lowered her head as she recalled the conversation she had yesterday with Rias. Flashback. Zenobia was stood outside in Issei garden looking up at the stars. She needed some alone time to think about all she had discovered tonight. Her whole life was lie, there was no good, just a system that was trying to cover up the death of God. All those lessons in how to act like a good Christian and how to follow in God's footsteps, when God didn't even exist. Zenobia, you find if I stand out with you. Zenobia turned and noticed it was Rias. She shrugged and then carried on looking up at the stars. She noticed Rias came to stand beside her. Both teens were quiet as neither knew what to say. Finally Rias broke the ice. I just wanted to know what you and Irina are going to do now. You have the fragments of Excalibur. Are you planning on returning to the church? Zenobia looked at Rias. Do you honestly believe the church will allow me to continue my duty and service to them the moment I step in HQ? I will be discharged and branded a heretic, because I know the truth now. Irina may be able to return back to the church, as she wasn't there when Cockabeel revealed that God was dead. Rias nodded. So what happens if the church does cut you loose? Where will you go? Zenobia shrugged. No idea, the church is. All I know, I was raised by nuns in an orphanage, and the Catholic faith was hot-wired into from an early age. I know nothing much of the outside world, so who knows? Rias sighed. Well, how would you feel turning away from the church and becoming a devil? I could really do with another night, and I think you would fit in quite nicely. Zenobia blinked in surprise. You move fast, don't you, Lady Rias? At the minute I don't know what I want to do, but I will take your offer into consideration. I will see what the church says first, and if they do cut me loose then I might consider joining your peerage. I don't want all my training and knowledge to go to waste, and if I can use my talents elsewhere then, I would be happy. Rias smiled. Very well then, I will leave it to you to think about. Soon as you know, then please get back to me. I assume you and Irina will be leaving tomorrow. Zenobia nodded. If Irina can travel then yes, I want to get back to HQ with the fragments soon as possible. They're still at risk being out in the open. Present. Zenobia noticed Yusei was still waiting for an answer. I honestly don't know, it will depend on what the church says, but I do have an offer on the table, but not decided if I will accept it or not. Yusei, what's going on? Who you talking to? Oh hello Zenobia, I didn't realize you were here. Zenobia looked at Akino's state of dress and then back at Yusei. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. She didn't believe in before marriage, and thought that a girl should save themselves for their future husband. Again teaching by the Catholic Church, but with what she knew now, even that seemed a lie to her. It's okay, Rias bought me back last night. See you down for breakfast. Zenobia then closed her door, leaving Yusei and Akino to look at each other and just shrug. Few days later, Yusei and Issei were on their way towards the club room. According to Rias, she had a big announcement to make. Issei had told Yusei about the surprise revelation he had learnt last night. The person who had been summoning him was actually the head of the fallen angels, Azazel, and he had been using the disguise of a summoner as a cover to get to know Issei and everything about his sacred gear. Wait, so this guy, he experiments on sacred gears? Dude, what did Rias say when she found out that you had been in contact with the head of the fallen of angels? Bet she flipped out. Issei scratched the back of his head nervously as he recalled some of the names Rias had used and some of the language. She being pissed was an understatement. In fact, it had taken him an hour to talk around not to go and attack Azazel. Yes, she was upset, but took care of it. Issei opened the door to the club room. However, when he saw Zenobia stood in the room, he went on the defensive and summoned his sacred gear. What the hell are you doing here? I thought you went back with Arena. Issei noticed the sliding door slid back and Rias walked into the room. Oh, Issei and Yusei, good, the others will be here soon, please take a seat. Rias walked towards her desk and sat down behind it. She noticed that Yusei took a seat opposite Zenobia, but Issei seemed to be more nervous. Was he in for a surprise when he learnt that Zenobia was Rias' new knight? Zenobia sighed as she recalled her phone call with headquarters. She had been right, they didn't want her to return, and only requested that Arena returned with the fragments. This had led to argument between Zenobia and Arena. Both had went separate ways. She was now going to be devil and Arena was going back to the church. Next time they met, they would be enemies. Zenobia looked to the door and noticed the other members of the occult club suddenly appeared. Zenobia felt a little uncomfortable as everyone was looking at her. Luckily, Rias speaking drew their attention. Okay, let's get this meeting underway. Firstly, thank you for coming. We've all had a busy week, and it's nice to be able to relax a little. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Zenobia into our peerage. She accepted my offer last night, after she was cut loose from the church, on discovering that God was dead. She is my new knight, which now only leaves another rook to fill. So please, make her feel part of this family. Sona has already taken care of her registration here at the academy. She will be a new second year starting tomorrow. She will be moving into the same apartment block as Karniko, Kiba, and Akino. Now on to other business. Tomorrow we are going to clean the school pool. Normally the student council would do it, but seeing how Sona and her peerage helped us yesterday, then I said we would do it. She also said once the pool was clean then we could use it. Being how it's Saturday tomorrow, I thought we could clean it in the morning and then spend all afternoon in it and around it. Rias, seeing no arguments, brought the meeting to a close. Zenobia suddenly found herself surrounded by her new family, and everyone wanted to make her feel welcome. Next day, Ku Academy. Everyone stood looking at the mess which was the school pools, leaves, litter, and God knows what else floated on the surface of the dirty water. It was also giving off an unpleasant odor. Rias noticed the disgust on the faces of everyone. However, she clapped her hands together. Okay, let's do this. Quicker we clean it, the quicker we can enjoy it. Akino, if you would do the honors. Akino smiled and stepped forwards. She then created a magical circle over the pool which began to up all the dirty water until the pool was empty. While Akino had been draining the pool, Rias had handed out stiff brooms. Everyone climbed down the stair carefully. The bottom of the pool was smelly and slimy. Rias assigned tasks. Several would scrub while one would use the hose to spray the muck and grime away. Yusei scrubbed the floor hard and noticed Akino was beside him. So did you tell Issei about what we did the other day? Yusei looked to Akino and shook his head. Nah, beside it's none of his business. What we do is between us, no one else needs to know. I gather you have told Rias though. Akino blushed. Of course, I tell my mistress everything, you know that. She was happy for me and pleased I had finally found someone to love and be with. She told me she'd been thinking about Issei a lot and not sure what she should do. Every time she tried to approach him, Asia steps in. Rias won't admit it, but she's getting a little tired of Asia stepping in. Rias can be very possessive when she wants to be, and at the minutes it's her Issei, and everyone who comes near him will be sorry. I am actually surprised she has tolerated Asia for this long. Yusei shrugged. Issei is very protective of Asia and think he likes her, but he feels she too innocent and doesn't want to pollute her young mind. Well, that's what he told me. He also told me he thinks Rias is teasing him, and he finding it difficult to stay in control. I don't know why she doesn't just shag him senseless instead of playing games. Akino giggled. Because Rias, like teasing Issei, she likes knowing she has the power over him, and he will do anything for her. However, like you, I think she will break soon. The frustration will get too much for her, and I know Surzich already considers Issei as a brother, so the writing pretty much on the wall. Rias will just have to adjust and understand that Asia won't be the only one sharing their bed. The pool was finally cleaned, and everyone climbed the ladder and watched as Akino created another magical circle above the pool. This time blue clean water rushed out of the seal and poured into the pool. Rias clapped her hands together. Okay, let's go get changed. Everyone walked towards the changing rooms. The girl changed in one area, while the boys changed in the other. Eventually everyone was dressed and stepped out of the changing room. Rias and Aquino were breathtaking in their two-piece bikini. Neither two-piece left much to the imagination, and only just managed to cover both girls' important areas. Asia and Kaneko had decided to use their school swimming costumes, and Zenovia had modest bikini on. The boys soon joined the girls. Yusei and Issei were wearing swimming shorts while Kiba was wearing a pair of trucks and swimming cap. Everyone approached the ball and jumped in. Soon the sound of splashing and laughing could be heard as they all played together. Yusei had taken Kaneko to one side and was now holding her hands as she kicked her legs behind her and swam the length of the pool. That's good, Kaneko. Keep kicking. Don't worry, I've got you. Nothing going to happen. Keep looking at me and keep kicking. Kaneko blushed as she looked at the bare chest of Yusei. She carried on kicking just like she was being told to do. Asia was doing the same over the other side with Issei. Eventually the little first year wanted a rest and she ended by crashing into Yusei's chest and noticed Yusei wrapped his arms around her, making the first year blush even more. Meanwhile Aquino had watched the whole interaction and smiled as she laid on one of the loungers reading a magazine. Another few months and Kaneko would be joining them. Aquino had been thinking about getting Yusei his own harem. If Issei could have won, then it was only fair Yusei was allowed one. So far only two were in it, her and Kaneko. That would be enough for now. Aquino looked up and noticed Rias took a chair next to her. Isn't it sweet how Yusei is looking after Kaneko? Aquino looked up from her magazine and smiled. Yep, I don't think I have even seen her so happy before. She's always on his lap if I am not there, and she is never horrible or rude to him like she is with Issei. Talking about Issei, how are things going between you two? Rias groaned and looked at her best friend. Nothing has changed since we last saw each other, although Asia and I now take turns to share his bed. We have a sort of rota, but at the minute that's not working, as we both end up sleeping in his bed. I have tried to lay down the rules to her, but she either not listening or doesn't care. Aquino nodded. Well, you did say he could have a harem. Whoops, Zenovia just made a move on Issei. Better be careful, Rias. Rias turned her attention and noticed that Zenovia was speaking to Issei. By the boy's facial expression it wasn't anything good. And she noticed he was now backing away from Zenovia quickly. However, the new knight had him pinned against the side of the pool wall and was now brushing herself up against him. Ria's eyes glowed, an angry red, and she stood from her position and marched around to the side of the pool that Issei and Zenovia were standing by. Okay, what is going on? Zenovia, what are you doing to Issei? Someone better tell me what is going on now. Ria's crimson hair was now blowing in the gentle breeze which was whipping around the pool area. Zenovia shrugged. I was just asking Issei if he would be willing to get me pregnant. You see, now I am not part of the church. I want to experience everything I couldn't, love, and then motherhood. Issei being strong and possessed by the Red Dragon Emperor makes him an ideal candidate to mate with. I want my child to be strong, and what could be stronger than him or her having dragon genes? Ria's mouth dropped. She didn't know what to say or do. That was the last answer she had been expecting. Aquino was right. She would have to start being more territorial around Issei. First Asia, now Zenovia. Issei wasn't going to be mating with any girls, well, not until she had mated with him at least. It seems Issei was going to get his wish of having a harem after all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yusei was busy throwing the beach ball around with Kaneko. Both had moved to the shallow end, allowing Kaneko's feet to touch the bottom. With what had happened with Zenovia, Asia had also decided to join in the game, and now they were playing piggy in the middle. Kiba, as usual, was doing his own thing and swimming lengths of the pool. Club room. Everyone was now dressed and sitting in the club room, discussing all manner of things. However, the sudden appearance of a magical circle in the room brought the room to silence, as everyone watched as Surzech appeared alongside his wife. Good evening, everyone. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything. I just wanted to pass on my congratulations to you all in dealing with that rogue fallen angel. Azazel, as I told me that he won't be able to cause any more trouble as he has been incarcerated. I also wanted to welcome Zenovia. I am very pleased that you accepted my sister's invitation. Your skills and strength will be very helpful to my sister and the rest of her peerage. Zenovia blinked in surprise. She was standing in front of the current Lucifer. She hadn't expecting this. Zenovia bowed. I am honored to serve under Lady Rias, and promise to use my skill and strength to aid her and protect her from her enemies. Surzech smiled. Thank you, and now on to the real reason why I am here. With what has happened, the leader of the three factions have decided to call a summit. We all want to try to discuss a peace treaty between the three factions. As this town seems to be the center of all the trouble, the leaders have all decided this academy would be the perfect meeting place. The summit will take place in 4 days from now. We wanted to hold it sooner, but with the upcoming open house at the academy we have decided to postpone it till a later date. Also, Rias, I think it is time you released your other bishop. You're a lot stronger now, and I feel you will be able to handle the responsibilities. Ria's eyes widened. Her other bishop had been locked away because of his sacred gear, and she hadn't been powerful enough to control him. Now, though, she was a lot stronger, and her family had grown. Rias bowed her head. If that is what you wish, brother, then I will release my other bishop. Is there anything else you wanted? Surzech turned his attention to Yusei. I understand that you have unlocked another balance breaker, Yusei. As I mentioned before, the three factions have shown great interest in you and have asked you to be at the summit. Yusei was stunned, however he inclined his head politely. After that Surzech said his goodbyes and vanished, leaving the room. Everyone turned to Rias and noticed their confused faces. "Follow me everyone, it's time you met my other bishop, but be warned he is very powerful and very shy." The group followed Rias out of the club room and down the corridor and down the stairs. Once at the bottom she turned left and walked towards a double door that was chained up. She stood in front of it and started chanting, causing the seal and the chains to break. She then opened the door and invited everyone in. The room was very dark and what looked like a coffin was laid in the middle of the room. Rias approached the coffin cautiously. "Jasper, you in there? Surzech has said I can release you. I want you to come out and meet the rest of the family." There was silence and then a small timid voice could be heard from the coffin. "I don't want to leave. Why can't you just ignore me like you usually do?" Rias sighed and lifted the lid on the coffin. There sitting in the middle of it was a small girl with blonde hair that finished just below her neckline. She was dressed in academy uniform. The little girl looked up with tears in her eyes and tried to hide, but couldn't as Rias hugged her and brought her close. "Everyone, I want you to meet Jasper. He is my other bishop." Everyone froze. Wait, did Rias just say but this was a girl, right? A cute girl. In fact, Issei was imagining both Jasper and Asia together naked. This of course was until the bombshell which just caused his mouth to drop. He could only say one thing. What the hell? Yusei, Issei, Zenobia and Asia just stood there stunned as they recovered from the bombshell Rias had just told them. This must be a joke, right? The three new devils and Yusei had just been introduced to Rias' other bishop, who appeared to be girl, but in fact was cross-dressing boy. "This is Jasper Vladi. He's one of my peerage and also a half-vampire, being his mum was human and his dad was a vampire. Jasper has access to a unique sacred gear that allows him to freeze time due to its unlimited potential. My brother asked that I sealed Jasper away for his own protection and mine. However, while Jasper have been stuck in this room, he has not been idle. He has a computer that he uses to make virtual contracts with summoners. He also has a video feeds to listen to tutors." Issei was still stunned. He moved closer to the small figure now cuddling into Rias. He noticed two small fang teeth overhanging from his lips. "Dude, if you're guy, why on earth are you dressed like a girl?" Jasper looked to Issei and shrugged. "I like it. I look cute and feel comfortable in it." Issei went to reach for Jasper. There was no way in hell he was going to be seen with a cross-dressing vampire, not in public at least. "Well, maybe it's time you tried some boy clothes on. Here, take my hand and we will go sort you some clothes out, because right now, you're really freaking me out." Issei touched Jasper and froze. He looked to where Jasper had been less than a second ago, and now the little cross-dressing first year was huddled in one of the corners rocking back and forth. "Okay, what the hell just happened? 1 minute he was here, next he is over there." Rias groaned. "Issei, did you not listen to a word I just said? Jasper has the ability to stop time, so what seemed like seconds to you was most likely 5-10 seconds, giving Jasper time to get over into the corner. Jasper, please, Surzech has said you can be released from this room, and I want you to join my peerage full-time. I am a lot older now, and so are you. I am sure with proper training then we could get your sacred gear under control." Rias froze and then noticed a cardboard box rocking from side to side in the other corner of the room. A timid voice was coming from it. No, I don't want to leave. Why can't you just ignore me like you usually do? I am scared to go out. Please don't make me." Rias' head dropped. This was going to be harder than she thought. Jasper was still scared of crowds, and there was no way he would leave this room. Rias looked to Issei and noticed he was stalking over to the box and kicked it. "Dude, get your little arse out of that box. It's not bad enough you're embarrassing the male populations with dressing up as a little girl, but you're acting like a coward. Now get out of there." Rias had seen enough, however, before she could shout at Issei. Yusei had taken over and was now dragging Issei away from the box, trying to get his friend to chill. "Jasper, what my idiot friend is trying to say is a boy dressing up as a girl is a little unusual. He didn't mean to call you a coward." Himim Yusei held his hand over Issei's mouth as he mumbled into his hand. "However, if you feel comfortable in that attire then I am sure no one will judge you here. I can also understand your reluctance to leave this room after being in here for so many years. The other thing I wanted to say was I really like your sacred gear." The lid of the box lifted a little and a small head appeared. "You like my sacred gear? Why, though all it does is freeze time and cause trouble." Jasper's head dipped back into the small cardboard box. Yusei stepped closer to the box. "Jasper, although your gift can cause trouble, it can also be used for good things too." Jasper poked head up once more. "Really, like what every time I have used it, something bad has happened." Yusei looked to Rias and noticed she had pulled the others back, leaving him room and space to try talk to Jasper. Issei had been dragged off by his ear. Kokino had not liked some of the stuff Issei had said about Jasper, and now she was showing him her displeasure. Yusei turned back to the shaking cardboard box. "Well, let's say you're walking down the road, suddenly you see a child or a pet run into the road, and car was going to hit them. You could use your gift to save them by freezing the car long enough for you to get them to safety." Jasper's head was now fully out of the box and was titled to the side. "You mean like a superhero?" Yusei nodded. "Yes, you could use your powers for good. Also you can use them to help Rias and the rest of your family if they get in any trouble. Your sacred gear has amazing potential, Jasper, but you will never be able to control it or use it to its full potential by staying in here. If you like, I will help you train. Would you like that? Gasper slowly stood up inside the box and then stepped out and took Yusei's hand. Rias smiled. Yusei was brilliant. By giving Gasper a little confidence, he had been able to get him out of that box and was now holding his hand. Not only was he a gifted warrior, but it seemed he had a good relations with kids too. Rias had been hoping to train Gasper, and Yusei had provided the perfect opportunity. She would let Yusei look after Gasper, and hopefully through trust and friendship her bishop would finally be able to step out into the big wide world. Rias blushed as Akino moved into her ear. Wow, who knew Yusei would be so good with kids? Rias had to agree with her best friend. However, the cute moment was ruined by Kaneko dragging a very bruised Issei, who had bumps everywhere and anime swirl for eyes. School gym. Yusei stood opposite Gasper. He had a soft ball in his hand. He noticed the others minus Rias and Akino were watching him. The two of them had some important meeting in the underworld and Rias had asked everyone to help train Gasper. Okay Gasper, now I'm going to throw this ball at you. You will have to try stop it with your sacred gear. Don't worry, it's only a soft ball, so it won't hurt if it hits you. However, you can't dodge. You can only use your sacred gear to stop the ball. Deal. Gasper looked across at Yusei and saw the ball in his hand. He was a little nervous, but nodded. He watched as Yusei threw the ball towards him. The ball hit his arm, however Yusei had been right, the ball was soft, so he wasn't hurt. Gasper noticed Yusei walk towards him and picked up the ball. Okay Gasper, let's try again. Meanwhile, over with the others, Issei was getting bored. He really didn't understand how this would help Gasper use his sacred gear. Issei watched as the ball hit Gasper several times. He shook his head. This was never going to work. Issei remembered what Drake had said about sacred gear. Their powers lay within the emotions of the individual hosts. Gasper was far too relaxed. He needed to be put in a real situation where his gear would be tested. He's a part vampire, right? I wonder what would happen if I chased him with these. Zenobia pulled out a string of garlic, much to everybody's surprise. Zenobia ran onto the field and charged towards Gasper, holding the garlic towards him. Everyone's sweat dropped as the little first year was running away from the garlic, crying out, "She's trying to kill me." Yusei just looked on and groaned. This was not going well, and now Gasper was running all over the hall trying to avoid Zenobia and her garlic. Underworld. Rias and Akino was sat opposite her father and mother. They had summoned her home, so she had decided to bring Akino with her. Her parents were at it again. Although the engagement with Rias had been called off, they still wanted to marry her off. Mother, father, why the rush to marry me off? Why can't I choose when I want to marry and who I want to marry? Rias' father and mother looked across at her daughter. Rias, it's common practice for a devil of your nobility to be married once you reached your 18th birthday. You know this, however we will let you decide who you want to marry. But you will need to have decided by your 18th birthday, otherwise your mother and I will choose a suitor for you, and we know you don't want that. Vainlana Gremory noticed a look on her daughter's face. What about your pawn, Issei? Rias, I know you like him, and the fact that he is the host of the Red Dragon Emperor would make him an ideal candidate to marry you. Of course, he would have to pass the trials first, like any suitor would. Rias lifted her head. Sure, she liked Issei, but was he really marriage material? He was strong, kind, and from what she could tell, honest. Still, they had only known each other a few months. Yes, he beat Riser, but that was down to Yusei taking away his ability of regenerating. Rias was certain had Riser had his ability, then her parents would be setting up the wedding now. Rias' father nodded. Yes, I have been wondering about that young man. Your brother seems quite keen on him. That and your mother brings up a very good point. He is after all the Red Dragon Emperor. If not this Issei, why not the other boy, the one who is the wielder of the Trinity Gear? From his display of power in the raiding game, he would be a very formidable opponent to face, and would make an ideal candidate to protect my daughter. Rias lowered her head and looked to a chuckling Akino next to her. Sorry, father, but Yusei is going out with Akino, and from what I hear they both care for each a lot. I wouldn't want to break that up. Even though Yusei is the better candidate out of the two. Rias heard Akino chuckle next to her, which drew her attention. What's so funny? Akino just smiled. Oh, nothing. It's just I don't plan having Yusei all to myself. I was thinking if Issei can have a harem, then why can't Yusei? And if you want to borrow him for the night, then I'm fine with that. Ria's mouth dropped in complete surprise. She hadn't expected that. Schoolgirl showers. Zenobia, Asia, Kaneko had decided to take a shower. They had left Gasper to Yusei and Issei to deal with. Asia slipped her white panties off and turned to the other half-naked girls. It's a shame about Gasper. I wonder if there is something we can do to help him get over his fear of people. He seems comfortable with us, but anyone else and he freaks out. Zenobia had just removed her bra, letting her C-size free to bounce about. She then slipped off her underwear. She had a small amount of pubic hair between her legs. Well, what about starting small? Introduce him to a few people first, maybe Sona and her peerage, and see how he copes. Kaneko had already slipped all her clothes off. She didn't have much of chest. In fact, they looked like two pencil erasers. She had no pubic hair between her legs. Sona has already met Gasper, so that won't work. All three girls walked into the shower, where the water was now cascading down and over their naked bodies. Zenobia had one hose, while Asia and Kaneko had another. Hey Asia, can you wash my back? Kaneko turned and handed the soap to Asia. Asia was surprised but took the soap and squeezed some out onto her hand. She then began to lather Kaneko back. Once her back was fully covered, she handed back the soap. and watched as Kaneko rinsed off the suds. Thanks, Asia. Do you want me to do your back? Asia blushed and then turned around. You can if you want to. Asia felt Kaneko's hand on her back as she wrapped in the soap. Once she was finished, she too rinsed it off. You know, I was thinking, I was very shy when I was little. In fact, I was just like Gasper. However, the nuns helped me get over it by making me wear a mask. Now you might think that sounds weird, but it actually worked. Maybe we could get Gasper a mask and see how he reacts. Kaneko was busy watching her front. Her hand massaged her chest and then slipped down between her legs, where she cleaned her small bald. Well, it worth a shot. What do you think, Zenobia? Zenobia had just finished washing her hair and looked over at Asia and Kaneko. It might work. Let's talk to Yusei and Issei first though. Once all the shampoo was out of her hair, she turned the tap off and stepped out of the shower and grabbed her towel. It wasn't long before Asia and Kaneko followed her out, and they too began to dry themselves. Meanwhile, poor Gasper was sat looking at both Yusei and Issei, who were now arguing. Yusei had mentioned about Gasper using his sacred gear to help people, where Issei had come up with a more perverted way to use it. No, Issei, I won't let you use Gasper power to freeze girls so you can molest their bodies. Issei was now fighting with Yusei. Why, just think about it, my dress break and his power to freeze time, it would be awesome. Think about all an S we could have, without the girls even knowing. I bet you would really like a nice feel of Akino. You could if we have Gasper freeze the girls long enough. Yusei growled as he locked his best friend in a headlock. For your information, I have already done stuff with Akino, beyond just touching. Beside what you're talking about is basically rape. Yusei noticed a magical circle appear and Rias was stood there with Akino. Just what the hell is going on here? Rias looked at the mess before her. Chairs and were overturned and both Yusei and Issei were fighting, while poor little Gasper was watching. Yusei wrestled Issei down onto the carpet and held him. Nothing, Rias, just teaching this pervert some manners. He wanted to use Gasper gift for his own means. Perverted means, that is. Issei noticed Rias and Akino were now frowning at him. No, I wasn't, Yusei lying honest. Rias looked to Gasper. Who telling the truth, Gasper, Yusei or Issei? Gasper looked towards Rias and then his hand pointed at Issei. He wanted me to freeze you girl so he could touch you. Rias narrowed her eyes and looked into the face of Issei, who was now very pale. Yusei, will you take Gasper out of the room? Akino and I need to discipline Issei a little. Yusei broke the hold and then took hold of Gasper's hand and left the room. He closed the door behind him and listened. He then heard the sound of Issei yelping and then the sound of a hard smack. Yusei smiled. Serve the perverted, get right. Issei growled in pain as he limped towards the school building. Issei was still suffering from his punishment at the hands of Rias and Akino. Both girls had given him 500 spanks each. If he hadn't been in so much pain, then he might have thought it was rather kinky that both girls were spanking him, but the pain was just too unbearable to put a positive spin on. This was all Yusei's fault. Had he not told Rias about his plan, then he wouldn't need a bag of ice down the back of his boxers. Issei looked down to his left hand and noticed a small green flashing symbol. I have no sympathy for you, partner. I can understand yourself being perverted, but you tried to push those thoughts onto another. A child at that. Issei's head dropped. Drake was right, this wasn't anyone's fault but his own. Issei remembered the fear in Gasper's face when he had proposed the idea. As a second year, he shouldn't have been pushing his own thoughts onto a little first year. Instead, he should be trying to be a role model for his junior. Issei suddenly winced as his left arm began to throb with pain. Issei noticed the green circle on the back of his hand was blinking again. He heard a warning in the tone of Drake's voice. Partner, be on your guard, Albion is close by. Issei clutched his left wrist and looked up to see the crowd of students. He was suddenly drawn to a powerful spark, coming from a boy who was leaned up against the railing of the bridge leading into the academy. The boy looked to be around 17 or 18. He had silver hair that was moving gently in the light breeze. He was dressed in a black jacket and black trousers. Issei growled and marched right over to the boy, who in turn was walking towards him. Issei, hi, how do we meet again? Issei looked blankly at the boy, confused. He had never seen this person in his life. How did this guy know his name? The boy wasn't dressed in academy uniform, so he wasn't a student. Sorry, have we met? The boy brushed a few bands of silver hair from his face. The name is Vali, also known as the White Dragon Emperor or the Vanishing Dragon if you prefer. Issei stepped back. Shit, no wonder his arm was hurting. This boy was the White Dragon Emperor, his mortal enemy and Drake's rival. So you're the show-off in the white flashy armor, my supposed rival. Last time I checked you aren't wearing an academy uniform, so why are you here? I know we're supposed to battle, Drake told me everything, but this isn't the time and place for that. So just piss off and let me get to school. Vali grinned and threw his fist forward. He watched as Issei flinched. How vulnerable you are. It wouldn't take much to defeat you with my magic. It would be far too easy. Vali was suddenly stopped by two blades now crossed under his neck. He looked to either side and noticed a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, and on the other side was a girl with mostly blue hair, except with few strands of green. Vali looked to both knights and shrugged his shoulders. Is this really the best move of all of you? Couldn't beat Cockabeel, then what chance? To have against me, besides I think you're causing a scene. Tiba and Zenobia looked at each other, although they hated to admit it, Vali was right. Both knights vanished their swords and stepped away from Vali. They then stood on either side of Issei. Vali looked at the three of them. Now that you have recalled your 2 lapdogs, Issei, tell me, how do you think you compare to the people with power in this world? Volley noticed the vacant expression on Issei's face and shook his head. This was his rival, please. A paper bag would be more of challenge. I see you're stupid as well as weak. I'm talking about the power you possess as the Red Dragon Emperor, and the power of your balance breaker, which looks rather incomplete if you ask me. Issei frowned. This pretty boy was getting on his nerves. He could sense Drake was trying to force a confrontation with Albion. However, he was using all his willpower to try suppress the raging dragon within him. Issei noticed Volley was just smirking, which infuriated him even more. However, it seems Volley wasn't quite finished with his little monologue. Even though your balance breaker isn't complete, your power level still reaches 4 digits, at the lower end of the scale of course. My power level is also a 4-digit number, but at the top end of the scale. Your friend Yusei ranks somewhere in the middle, impressive for a new sacred gear. Issei growled. Now the bastard was mocking him. So, what's your point? Volley noticed Rias and the rest of her peerage had arrived, completely oblivious to Issei and the others. My point is, even though your power level is so low, you're still an important player in this little game. Maybe if you spent more time training, instead of ogling your master's ass, you might improve that power ranking and give me a challenge. Wouldn't you agree, Rias? Issei's eyes blinked in surprise. However, his cheeks suddenly heated a little as he felt the familiar bust of Rias leaning into his arm. He felt her hand grabs his own and turned to see her red hair was wavering in the breeze. Rias had heard enough. Mind telling me what this is all about? If you have come here on behalf of the fallen angels, I can assure you, you're wasting your breath. Now what do you want with my servant? Speak quickly unless you want to be punished. Volley looked at the red hair and smirked. Interesting, you're his master, and yet you treat him like family. If I was to have a guess, I would say you like him more than that. A word of caution, Lady Gremory. Those who involve themselves in the fate of the Red and White Emperor dragons never have a happy ending. Besides, I didn't come here to fight. I came to inspect my rival, and I must say I am somewhat disappointed with what I have seen. You their Trinity Gear wielder, why don't you take his place? I can tell you would be a worthy opponent. Yusei was holding on to the hand of Akino. Oh, believe me, nothing would please more to put you in your place. After all, we still have a score to settle over that trash you took away a few nights ago. If it wasn't for my agreement with the higher powers not to involve myself in the affairs of the Red and White Dragon Emperor, I would be whipping your arse across town by now. Volley smirked. That sounds like a challenge. Yusei grinned back. As I said, I would happily challenge you, but I have certain conditions I have to abide by. One of them is not to get in the way of your rivalry with Issei, even though he is my best friend. Both boys looked eyes with each other. However, eventually Volley broke contact and pushed past everyone. Very well then, maybe you can train Issei and make sure he is ready for me. I will see you around, Issei. Volley then walked away from the group, who was still coming to terms with what had just happened. School's nurse office. Issei laid flat on the hospital bed. Due to his confrontation with Volley, his dragon arm wouldn't return back to normal, so he was in the nurse office, hiding and hoping the calm atmosphere would help his arm return back to normal. Issei gritted his teeth as he turned on the bed. Volley words were still ringing in his ears. However, it was the fact that Volley saw Yusei as more of a rival than he was. Issei growled and threw the pillow off the bed. How can Yusei be more powerful than me? I'm supposed to be the Red Dragon Emperor. For sake, it's not fair. He gets all the praise and acknowledgement. Issei noticed his dragon arm flashed. Don't tell me you are jealous of Yusei now. I am going to be truthful with you, partner. Yusei is everything the Red Dragon Emperor should be. He is strong, mindful, and above everything else focused on his goals. His head is not in the clouds or staring at girls as every day. His body and skill is proof of his hard work and training. You can learn a lot from him. Issei's head fell back onto the pillow, and his eyes looked upwards towards the ceiling. What was he thinking? Had it not been for Yusei, then they might not have been able to help Asia, and it had not been for Yusei, then he would be dead thanks to that manic priest. Not to mention his help in the raiding game. Sure, he was showing off a little, but in the end they had all wanted to try help Rias. Issei had appreciated that he was allowed to deal the final blow to Riser, but again that wouldn't have happened had Yusei not taken his regeneration abilities away. Then there was the whole Copial incident. Yusei had ripped the heads off 2 Cerberus and then had tried to take on the fallen angel. Issei was certain Yusei would have destroyed Copial had it not been for Volley swooping in and stealing the glory. Issei sat up and hopped down from the bed. His arm was reverting back to normal. Issei swore there and then that he would do all he can to be ready for Volley next time they met, even if it involved him swallowing his pride and asking for help. In class, Issei opened the door to his class. However, before he could get into the room, he felt 2 whacks to the side of his face, which caused him to stumble. Issei looked up and noticed his 2 friends were standing over him. Both were breathing heavily and their fists were clenched. Issei, you bastard, we know what you did. You got that really cute chick Zenobia to join that little club of yours. When are you going to let us in on the actions? I thought we were best friends. Issei's vision was starting to come into focus a bit. However, when he saw Zenobia walk over to him and crouch down, he got a view of her cute green panties. His face then went red as Zenobia removed several small packets from her pocket. Forgive me, Issei, I shouldn't have sprung that on you over the weekend when you weren't prepared. Here, I got these so we can practice before we try for baby. Issei looked down into his hand, his cheek suddenly blushed, in his hand was a condom. "Oh, those are pretty, can I have one?" Issei looked to Asia and noticed she had taken one of them and was now looking at it confused. Could this day get any worse? His two best friends had just hit him, and now Zenobia was handing out condoms to Asia. Why would Zenobia try to taint something so pure innocent? Zenobia, Asia doesn't need those, stop twisting her young mind already. Issei watched Zenobia stand up and walk away, leaving Issei to face more of his best friend's questions. Meanwhile, Yusei had watched the whole thing and was now shaking his head in disbelief. This time he couldn't blame Issei for starting trouble, but the recently turned knight of the church. Who knew Zenobia could be so lewd with her upbringing? Yusei was in his own little world when he noticed Zenobia walked over towards him and placed a letter on at his desk. "Irina send you that." Zenobia then walked off, leaving Yusei to examine the envelope in his hand. He carefully opened the letter and began to read. "Dear Yusei, I never really got a chance to thank you for all your help during our mission to Japan. I have arrived back here safely and now the broken swords are being reforged. I just want to tell you how much I appreciated your company that night. I don't have many friends apart from Zenobia, and it was just nice to be able to sit down and chat with someone my own age for change. As you have likely guessed, there is going to be a meeting of the three big powers, and I have been invited to escort St. Michael on this important mission. Hopefully I will get to see you too. Well, hope you're well and look forward to seeing you soon. All my love, Irina. XXXXXX. Yusei folded the letter away, put it in his pocket. He hadn't been expecting anything from Irina, but he was happy that she had got back safely and that she was doing well. Just then the bell rang. Yusei watched as everyone rushed to their seats for class. Yusei noticed Issei pulled up his chair alongside and thumped his head onto the desk. Yusei sighed and pulled out his textbooks ready to start lesson. Next day near school gym. Yusei and the others were walking around enjoying the weather. They were all tense as it was open house and the school was packed with parents wanting to see what their children had been doing at the school. Yusei noticed the clay figure in Ria's hand. It was an exact replica of her, and Issei had carved out of a block of clay during their first class. The problem was he had done it without even noticing it. It was only when the teacher called out his name that he had come out of his daze and was shocked to see what he had made, along with the rest of the class. Of course, a naked sculpture of Rias had got the whole class talking, and Issei was bombarded with questions and offers from people wanting to buy his work. Now, though everything was calm, however, that calm was suddenly disturbed by a huge crowd of boys running towards the sports gym, camera in hand, shouting about some girl in a milky girl costume. Yusei hadn't thought anything of it, until he noticed Rias had made a beeline for the gym, and the rest of them had followed soon after. Yusei entered the gym along with the rest and was surprised to see a girl dressed in a milky girl costume was posing on stage, much to the male students' delights. Yusei noticed one of the boys climbed up on stage. He was part of Sona Peerage, and was now trying to berate the girl for dressing up. Saji, what on earth is going on here? Yusei turned and noticed Sona had appeared by the side door of the gym. She was about to lay into her pawn, when Yusei noticed her reaction to the girl now on stage. However, when the girl jumped off and screamed "Sister," all hell broke loose. The girl charged into Sona and wrapped her arms around her. Yusei could tell by Sona's reaction that she was shocked to see this girl. "It's good to see Lady Leviathan. Are you here for open house?" Yusei noticed the way Rias had addressed the girl. She must be someone really important. However, he got the biggest shock when he learned she was one of the 4 devil kings of the underworld. Now that she was up close, Yusei got a really good look at her. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, however, as a devil, she could be whatever age she wanted. She had black straight hair that split into 2 long ponytails. She was dressed in a pink and black magic girl costume and was waving around a sparkly staff. Yusei drowned out most of the conversation and kept to the back of the group. However, when Rias went to introduce Issei, he was surprised to see that the girl wasn't interested in the Red Dragon Emperor, but had pushed right past him and was now jumping around in front of him. "Oh my, you're the Trinity Gear wielder, aren't you? I was really impressed with the way you handled Riser in the raiding game. That prick needed to be taken down a peg or two. Oh, where my manners? My name is Seraphal Leviathan, but you can call me Little Leviathan. You mind if I get a few photos? I want them for my bedroom wall. Whenever I meet a cute guy, I take a picture and post it on my wall. Hey sis, take a picture of me and Yusei, will you?" Yusei was surprised to see the girl leaned up into him. He looked over her head and noticed Akino had a sly smile on her face. He had thought she would be upset, but she looked the complete opposite. Yusei then blushed as he felt a pair of lips on his own. This girl was in him. What the hell? Yusei was in completely daze. He noticed the girl tilted her head cutely and smiled. "Sorry, couldn't resist. If you ever want to come down to the underworld, give me a call. I'd be happy to show you around." Yusei gulped as he noticed the girl was still quite close to him. However, he sighed in relief as she skipped off to her sister and both left the gym. Well, if you could call Sona running out in tears and her sister chasing after her, leaving the gym together. Yusei was still in a daze. That was until he felt the warm breath in his ear. So my little Yusei even was able to snag one of the Devil Kings too. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Yusei then felt Akino him on the cheek and gave him a sly smile. Issei knelt at the small table while Akino served him some tea. He had been asked to come here today, however he hadn't been told why. At first Issei had been hesitant about coming to such a holy place. After all, he was demon, and the last time he had been near anything holy had really been unpleasant to him. Akino was also being very quiet. Issei noticed Akino smiled softly at him. No need to look so tensed, Issei. We have a special arrangement in place that allows us to use this shrine. The god who it belonged to faded a while ago, and now it is vacant. Issei sipped the tea and thought about what Akino had just said. He then remembered what had happened yesterday. His parents had met Rias' father at open house, and then they had invited him back to the house for dinner, much to the horror of Rias. Issei had wondered why Rias was so embarrassed. However, he soon found out, as her father had taken a video camera into her class and filmed her. The embarrassment hadn't stopped there though. Next, his parents had shown his own lesson, and everyone had laughed how he had created the sculpture of Rias, which again had embarrassed Rias and sent her crying to her room. Issei soon followed her, and both had talked about his life as devil. Rias had asked him if he was happy that he had met her, and did he like her. Of course, Issei had been guarded about his feeling. After all, deep down he liked Rias, but knew as things were now, then he would never be able to be with her romantically. He was underworld royalty and he was lowly peasant. It would never worked. What has you so troubled, Issei? Issei looked up into the face of Akino and noticed the concern written all over it. Should he tell her? No, he would keep it to himself. Besides, there might still be a little hope, especially after the end he and Rias had shared. No, it's okay, just a little worried about today, that's all. Of course, the from Rias had surprised him, and things could have progressed a little further had Asia not interrupted. Issei noticed Akino didn't seem satisfied with his answer. Issei wondered where Yusei was. After all, he was very rare not to see Akino and Yusei together these days. Unfortunately, before he could ask, a blinding light appearing in the room. Issei covered his eyes and waited for the light to die down. There stood a few feet away was a man dressed in what looked like armor. Yusei noticed the yellow cross on the front of it. This guy must be from heaven or the church. The man was giving off an holy aura that was causing Issei and Akino to shake uncontrollably. However, when Issei saw the gold wings, he froze. Issei watched as Akino approached the man cautiously and bow in front of him. He then heard her address the man. "Saint Michael, I am honored to meet you. My name is Akino, and I am the queen of Lady Gremory household. She asked me that I bring the Red Dragon Emperor here to meet you, as you requested from her brother Lord Surzech." Michael smiled softly at the girl, who was now bowing towards him. "Thank you, child. You have done well. So this is the young pervert, who is also the host for the Red Dragon Emperor. I am pleased to meet you, Issei Hayaru. I am Saint Michael, leader of heaven. Much has been discussed about you and your counterpart, the White Dragon Emperor. I am not sure if you are aware, but all three factions will be soon meeting. We are all tired of this war, and would like to promote peace between the three of us. As a sign of that peace, Lord Surzech has asked me to present this." There was another bright light which appeared in midair in front of the angel. Suddenly the light took form of a sword. Issei suddenly felt pain shoot through his left arm. Something had upset Drag. Issei watched as the sword floated into Saint Michael's hand. "Behold, young pervert, the holy sword Escalon. However, this blade goes by another name. The Dragon Slayer. Once it belonged to Saint George, who used it to kill a dragon. It was also used in the Great Holy War to end the conflict between the Red Dragon and White Dragon Emperor." Issei nodded in understanding. Now he knew what had caused Drag to get angry. Still, why would the leader of heaven give him a sword that can kill dragons? It made no sense. Issei stood and walked towards Michael, who was holding the blade in his hands, and was now presenting it towards him. "According to reports, you are the weakest Red Dragon host in history, and Surzech and myself thought this sword would be able to boost your overall power. You would also have a weapon that could be used in combat against your rival, the White Dragon Emperor. As representative of heaven, I bestow upon you this power, and seal the pact that heaven has made with the current Lucifer, that from now on both factions will strive for peace instead of conflict." Issei took the sword from Saint Michael and held it in his gauntlet hand. He could feel the power radiating from the blade. "Thank you, Saint Michael. However, I have no idea how I am supposed to wield such a weapon." The angel smiled softly. "I would suggest you try to assimilate the sword and join it together with the power of the Red Dragon Emperor." Issei examined the sword once more. Was that even possible? He was a devil after all. Absorbing such holy power would kill him surely. Just then Issei heard Drag respond to his thoughts. "Remember what I told you, Issei Hayaru. The power of the boosted gear is down to the user's own will. If you will me to absorb this power, and believe that I can, then there is nothing I cannot do. Also, as the sword will be merging with me, it will not affect your standing as a devil, meaning the blade cannot harm you. So Issei Hayaru, I ask you once more, do you want me to merge with this sword and gain its power?" Issei thought about the questions. The fact that the blade would not harm him was a big relief. Also, the added power would be good, especially against Volley and the power of the White Dragon Emperor. "Okay, partner, let's do this. Tell me what I need to do." Issei closed his eyes and focused. As he did, the boosted gear began to glow and hum with power. Escalon then started to glow brighter as the two power merged. Issei could feel the strain of the two power attempting to merge. Finally, there was a bright flash, and the backlash of magic sent everyone flying backwards. Issei felt his back make contact with the shrine wall. Eventually, though, he was able to stand and look to his boosted gear, which now had a long pointed sharp blade poking out from the front of it. The blade tip was the same as Escalon. He had been able to assimilate the holy sword into his boosted gear. St. Michael had been surprised by the backlash, however he was pleased that the holy sword had indeed accepted Issei as its new master. It seems my work here is complete. I must return back to heaven and prepare for the summit. Farewell Issei Hayatu and good luck. The angel then was engulfed by a bright light and vanished from the shrine, both leaving Akino and Issei alone. Restaurant in town later. Yusei sat waiting for Akino. She had told him that she needed to do something important today, however she would meet him for dinner here tonight. Yusei looked at his watch and then towards the door. He took another sip of his drink and then pulled out his phone and examined it. He was going to call her, however decided to give her 5 more minutes. Yusei heard the bell chime at the door and looked up to see Akino was trying to catch her breath. Her face was flushed. Yusei stood from the table and waved her over. Once she was near, he leaned forward and at her sweetly. I was worried you wasn't coming. Did everything go okay? Yusei took hold of Akino's hand and sat her down in the booth and then shuffled over next to her. Akino eventually recovered and took a sip of Issei drink. Yeah, sorry about that. The errand took longer than I first thought. Rias asked me to take Issei somewhere important. We met the leader of heaven, who gifted Issei with a new power. Sorry I didn't call, but my battery was dead. Yusei looked to Akino and took her hand in his. It's okay, you're here now, that's all that matters. So what was this new power that heaven bestowed on Issei? Akino took another sip of Yusei drink. It was a holy sword. According to St. Michael, it's lethal to dragons, and Lord Serzech had asked Michael to give it to Issei, hoping it would boost his overall power. However, there was another reason for it. A pact of peace has been made between heaven and hell, and the sword was a symbol of that peace between the two factions. There is a huge summit in few days where the 3 main factions will meet and discuss a peace treaty. Yusei was surprised. He then removed Irina letter from his pocket and handed it to Akino. Zenobia gave this to me yesterday. She received it from Irina. It mentions something about a meeting, which I assume is this summit you are referring to. Also, I seem to have made an impression on her. Yusei noticed the sly smile on Akino's face. I can see that, so that's settled then. She can be part of your own harem. So to recap, so far we have Kaneko, Irina, and maybe Lady Leviathan, if what happened yesterday is any indication to go by. She seemed really into you. Yusei suddenly blushed. I am sure it was nothing. It was just most likely the excitement of meeting me, which still puzzles me. After all, I am just an average human. Why would one of the Devil Kings take any interest in me? Akino handed the letter back, and then began to trace her finger playfully on the back of Yusei's hand. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're powerful, caring, and above everything else humble. You don't go around showing off your power, but only use it when you need it, and then only if one of us is in trouble. It's kind of hard for any girl to ignore those qualities in you, not to mention you're cute too. Akino hit him softly on the cheek. So ready to order? I am starving. Both teens carried on talking until their food arrived. Something was bothering Yusei though. Akino was still going on about this supposed harem plan. Yusei remembered watching a recent anime where a boy was betrothed to an alien girl by accident. However, the boy was completely clueless about the opposite, even though he liked a girl at his school. Through a number of misadventures with the alien girl and her inventions causing trouble, the boy had become more confident and was now the object of affection for a lot more girls at his school. Of course, the boy was oblivious, and when in the later season the alien girl's sisters join her on Earth, things get more complicated when the youngest tries to create a harem plan so the boy can marry and love all the girls involved with him. Was Akino trying to do the same thing with him? Yusei took hold of Akino's hand. Akino, please, I have told you before, you're the only girl I need. I appreciate your efforts in trying to be open-minded by such a concept as an harem, but it just wouldn't work. One, it's illegal for a man to marry more than one wife here. More importantly, all these girls could have their own futures and that special someone waiting for them. Another point is one of these candidates is member of the church, and 3 are a member of the underworld. Don't you think that alone would cause conflict? I will be honest with you, as I always. Yes, I like those girls, but I don't feel about them the same way I feel about you. Akino looked into the loving eyes of her boyfriend. What he had said had truly touched her. Yusei, you're the best boyfriend ever. However, I have told you that I am happy for you to have as many girls as you want. Besides, you keep saying you're just a human, but considering your power and what the other factions think of you, I doubt you would be remaining entirely human for long. Rias had already offered you a position in her household, and I am certain the other factions will also try to offer something. If so, the laws of this land wouldn't apply to you, and you could have as many girls as you like and we can all live happy together. You might not love these girls yet, but that doesn't mean you won't come to in the future. So as your girlfriend, I am asking you to be a little more open-minded. If one of these girls shows interest, then go with it. Don't push her away or try to avoid her. I have already given you permission. Yusei still wasn't sure, however he agreed that he wouldn't push any of the girls away that took an interest in him, even though the idea seemed ludicrous. The teens soon finished their food and then shared an ice cream sundae. One of the waitress had then taken a picture of both of them, which Yusei had paid for. Yusei then paid the bill for the meal and both teens left the restaurant. It was still quite early. It's still quite early. Is there anything else you fancy doing? Akino suddenly smiled and grabbed hold of her boyfriend's hand. Let's go to the arcade. I need to burn off these calories and can do it by whooping your arse on the dance machine. Of course, there is another way I can burn the calories off. Akino looked to Yusei and winked. She then laughed at the surprise expression on his face. The day of the peace summit had finally arrived. Rias and her household were in the clubroom making final preparations for the meeting. A barrier had been created around the school and the three armies of heaven, fallen angels, and hell were put on guard around the school. It's time. Kaneko, I would like you to stay behind and protect Gasper. Yusei, as you are not a devil, I would also ask you to stay behind. But it seems my brother and the other leaders wish to speak to you on an urgent matter, so therefore your presence is required. Rias stood from her desk and moved around to Kaneko and Gasper. She gave them both a hug. Whatever you do, I don't want either of you to leave this room. Kaneko broke the hug and nodded. Understand, Rias, no one will hurt Gasper while I am around. Kaneko then walked over towards the sofa where Gasper was sat inside the cardboard box playing one of Yusei video games. Rias turned to the rest of the room. It's time, let's go. Rias then created a magical circle which everyone stepped into except Yusei. He was still a little worried about what the three factions could want with him. He felt Akino take hold of his hand. Come on, Yusei, it will be okay. Yusei looked down at their joint hands and nodded. He then stepped into the circle and felt the familiar sensation of being teleported. The group suddenly arrived inside a small room. In the center of the room was a round table, and sitting at the table was Serzech, Lady Leviathan, Archangel Michael, and Azazel. Vali was leaned up against the far wall behind the general of the fallen angels. Serzech stood from his seat. Good, you have finally arrived. Very well, then let us start this meeting. We have all come here today because we agree on one thing. War is not solving anything between us. As the current Lucifer of the underworld, I understand that if we continue this senseless shed, then I am dooming our race to oblivion. However, before we discuss peace any further, I would like to bring up a few things that have reached my ears recently, namely to do with the fallen angels. Azazel looked out across the table and lounged back in his chair. Yes, about those little incidents. It seems some of my underlings got too big for their wings and decided to try cause trouble. I am aware of the incident regarding Rainier and first apologize to the Gremory household for the trouble she and her group caused you. However, please note, those few you let survive have been dealt with and punished. As for Cokebill, he has been imprisoned and thrown into the deepest pits of hell. He will not be interfering anymore. Serzech nodded. Saint Michael, do you have anything to say? After all, the fallen angels attacked you too, by stealing several holy swords. Saint Michael shook his head. Heaven holds no grudges, the swords were returned. Granted, I was worried about what had happened to those individuals who were involved, but I am now pleased to hear that they have been taken care of. As you know, both God and Lucifer was killed in the Great Wars. Both our generals are dead, and we too agree that this conflict isn't doing either side any good. I hate to butt in, but haven't we all missed something quite important? There are 3 individuals in this room whose power rivals that of our own. I would hate to agree to this little peace treaty without considering those individuals. Serzech looked across to Yusei, Issei, and then to Vali. You have a point. As you are aware, Issei is a devil, so in theory the Red Dragon Emperor is working on behalf of the underworld. I assume Vali is working for you and the fallen angels, Azazel. Azazel laughed. Hardly. Vali is more of a mercenary. I asked him to carry out a task for me, and he did it. However, his allegiance isn't to me or the fallen angels, but to himself. Vali, what are your thoughts on peace? Vali stood away from the wall and frowned. Let's not beat around the bush. We all know what happened last time in the Great War. The Red Dragon and White Dragon fought one another and caused chaos and destruction. It took the combined power of heaven, hell, and the fallen angels to bring that conflict to an end. The destiny of the White and Red Dragon Emperor is to fight. There is no escaping that fact. So you ask if I want peace or war. Well, it doesn't matter which I want, because in the end both myself and Issei will clash eventually. However, I would rather not of the 3 factions interfere, so I suggest peace would be okay, long as I get to fight Issei eventually. Azazel shook his head. As expected. What about you, Red Dragon Emperor? What are your feelings on this matter? You have heard Vali's thoughts. What do you have to say? Issei's eyes widened as everyone looked towards him. Issei nervously scratched the back of his head. He wasn't sure what he should say. I am not sure I understand the question, sir. Azazel smirked. Very well, then let me put it in terms you will be able to understand. Pay attention, okay? If there was war, and the 3 factions started fighting again, then you would never be able to settle down with Rias. As a leading household of the underworld, the Gremory family would be on the front line. However, if peace is decided, then you can shag Rias Gremory to your heart's content. Not to mention accomplish your goals of becoming a harem king. Issei wasn't even paying attention to what the head of the fallen angels was saying. His mind was filled with images of Rias naked and the both of them doing naughty things to each other. However, his daydream came to an end when he felt a hard whack on the back of his head. Issei wondered what had hit him, and looked up to see Yusei still had his fist raised. Issei slowly stood up and rubbed where Yusei had hit him. Sorry, I guess I spaced out. Peace all the way, please. Beside, the only time I would use my powers is to protect Rias and my friends. I have no intentions of causing any trouble. Azazel nodded. Well, that's 2 for peace. Now we come to the enigma of the 3rd mystery, sacred gear. As I am aware you are yet to align yourself with anyone, am I correct? I am also aware that myself and the fallen angels are not the only factions worried about you and your power. Yusei stepped forward and frowned at the head of the fallen angels. Let's get a few things straight. I don't like you. Even if it wasn't on your orders, your faction still tried to end my life. I was just a simple mortal minding my own business when I was attacked out of the blue. Yusei then looked to Michael. As for you, Saint Michael, although your factions has done nothing to warrant my dislike, I have to question some of your actions. As head of heaven you must have been aware of Asia's situation, and yet you and the church stood by and did nothing. For the short time I have known Asia, not once has she bad-mouthed the church, and even to this day she carries on praying to you in heaven. I also know deep down Zenobia feels the same way, and yet you treated her just the same. All because she learned of your little secret. So why would I want to join a faction that are willing to leave their allies hang out to dry? In all honesty, the only factions I would consider joining would be the underworld. However, I know that is not possible, as the scales of power would become unbalanced, leading to certain war. So I decided to remain neutral and help those I can, who have earned my respect and friendship. However, as a mortal I would rather have peace than war any day. Michael looked across at the boy, who had just insulted the church. However, not what he had said was untrue. You're right, Trinity Gear user. However, you must understand, once God was dead, all that remained was the system. Only thing we had left was our faith to administer divine protection, mercy, and miracles. Even with me as the head of the church, it is barely functioning. Consequently, there was a need to avoid anything that could effectively cause problem to our system. With Asia's gift of not only healing just human but fallen angels and devils, we had no choice but to cast her away, a decision that I regret to this day. The faith of believers is the reason why we in heaven still exist. Any threat to the system would result in our demise, which would lead to chaos on earth. As a result, steps had to be taken to remove anything that could be considered a threat to the system. That is why Zenobia was also cut loose. If it got out that God was dead, then there is no doubt the church would fall and we in heaven would fade from existence. Irina, who had been stood quietly, was listened. Her eyes widened. She had no idea the reason Zenobia had left the church was because she had found out the truth. Irina looked down, disgusted with herself. All this time she thought Zenobia had betrayed the church, when in fact it was the church who had betrayed her. Irina promised that once this meeting was over, then she would talk to Zenobia and apologize. Yusei frowned. I guess I can understand that, now that you have explained it, but still, for someone who believed in the church as much as Asia and Zenobia, it was poor way to treat them both. Issei nodded. Indeed, however, that doesn't solve our problem regarding your neutral stance. You may not know this, but we three powers are not the only factions within this world. There are many religions and factions who have their own way of doing things, and our concern is one of them in the future could approach you. That is why we three have decided to make you our champion. Yusei blinked in surprise. Wait, what champion? What does that mean exactly? It was Michael who spoke. We believe that it would be better for you to represent all three factions here. Therefore you in theory will be the symbol of this peace treaty. You won't belong to any one factions but all three. Yusei gulped. All three? You have to be kidding me. Look, I appreciate the honor and all, but I'm just a human being. Wouldn't it be better if Issei or Vali was the champion? Issei shook his head. Issei can't be the champion of the three factions, as he is a devil. Vali has already made it quite clear he doesn't want to join forces that only leaves you. So Yusei Fudo, wielder of the Trinity Sacred Gear, will you accept this responsibility that the underworld, heaven, and those in between bestow upon you? Yusei was about to refuse outright. That was until he saw Akino and her smile. He looked into those eyes and could see she wanted him to do this. Yusei turned to the three leaders and noticed they were waiting for a reply. However, before he could give his answer, everything froze in the room. What's going on? Yusei noticed an orange glow outside the window that suddenly began to form some strange pattern in the sky. He watched as from small portals, beings in white robes began to appear and were firing laser from their eyes at the armies of heaven and hell who had been stationed to protect the meeting. This power can only be the work of Gasper. Somehow he has been captured and is now being used against us. Those of us with powers were unaffected. Rias, whereas Gasper now. Issei looked towards his sister and noticed the worry on her face. He's with Kaneko, as he doesn't like crowds. I thought it would be best for him to remain in the club room. Issei sighed and then turned to Yusei. We will get your answer after this, Yusei, but I am asking, will you help us combat these terrorists who threaten this peace between us? Yusei nodded and summoned his sacred gear. Of course. He then raised his gauntlet hand into the air and shouted. Thunder Dragon Balance Breaker. Yusei felt the familiar sensation of his armor snapping into place. Once his transformation was complete, he rushed to the main window and blew it open before flying out to engage the enemy. Vali unfolded his arms. He had seen Yusei transform, had been impressed. I can't let him have all the fun. Vali then summoned his own sacred gear. White Dragon Balance Breaker. Vali armor snapped into place. Once he was transformed, he too left through the window and joined the battle. Issei turned to his little sister. Rias, you need to go and rescue Gasper and Kaneko. Take Issei with you. The rest of us will back up Vali and Yusei. Rias nodded and grabbed hold of Issei's hand. She then created a magic circle and dragged Issei into it. Both vanished from the room. Issei noticed the rest of his sister household were stood around not knowing what to do. Akino is Ria's queen. When she is not here, you're in charge. Akino nodded and turned to Zenobia and Kiba, who were waiting orders. Both had their hands on their swords ready to draw them. Everyone, including the three leaders, jumped out of the school building and surveyed the battle taking place in front of them. Just then a portal opened and a woman appeared from it. Issei's eyes narrowed as he looked upon the woman. What was she doing here? Meanwhile, in the clubroom, Kaneko was helpless. Somehow these magicians had broken Ria's seal, and now she was trapped. Her whole body was stuck against a wall, and strange magical seal was keeping her in place. She looked over to see that Gasper was also trapped and looked unworried. These magicians had used another seal to force him to use his sacred gear. Kaneko could see the pain in his eyes of being forced to use his forbidden power. Kaneko struggled against the seal, however the more she moved, the weaker she got. It seems the seal wasn't only preventing from escaping, but it was also draining her strength. Kaneko gritted her teeth as she heard one of the magicians laugh. "Give it up, little girl, that seal can even block your strength." All the magician began to laugh. That was until a sudden blast of power shattered their seal on the main door. All three magicians were blown away as the main door exploded of its hinges. In the doorway was Rias, and in her palm were two spheres of red and black demonic power. "You dare kidnap two of my servants and then imprison them. I will send your souls to the deepest pits of hell." Rias began to launch the spheres of demonic energy around the room, which caused the magicians to go on the defensive and raise several shields. While Rias was busy with the magicians, Issei had raced into the room and was now trying to break the seal on Gasper and Kaneko. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was doing no good. Just then he heard the sound of his partner drag. Issei blinked in surprise. Would that really work? True, Gasper was a vampire, but would really be the key to freeing him and Kaneko from these magical seals? Issei cried out. Booster gear blade mode. Issei watched as his boosted gear glowed, and from the front of it a scallion appeared. He drew the sharp blade across his palm and sliced it into his flesh. Fresh began to spill from the cut. Issei offered his hand towards Gasper. "Drink it. I know you don't like, but you need to drink it. Show everyone that you're not a wimp, but a man." Gasper looked at the offered palm, which was oozing with fresh. He hesitated briefly, however, when Issei had mentioned about him being a man and not a wimp, Gasper poked his tongue out and licked. The effects were immediate. Gasper felt the power and his eyes suddenly glowed. Everyone in the room had shielded their eyes. However, once the light had died down, Kaneko was back with Rias and Issei, and Gasper was no longer trapped by the seal. The magician in the room began to panic. "But how our seal? No one should have been able to break it. What's happening?" All the magicians suddenly found themselves tangled up and glowing like vines that was wrapping around their bodies. "Why, is drinking my and draining my magic." One of the magicians broke free and fired a beam of magic towards Rias. However, she suddenly found herself frozen. She then looked up and noticed a swarm of black bats. Each one had a pair of glowing red eyes. "It's no good. I can see everything. I will not allow you to harm my master." "No, Issei, I have frozen them all in place." Issei didn't need to be told twice. He was giddy with excitement. All these magicians were girls, and he couldn't wait to see just what they had hidden under their robes. He moved about the crowd of magicians and touched each one, causing a small red seal to appear over their clothes. He then turned back to the group and clicked his fingers. Dress break. The effects were immediate. The sound of clothes being torn from the bodies of the magicians filled the club room, followed by the embarrassed screams of all the girls. Issei turned his head and marveled at the sight in front of him. Everywhere he looked was a different pair of milk jugs swaying and bouncing. "You see that, Gasper? This is what we can accomplish together. Now let's feel, shall we?" However, before Issei could make a move, Kaneko and kicked him in the back of the head. "Man, you're the worst." Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the three leaders found themselves trapped within a protective barrier as spells rained down on them from the outside. Sirzich growled as the woman offered in front of them, laughing. Her name was Kateria Leviathan, and she one of the original Satan factions who rebelled against Sirzich and his new underworld. How adorable, the three great powers working together to protect each other, adorable and pathetic. Sirzich growled as he looked up at the woman who had dared interrupted this peace talk. "What do you think you are doing, Kateria?" The woman looked down at the current ruler of hell and laughed. "I am doing the exact opposite you in this disgusting meeting. If God and the Devil King are not around anymore, there should be a revolution in this world." Seraphal looked up the woman she had replaced as Leviathan, once the Great War had ended and the fate of the Devil King was revealed. Hell had held an election for a new leader, much to the original members of the Underworld horror. They believed that they should inherit the power of the Underworld, being they were all descended from the original Devil King. However, the residents of the Underworld had disagreed, and Sirzich, along with 4 others, had been elected. "Why are you doing this, Kateria? This has nothing to do with you and the old devil factions. Peace between the big 3 is the only way forward, and I won't allow you or anyone else to interfere in that." Kateria narrowed her eyes at the girls who had stolen her title and power. "Shut your mouth, you little slut. How dare you question me after you have stained the name Leviathan? But don't worry, once I destroy you, I will take back my title and reestablish the Leviathan name." Azazel grinned as the protective barrier vanished. "Of course, that would mean you would have to take us all on, and even you don't have the power to do that. So why don't you crawl back into the pit you came out of?" Kateria narrowed her eyes at the head of the fallen angels. "You dare question my power? Fine, you die first." Kateria extended her magical staff and fired a blast of energy towards Azazel, who blocked it with his aura. "Do that again, it tickles. Now you, taste the full power of a fallen angel." The air crackled with power as both sides continued to fight. Yusei used his wings to gain a little altitude as several beams of light missed his shoulder. These magicians were tough. Yusei looked across to Vali to see he too was having a hard time. No matter how many they put down, more took their place. Thunder Force Strike. Yusei cried out as his ultimate attack left his gauntlet hand and took out around 20 of the magicians. Yusei then crossed his arms to protect himself from the counter-attacks. These attacks really stung. Yusei watched as volley took out another handful. He growled in frustration. He didn't want to team up, but maybe if both of them worked together, then they would cause a lot more damage. Yusei flew up and glided near to volley. These bastards just won't stop coming. What say we team up and take them down together? With your power and mine infused together, we should be able to turn the tides of this battle. Nearly all the fallen angels and angels' guards have been wiped out, only a few devils remain. Volley growled inside his helmet. Yusei had a point. They were getting nowhere with their single attacks. What do you have in mind? Yusei scanned the sky. It looks like they bunch up together, one group shields, while the other attack. However, I believe if we can attack from both sides and sandwich them between us, then we will have a better chance of catching them off guard. Volley nodded. Okay, you attack from the front, I will sneak up behind. Once I take out the attacker, those defending will be forced to drop their guard. Then you take them out. Both armored individuals nodded and split from each other. Meanwhile, further away, Azazel was now flying into the air and was now faced with Kateria, who was pissed at being called weak. She screamed as she unleashed a huge amount of energy towards Azazel, who crossed his arms and blocked the attack. However, there had been some serious power behind that attack and his block was suddenly broken. I thought there was something strange. No way did you used to have this kind of power. Who are you working for, Kateria? The female devil smiled as she noticed Azazel's coat was smoking from her attack. Someone who shares our vision and wants the underworld to return back to what it was. What's the matter, Azazel? Was my attack too much for the chief of the fallen angels? Azazel laughed. Hardly, you just caught me off guard. However, it seems I am going to have to go all out on you. I was saving this little beauty for another occasion, but I guess this will be a good time as any to use it. Azazel held out a small item that was gold, black and purple. You see, since the end of the war, I have been fascinated with the concept of sacred gears. I created an organization that researches these mystic artifacts, and through much sweat and tears was able to create one of my own. Behold my very own sacred gear, Balance Breaker. Azazel was engulfed by a bright light, which blinded Kateria from seeing her opponent. However, once the light had died down, she froze, and her eyes widened. There in front of her was Azazel. However, he was covered in yellow and black armor, and was wielding an axe. Yusei and Volley plan had worked, with Volley attacking from the rear and he from the front. The magician were having no time to come up with a countermeasure. Already the sky was a lot less crowded. However, the sudden shout of Balance Breaker had drawn Yusei's attention. Where Azazel had been, a yellow and black armored figure now hovered. So Azazel finally completed it. Took him long enough. Yusei turned to Volley and wondered what he had meant by that statement. Sorry, what has he completed? Is that a sacred gear? Yusei noticed. Volley nodded and then replied. Yes, however it is an artificial one. Azazel created it himself by using the data gathered from the other sacred gears. However, by the looks of the armor, he had a little help. Anyway, our little tag team is over, and now I want to test your true power. Yusei had no time to avoid, as Volley dived on him and began to charge down towards the ground. Yusei growled and used his martial arts knowledge to break the hold. He then flipped so that Volley was now on the bottom, heading for the ground. Volley pushed off Yusei and was able to pull out of the dive before he crashed. He then ascended back towards the sky with Yusei in pursuit. Volley suddenly turned and fired several blasts towards Yusei, who was able to dodge at the final second. He then used his power and created a lightning whip and lashed it towards Volley's trailing leg and tangled it up. He then used the momentum to pull himself up and threw his fist, hitting Volley square in the jaw. Volley flew back a few feet and noticed the crack in his helmet. Impressive. If only Issei could show this type of power. Yusei charged forward. He was about to land another punch when he suddenly stopped. No, this fight ends here, Volley. I won't fight you. That's Issei's job. Besides, I promised someone I wouldn't interfere between you two. Yusei then descended towards the ground. He was just in time to see a huge explosion and heard the scream of a woman as she was blown to pieces. Yusei noticed Azazel was still airborne, however one of his arms was missing. Yusei noticed that Issei and Rias had now returned to the group with Kaneko and Gasper. He was about to approach the group when a blast of energy whizzed past him and hit Azazel, sending the fallen angel crashing into the ground. Yusei snapped his head around and noticed the attack had come from Volley. What the hell was going on? Azazel coughed as he crawled out of the crater created by the blast of energy. However, unlike everyone else who was shocked about Volley's betrayal, he turned and looked up at Volley and sighed. I was wondering when you would make your move. Everyone looked at Azazel, confused. Did he know that Volley would turn on them? If so, he must have known that this attack was going to happen, and Volley had been the inside man as to speak. Azazel turned his head and looked at Surzich and Michael. Sorry, I never enclosed this information, but I wanted to be sure before I said anything. You see, several of my team have reported another faction growing, one that is made up of all three sides, and those who don't agree with our peaceful stance. They're called the Chaos Brigade. Volley laughed as he remained airborne. Impressive. It seems nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, I am working on behalf of the Chaos Brigade, but we are not interested in world domination. Our leader has another goal in mind, one that needs my power to succeed. Azazel smirked. That leader would be Ophis, right? Azazel heard the sharp gasps, however he pushed on. So the fact that you had your title stolen too has nothing to do with this little turncoat act. After all, you're like Keteria, you're both descended from one of the dead devil kings. This statement got more shocked gasped, however the laugh from Vali drowned them out. Correct again, Azazel, my full name is Vali Lucifer. I am a direct descendant from one of the dead devil kings. My mother was human, so I am only a half, however my father was the grandson of the first Lucifer. Azazel smirked. Of course that makes sense, you being a half allowed you to be possessed by the power of the vanishing dragon. To your credit, you're the strongest one I have seen in a while. Vali mocked Bowdy, then looked down at the group. He was growing bored of this chit-chat. He wanted to fight, and seeing how the Trinity Gear user had refused, that just left his rival. Issei Hayatu, you have heard of my origins. How does that make you feel, you a lowly human, who was bestowed the powers of a god, and yet know nothing of real power? Heck, even before you become a devil you were a no one. Issei was getting upset, and stepped forward. Just shut up. You know nothing about me. Everyone noticed a dark red aura was gathering around his body. However, Issei was blind to this. All his attention was on Vali. Vali smirked. Yes, that's it. Get angry. Prove to me that what I just said was false. Show me all your power, Issei Hayatu. Let us see who is left standing after our battle. In fact, once I kill you I might take Rias for myself. After all, as you say, she does have some impressive assets. Ria's eyes widened as she used her arms to shield her chest from view. Her face had a pink tint to it. That was the final straw. Issei roared and began to transform into his balance breaker form. He then ascended towards Vali at lightning speed. You want to see real power? You saw well here at his boosted gear blade mode. A scallon appeared from his gauntlet and he charged towards Vali, screaming in rage. Vali was just able to dodge the strike and hurt his partner. Vali noted the caution in his partner's voice. So I just have to avoid being hit by it? I can do that. Vali then accelerated and charged headfirst towards Issei. Both became blurs in the dark sky. All that could be seen was white and red streak clashing. Suddenly the red streak crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Rias was about to charge forward when her brother grabbed her arm. It's too dangerous, Rias. Besides, Issei wouldn't be able to concentrate with you involved. This is something he has to do on his own. Issei crawled out of the crater. How could he have forgotten about Vali divide power? His advantage was now gone. Issei looked up and noticed Vali's wings suddenly glowed brighter. What the hell was that? Vali looked down on his fallen rival with a bored expression. Is that really the best you can do? Maybe you need a more painful incentive. I know what would happen if I destroy your friends you care so much about. Will that be the catalyst that awakened the dormant power of the Red Dragon Emperor inside you? Let's find out, shall we? Vali then directed a blast of energy towards the small group, however it fizzled out against a shield of lightning. Issei, don't worry about Rias and the others. I can protect them. You concentrate on taking this jerk down. You can do it, pal. I believe in you. Besides, if you die now, when will you get the chance to have your way with Rias? Again, Rias suddenly blushed, causing a few smiles in the crowd. Issei looked directly at his best friend and nodded. He's right. I die here and I will never be able to do all the things I want to do with Rias. I would never become a harem king. No, I won't lose here. My dream is to shag Rias Gregory and every other girl in my future harem. Issei roared and took off towards the sky. Drag transfer all power to a scallon. Vali prepared himself and took Issei head on. However, Issei's fist had slipped under his guard and now his blade was piercing his armor. If that wasn't bad enough, it was boosting constantly, overloading his power supply. Take this, you son of a. You dare try harm my friends, you piece of shit. Feel the power of the Dragon Slayer. Issei pushed the blade further into Vali's armor, which caused it to crack and shatter. Both rivals were blown apart and both hit the ground hard. Vali stood from his crater and wiped some from his mouth. Amazing. You completely blew away my sacred gear. That's what I expect from my rivals. Now show me what else you can do. Vali once again shifted into his balance breaker form. Issei, however, could barely stand. His power was almost depleted. How was Vali able to transform so quickly after having his sacred gear destroyed? It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Issei shook his head. No, I won't. This always happened. I can't let my friends down. They're counting on me. I must keep going. Issei finally was able to make it to a standing stance. He noticed a blue-shaped orb was laying on the ground between them. He was part of Vali Balance Breaker. Drag, you said the sacred gear evolves and respond to what I am feeling, right? We were able to assimilate a scallon, so maybe we can assimilate Vali power too. Issei laughed. Of course, I sacrificed my left arm, didn't I? Besides, I can't die. I still need to on Rias melons, and do a lot of other naughty things with her. Not mentioned become harem king. Issei watched as his boosted gear got brighter and brighter. Vali looked on and wondered what Issei was doing. Just what do you think you can do with that? Issei laughed and slammed the orb into the ground. Simple, you vanishing dragon head. I am about to take your power. The orb slammed into the ground and the energy release shot towards Issei's right arm. He cried out as he felt like his entire body was fire. This hurt. Vali watched as his rival screamed in agony as he attempted to assimilate his power. However, when Issei was engulfed by a white light, Vali's eyes widened as he heard Drag's voice. Impossible. They were complete opposites. How could a lowly human turned devil succeed in such a feat? Vali growled as the light died down, and now stood before him was Issei, who slammed his gauntlets together, revealing that one of them was white, while the other was red. Vali laughed. Very well, you want to get serious, well how about this? Vali then took off towards the sky, his wings suddenly expanded and began to glow. White pulses began to resonate from his wings and caused everything to shrink around him. Michael looked unworried. No, he warping the dimension, this is bad. Everything is being reduced by half. Everyone in the group looked unworried, however it was Azazel who stepped in. Perfect, this is just the type of incentive Issei needs. Hey Issei. Issei turned to look at Azazel. What the hell do you want? Can't you see that I am in the middle of a battle here? Azazel ignored Issei's petty complaints. Listen up, that power Vali is using divides everything in half, not just building but people too, which means if you don't stop him, well let's just say Rias Gremory won't be showing off her impressive bust anymore. The power will half her and every other female in this area. Issei froze as he allowed Azazel's words to sink in. Rias will become half their size. I don't want to live in a world where Rias is a normal wreck. She has such wonderful tits, I won't let anything happen to them. Autumn with me. Issei aura began to intensify around him, and roared before ascending towards Vali at lightning speed. You dare try to harm Rias Gremories? What type of monster are you? Now you die, take this. Issei slammed his fist into Vali and continued to lash out at him. So what if you had your way, would you half everyone's S? Take this, you bastard. Issei slammed his white gauntlet hand into Vali, causing him to double over, however Issei wasn't done. This is for Rias Great Melons, and this is for Asia Developing-ish. Issei slammed his head into Vali's own, which caused both their helmets to shatter, however Issei wasn't done. And this for Zenovia Huge Bazookas. Issei raised his leg and slammed his knee into the abdomen of Vali, causing him to spit up a little. Vali crashed into the concrete. He was laid flat out, grasping at anything that would let him stand. Eventually he was able to get to one knee and wiped more from his mouth. So this is the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. You get this strong just by thinking of S. Well, now that I know I am facing your true power, I don't have to hold back anymore. Vali slowly stood and started to sway from side to side. Issei Hayatu, our sacred gear possess another power, one that is far greater than our balance breaker form. However, to use its power, a sacrifice is needed, and I am more than willing to pay that sacrifice. So Issei Hayatu, behold Juggernaut drive. Issei couldn't believe it. Vali was still standing, and now he was chanting something. However, before he could finish, there was a loud crack and someone landed in front of him. The figure was a man who was carrying a long staff. Issei prepared himself for another battle, however it seems he wasn't here to fight, but instead pick up Vali for something. Issei heard footsteps beyond him and noticed Azazel had stepped in front of him. Biku, you were the last person I would expect to see. Hell must have really frozen over for you to side with the Chaos Brigade. The figure bowed. Azazel would love to stay and chat, but Vali and I are needed elsewhere. Biku then slammed his staff into the ground, creating a black vortex that began to swallow Vali and himself. Issei was about to run after them when Azazel grabbed his shoulder. Forget it, kid. You were only just able to go toe-to-toe with Vali. If you went after Biku as well, you would be killed. You will get your chance. Issei shrugged Azazel's hand off him and dropped his head. As he did, his armor began to vanish. Issei turned to find his vision blocked by Rias' chest, who was hugging him between her large. Oh Issei, I was so worried. All of Issei's frustration and anger evaporated as he just sighed at being in the one place he loved the most. Yusei was impressed with his best friend. When it counted, Issei had not disappointed. Hopefully now he would start to take his duty more seriously, especially now a new group of players had joined the battlefield. Chaos Brigade, and they were being led by the person who had bestowed him the power of the Trinity gear. Yusei, you okay? Yusei noticed Akino was looking at him, and she seemed concerned. He then felt a small hand in his and looked down and noticed Kaneko was holding his hand, much to his surprise. Yusei looked up and smiled. Yeah, everything fine, just thinking about what the three leaders said and what they were offering me. Am I really worthy to represent the three great powers? Akino hugged him and nodded. Yes, you are, Yusei. If anyone has the power to maintain the balance between the three great powers, it is you. Plus, think what this could mean to us, to our future together. Yusei was about to reply when he noticed Michael, Surzech, and Azazel had approached him. He felt like a mice being cornered by three cats. Yusei Fudo, now that the battle is over, we need your answer. You now know that our peace is at stake regarding this new faction, the Chaos Brigade, and we will need everyone's help to face them in the future. We three leaders have agreed that you will be our champion, for your neutral stance on all three parties. So we ask you, will you join us? Will you represent our alliance as our champion? Yusei looked around and noticed everyone was quiet. However, he took a deep breath and nodded. Lord Surzech, Chief Michael, and Azazel, I would be honored to represent the alliance as your champion. Yusei smirked as he heard Akino squeal in delight and then hug him. He then broke the hug and noticed the three powers had stepped back and were now stood in a circle. Then approached the circle chosen champion and received the gift that we the three great factions will bestow upon you. Yusei let go of Akino's head and stood in the center. Soon as he did, he noticed a magical circle appeared below his feet. This was red like the Gremory seal. Yusei looked over to Surzech, who was chanting. As he did, the circle was getting brighter. As the representative of the underworld, I bestow upon you power to use demonic energy to fight against your opponents and to protect this alliance that we have forged. Yusei cried out as he felt a rush of power flow inside his body. He then noticed the circle below his feet had vanished. Soon though, it was replaced by a gold circle, and Yusei turned to see Michael was chanting. As he did, the gold circle got brighter. My gift to you, champion, will be the power of the light. You will also be able to use any holy artifact and all holy swords. Yusei's eyes widened. Both demonic and light magic. Was that even possible? Surely the two would conflict with each other. However, it was too late. He cried out as more power rushed into his body. He could feel the two powers inside him, fighting against each other. However, amazingly, both settled down and melded together. Yusei noticed the light circle had vanished and now a green one was taking its place. Yusei looked to Azazel and saw him smile. This wasn't going to be good. Azazel began to chant, causing the green circle to get brighter. Well, Trinity Gear user, you have both the power of heaven and hell, so I guess you're wondering what my gift will be to you. While there is no good being a champion for this alliance with a human lifespan, is there? My gift to you is an extended lifespan, one that will go beyond a human and lay between an angel and devil, so you can expect to live for, I say, 4,000 years, give or take. Yusei blinked in surprise. 4,000 years. Was he joking? What about his parents? What about Akino and the other people he cared about? He didn't want this. He would live on while those he loved died around him. However, it was too late. He felt the power flow into his body and collapsed and blacked out. Yusei groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. He could see a face coming into focus. It was Kaneko, and she was sat on his lap. Yusei noticed she was holding his hand again. He could hear voices in the room, however they were still a little fuzzy. Yusei noticed Akino had now come down and sat by his other side. He tried to sit up, only for Akino to push him back down. Easy, Yusei, you're still recovering from the ritual. You blacked out and hit your head pretty hard when you fell. Rias used her magic to transport you back here. St. Michael and Lord Surzech wanted to say goodbye, but they had to get back to their duties. Yusei laid back down on the sofa cushion. Everything suddenly came flashing back. He was now the champion of the new alliance formed by the three great powers. Each leader had blessed him with a gift. Surzech had given him the power to use demonic magic, and all powers that come with being part of the underworld. St. Michael had granted him the power to use holy magic, and to use any holy relic and all holy swords. Yusei had been expecting these types of powers, but what he had not seen coming was that his lifespan increased from Azazel, the head of the fallen angels. He could now in theory live anywhere up to 10,000 years. Yusei looked across the room and noticed that both Asia and Zenobia were flirting with Issei, much to his surprise. Hey Akino, what's with Asia and Zenobia being all over Issei? I know he had a thing for Rias, but I had no idea Asia and Zenobia felt that way about him. Akino looked over and giggled. Well, while you were blacked out, Issei did something that shocked quite a few of us. You know how Asia and Zenobia was banished from the church? Well, Issei asked St. Michael if they could be allowed to still pray, as both found peace and comfort in doing so. St. Michael had then asked both of them if that is what they really wanted, even knowing that God was now dead. Zenobia and Asia had then told them that they loved to pray, even though they were both devil now. So now both can pray without fear of getting a nasty headache. Yusei looked across at his best friend, who was now in the middle of two girls being pulled back and forth between them. Yusei sighed. He may be a huge pervert, but he does have a good heart. Yusei looked around the clubroom and noticed that Rias wasn't around. Hey Akino, where is Rias? Akino took a seat next to Yusei. Lord Surzech wanted to see her about something. She should be back in a little while. Just as Akino had finished, the doors slammed open and Rias stormed into the clubroom. Her hair was wavering and she had a demonic aura around her. Something had upset her. Yusei watched as Akino left his side and then went to speak to Rias. She was obviously trying to calm her down, but from what? Just then someone walked into the room. Yusei growled under his breath. It was Azazel. What was he doing here? Azazel walked into the room and looked around it. He was pleased everyone was here. You're all here, good. I won't beat around the bush too much, but it has been decided that due to my knowledge of sacred gears and the fact there are 5 members of this group who have them, then it would be a good idea for me to instruct you on how to use your sacred gears to their fullest potential. Yusei looked to Rias. Surely this wasn't happening. However, now he could see why Rias was upset. Someone had basically walked in and taken over, and there wasn't a thing she could do about it, due to her brother agreeing to this. However, the shocks didn't stop there. It seems Azazel wasn't finished. Furthermore, all female except Akino are to move into the Hayadu household with immediate effect. Akino is to remain with Yusei, being that they are a couple. Yusei was about to object, however it seems his friend Issei beat him to it. Hang on, you're saying that every female except Akino has to move in with me? My parents aren't going to allow that. Besides, the house is too crowded. We don't have the room. Now both Asia and Rias are boarding with me. Besides, Kaneko hates me. Why can't she move in with Yusei? And where is Kiba going? Azazel looked over to Rias and noticed her cold glare. Look, don't blame me. I am just the messenger. Besides, I understand that Rias has sorted out the technical details of everything. I am not sure why Surzech wants all this, but he must have his reasons. I will stay with Yusei and Akino. Everyone turned and looked at the little first year who had now sat on Yusei's lap, much to the surprise of Yusei. Yusei decided to get his thoughts in before everything was settled. Wait, Akino and Kaneko can't move in with me. I still live with my parents. They will flip out if they find out a girl has moved in. Azazel looked across to Yusei. You are no longer living with your parents, Yusei. In fact, as of 2 hours ago, Yusei no longer exists in this world. Due to your duties as the Alliance champion, it was decided that to make your life easier and to secure the safety of the Alliance, then all memories of Yusei would be wiped from everyone who knew you, apart from those in our world and those in this room. Yusei's eyes widened. Wait, well, why the hell was I not told about this before I agreed to this deal? You've basically wiped me from history. My very existence didn't happen. How could you do this? As Isay noticed the gauntlet suddenly appeared on Yusei's arm, he was pissed. He noticed that his girlfriend was trying to calm him down, with little effect. In the best interest of the Alliance and all parties, it is best that you don't exist. Now that you are our champion, you can no longer call yourself human. You have both demon and holy magic running through you. Also, if the enemy was to discover that you had connection to loved ones, like your parents, then they could use this as leverage over you. Besides, don't you think your parents would notice something was up, especially when you age slower than they would? This also saves you being affected by grief once those loved ones die. Now as for schooling, you will still attend Ku Academy. However, you will be transferring in as a new student. You will still have your name, it's just no one outside this room will remember you. Besides, I assure you the perks outweigh the cons in this deal. Azazel threw a weight of papers onto the table in front of Yusei. That is your contract. When you agreed to be our champion, you automatically signed it. Now look at the bottom of the page at what you're entitled to, and then tell me this deal is. Yusei frowned and grabbed the weight of papers. He flicked through to the last page, and saw his signature on the bottom of it. Although he hadn't signed it, it was there clear as day. Yusei read his entitlements. He looked at his salary and blinked in surprise. Was that right? Yusei stopped counting the zeros after 4. This was his salary for a year, just under 100 million yen. That, and he had his own house, not to mention several other perks, unlimited access to the underworld and his own residence there should he be needed for any business. Unlimited access to heaven, which also included its own residence and personal access to the fallen angel headquarters, not to mention his healthcare package. Yusei handed the contract over to Akino and she looked down at what he was getting. Her eyes widened. However, to Yusei it wasn't worth what he had lost. Had he known what he was giving up, he would never have agreed to be a champion. Yusei stood up and pushed his way past Azazel and left the room. Akino was going to follow, however Rias prevented her from doing so. Leave him, Akino, it's a lot to take in. He needs some time on his own. Now as Karniko doesn't want to move in with Issei, then she will be allowed to move in with Yusei. And Akino, Tiba, you are free to move wherever you want, or if so wish, you can stay where you are. The blonde knight looked up. If it's all right with you, President, then I wish to remain where I am. Rias nodded. Okay, moving along. As you all know now, Azazel will be overseeing everything from here on out. This is a request from my brother, not me, so everything will now go through him. Now as you know, summer is coming very soon, and I will be returning back to the underworld for the holidays. As my family, you will also be accompanying me. While we are down there, each of you will go through your own training, set out by Azazel. Any questions? Rias looked around the room and noticed everyone was quiet. Good. As Azazel said, I have made arrangement with my brother who is going to renovate the Hayadu household so that we can all live there comfortably. Meanwhile, outside, Yusei was slowing pacing around the forest area near the old school building. He stopped and looked down at his hands. All his memories of his parents erased. Everyone who knew him before taking on this cursed role would forget about him. To them he didn't exist. His friends, his parents, none for them would remember him. Yusei slid down against a tree trunk and dropped his head. Why did this have to happen to him? What made him so special that all this was happening? If he had his way, he would give up his sacred gear and just live a normal life, but now he knew that wasn't an option anymore. Just then Yusei heard a small giggle and looked up into the trees. There sat on a branch in a black frilly goth dress was a black-haired beauty who was looking down at him. Yusei would have said she looked around 10 or 11, however those eyes told him she more than she appeared. We finally meet Yusei. Yusei stood from his position and summoned his sacred gear, however it wouldn't activate much to his surprise. He heard the girl giggle again. Now, that not very nice, especially using that gift against me, after all I bestowed on you in the first place. Yusei frowned, so that was why his sacred gear hadn't activated. They had sensed who he was facing, and as their creator they wouldn't dare fight her. So you're the one who gave me this cursed gift. You're the one who has made my life a living hell. You're the one who has dragged me into this pointless conflict between your worlds. Ophis gave a small smile. Yes, I am Yusei, and trust me, had I not intervened then you would be in the underworld now. You were destined to die young, along with your parents in that car crash. However, I changed your destiny, gave you a new opportunity to become someone. Was that a mistake on my part? Yusei froze as the words sank in. He was destined to die along with his real parents in the crash, and yet he had been saved by this girl. Why though? Why save me though? After all, if I was meant to die, what gave you the right to meddle in that? Surely it's against some rule to change someone's destiny like that. Ophis suddenly teleported from the branch above and was now stood in front of Yusei, much to the boy's surprise, who was now backing up against a nearby tree with a look of fear on his face. She slowly stalked towards him. What you say is true, Yusei. It is against the rules to change someone's destiny, however that doesn't apply to me. My name is Ophis, the Dragon of Infinity, and in this world my power ranks in the top 3. I saved you, Yusei, because I saw your potential. You're a good person, you have a good heart and want to help those who need it. All characteristic of being a hero, if I was to put it bluntly. Yusei wasn't buying that. Except I am not the hero, am I? That's Issei. After all, he is the Red Dragon Emperor, it's his job, his story, he the one who will make a difference. I am just a footnote, a sidekick as it were. Ophis turned her back on Yusei. If that is what you believe, Yusei, then turn your back on this new opportunity that you have been presented. If you want to go back to being a normal human, then so be it. I will grant that request. However, if you choose the cowardly path, you will not only be condemning your friends but also the entire human species. But hey, the choice is yours. So what will it be? Carry on down the path you are now walking, or give it all up and return back to the world you were born into. I will only make this offer once, so choose. Yusei was in turmoil. How could he be expected to make a choice like that? Deep within a dimensional void, a large red and black train was making its way towards the home of Rias' Gremory. It was summer vacation and everyone had been invited to the underworld for the holidays. However, there was going to be no time for lounging around and enjoy themselves. They were here to train. One passenger was not thrilled with the situation. Yusei had still not come to terms with what he had learnt yesterday. His very existence had been erased from history. Yusei sat away from the rest of the group and just stared out of the window. There was nothing to look at, just white streaks from where the train was traveling through the void. However, right now he wanted to be left alone. Not even Akino could get close to him at the minute. He had shut everyone out. Yusei thought back to what had happened yesterday evening, why he had been alone walking in the small forest behind the old school building. Ophis had appeared before him and had given him a choice. Well, if you call it a choice, either way he ended up losing. In the end, reluctantly, he had accepted to stay on the path he was now, but that still didn't mean he wasn't angry and upset. Azazel had been given him plenty of space today, which for his own safety might have been wise. Of all the people he was angry at, Azazel was top of his list. Meanwhile, on the other side of the carriage, Rias and Akino was in the middle of a discussion revolving around Yusei. Both kept having a quick glance over at him. However, soon as they noticed he had seen them, they had inverted their gaze back to each other. I am really worried about him, Rias. I have never seen him act like this before. Akino kept her head down and her hands were placed on her lap. Seeing the boy she loved like that was really hurting her. Rias took her best friend's hands into her own. It will be okay, Akino. He most likely still in shock. Why my brother never told me beforehand, I never know. But soon as we get home, him and I are going to have some serious words. Yusei may not be a devil, but he is part of this family as much as anyone else. You should have heard the dressing down I gave Azazel last night. He was lucky I didn't do more than burn him. Akino blinked in surprise. So that's why his arm is bandaged up, and he has kept his distance. I was wondering what had happened. Still, I can't imagine how it would feel to have your very existence erased. If it had happened to me, then I most likely would be in a worse condition than Yusei. Oh, I forgot to ask, how did the whole moving and go? I bet Issei parents were surprised with having another guest board with them. Rias looked over to her best friend. Well, I slept with Issei last night. However, we were not alone. Asia crawled into bed with us in the middle of the night. When I woke up, we got into a little argument. I had to remind her who was in charge and whose soul Issei belonged to. Of course, Issei just laid there completely confused and just watched us throw pillows at each other. Zenovia came in an hour later to see what all the noise was about. Akino smiled. You need to lay claim to Issei quickly, Rias. With Asia and Zenovia in the wings, you have quite a bit of competition. You need to claim him first, then you can cement your place as number one. Yusei and I have already done it. Rias pouted. I know, and you keep going on about it. I remember your face the morning after. I have never seen such a large smile before. Was he good then? Akino nodded. Well, to be honest, it was both our first time, but he made it really special for me. If you really want to know how good he is, why don't you try him yourself? After Issei, of course. Rias grinned. I might take you up on that offer. Why don't you see if you can talk to him? It's been a little while since we boarded the train. Maybe he has calmed down a little. I'm going to check on Kaneko. She's been a little under the weather this morning, and I am not sure why. Akino sighed. Well, seeing how she feels about Yusei, then I can understand her being a little down. She normally holding his hand or sitting in his lap. Rias shook her head. No, something else is the cause, although the situation with Yusei can't be helping matters. The two girls then separated. Rias headed over to Casper and Kaneko, while Akino cautiously made her way over towards Yusei. Akino was nervous. She had never seen Yusei like this before, and that scared her a little. However, she was his girlfriend, so she considered it her responsibility to support her boyfriend through whatever he was having trouble with. Yusei, you mind if I sit here with you? We haven't spoken since yesterday, and I am a little worried about you. We all are. Yusei looked up into the beautiful face of his girlfriend. He could see it in her eyes that she was worried. Yusei moved over, allowing Akino to sit down next to him. The couple stayed silent for a few minutes before Yusei spoke. I am sorry, Akino, the way I have been treating you and the others. It's just hard for me to get my head around what has happened. To anyone outside this train, I don't exist. All the memories I shared with those outside of this train are lost to those individuals. Heck, my own parents don't even know they have a son. After my walk last night, I took a quick trip to my old house. My parents were in. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I wanted to believe everything that had happened wasn't real, that they would remember me. However, when they answered the door, they looked at me like a complete stranger. I had to make excuse I had the wrong house. Akino moved in closer and wrapped her arms around Yusei, who in turn wrapped his own around Akino. So where did you stay the night? Yusei broke the hug gently. I spent the night at the park mostly. I couldn't sleep, hence the state of dress this morning. I popped over to my new address this morning and found everything had been sorted for me. I didn't have time for shower. I just grabbed a load of clothes and stuffed them into my rucksack and came to the school where we were all meeting. Akino was about to say something, however the train suddenly jerked and halted, sending everyone inside the carriage flying. Akino quickly recovered. What on earth could have caused the train to stop like that? She looked around the carriage and noticed everyone was recovering, however Rias was nowhere to seen. Suddenly train began to dematerialize and everyone screamed as they all began to fall to the land below. Luckily the train wasn't that far off the ground, so no one was seriously injured, however the impact of the fall still hurt. Akino attempted to stand up, along with the rest of the group. Her vision was a little distorted due to a cut in her head, and there was now trickling down her face. She was able to make out a huge shape heading towards them. Where the hell was Rias as the queen? It was Akino's job to step up when Rias wasn't around. She noticed everyone had now got to their feet and were stood with her. The shape had finally come into focus. It was a huge black and purple dragon. The creature let out a huge roar that uprooted the ground around everyone, forcing them all to the ground. Meanwhile, on top of the cliff hidden, Rias and Azazel watched on. She wasn't too pleased with this idea, however Azazel had convinced her it was necessary to see exactly how they all did without her. Apparently Azazel felt she was too laid back with them, and this was causing lack of judgment on her part. This would be the first time that she wouldn't be part of the group, and she too was curious how Akino would do in leading the rest of their family. Rias watched as Akino stood her ground and quickly transformed. She then began to issue orders to everyone else. Kaneko was trying to prove that she belonged with Rias, and she charged towards the huge dragon. She scaled the steep canyon cliffs and jumped, with her fist ready to hit the dragon in the face. However, the dragon was ready, and with its huge hand, it swiped her away like a bug. Kaneko back slammed into the canyon wall. She winced in pain as her head hit the hard rock, and her vision became distorted. She had failed again. Kaneko closed her eyes and allowed darkness to overtake her. She wouldn't hold the rest of her family back any longer. She had promised never to use the dormant power within her, as it had sent her sister mad, which had led to her sister killing her master and leaving Kaneko alone. Once her sister had abandoned her, she was made into an outcast. No one wanted anything to do with her. She was constantly picked on and made fun of. It was only when the current Lucifer Surzech found her that her life changed a little for the better. She was taken in and given a food and nice warm bed. However, her past experience had left her rather traumatized and she hardly ever spoke. This was why she was so withdrawn. She still found it hard to make friends and to open up to people. As Kaneko drifted off into the darkness, she recalled the day that she had met Rias and learned that Surzech was her older brother and that he was placing her in the care of Rias as one of her rooks. At first Kaneko again was withdrawn around Rias, however eventually the more she came to know about Rias, the more she began to open up. Rias was the big sister Kaneko had always wanted. She was always putting herself out and making sure that everything was okay. Kaneko suddenly opened her eyes and felt weightless. It was then she noticed she was in the arms of someone. Kaneko looked up into the face of a very determined Yusei. Had he saved her from her fall? Meanwhile, Issei was having problems with his sacred gear. For some reason it wasn't activating fully. He had hoped for his scale mail armors, but instead he had been left with just his gauntlet that was now slowly boosting. Akino had told him to stay in support, and when his gear was fully boosted, then to transfer his power to one of the knights, who was busy parrying the dragon's huge tail. Issei growled in frustration. He could do so much more, but until his gear boosted he was pretty useless. Issei looked to the cliff and watched as Yusei caught Kaneko and landed with her. She was then handed over to Asia, who helped her away from the battle so she could heal her. Yusei was relieved that Kaneko was safe. He surveyed the battlefield and noticed everyone was doing their best in fighting off the dragon. Even little Casper was using his sacred gear to try hold the dragon in place, however it was doing little good. Yusei looked up and noticed Akino was now using her magic to strike the dragon with a number of elemental attacks, but they seemed to be having little effect. He could also sense that for some reason Akino wasn't using all her power, and she was holding back for some reason. Yusei watched as the dragon unleashed a flame that Akino attempted to block, however her shield shattered and she began to fall. Yusei growled and raced across the battlefield swiftly. He just managed to dive and catch Akino in his arms. This dragon was going down. He had hurt not only Akino but Kaneko too. Yusei stood up and marched towards the dragon, who was now looking at him. Obelisk, manifest yourself now. Tear this dragon apart with your bare hands. I sacrifice a portion of my life force as payment for your unsealing. Yusei noticed his gauntlet suddenly shone brightly. As it did, a dark blue light left the gauntlet and hovered behind him. The light began to expand into a shape of a huge creature. Slowly Obelisk began to materialize until eventually he was stood tall behind Yusei. He extended his huge wings and slammed his huge blue fist together and roared, again uprooting most of the surrounding area. Azazel looked on. So this was the power of an Egyptian god. Azazel could feel the tremendous power from where he was standing. Even Rias was speechless at what Yusei was able to do. She never realized Yusei had this much power at his disposal. The ground shook violently as both titans went at each other. Azazel watched as Obelisk threw his fist forward, which was blocked by the dragon forearm. The punch had caused the dragon to slip back a few feet. Azazel knew this was training exercise. After all, the dragon was only testing them, and was using a tenth of his overall power. Still, this god was worth keeping an eye on. Azazel wondered if all the gods in Yusei gear could manifest like this. Having seen enough, he made himself known and both the dragon and obelisk stopped their attacks. That's enough, this battle is over. Tannen, thank you for your assistance. Everyone, what you just faced was the first part of your training. During the battle I was able to get a rough idea what each of you need to reach your full potential, and I will discuss that further at dinner tonight. Also be aware Tannen was using only a small portion of his overall power just now, so with that said, I can see plenty of room for improvement. Yusei gritted his teeth, so all this was some test, so Azazel could get a gist of where they were in their abilities and what training was needed. Meaning he had used his most powerful ability at the cost of his life force for some stupid test. Yusei felt like ordering Obelisk to attack Azazel, but knew that wouldn't go down well. Still, he was upset that Azazel would allow both Akino and Kaneko to suffer the way they did, just to prove some point. Hot Spring Resort. After the battle, Rias had apologized to everyone, and made them aware that this whole battle wasn't her idea, and that Azazel had forced her into it. This had just made Yusei even more upset, and now he was sat as far away from the fallen angel as he could get. The hot spring was on 2 levels. The upper level was the female baths, the lower level was the male baths. Issei was trying to stretch his neck to see above, but the distance was too much. He could just imagine the show he was now missing, with both Rias and Akino melons on display. Issei was suddenly disturbed by Azazel. So Issei, how far have you got with Rias? Tell me, have you been able to get a feel of those 2 huge beanbags of hers? Issei was surprised at the topic of conversation, however he decided to answer. Not really, had a feel, just the occasional brush against them, although I have had my head firmly between them several times. It's heaven on earth. Azazel threw his head back and laughed. I've seen bigger, trust me. If you ever get a chance to visit heaven, you should check out the bust on the angel Gabriel. Now those are some big melons. Easy, Jacob. You don't know how many angels have fallen, just from simply having perverted thoughts about her and her weapons. Issei's eyes widened. Jacob? Hell yeah, he would have to check those out. Still, right now he was on mission to get hold of Rias and her huge melons. Both was disturbed by Yusei getting out of the bath. He had heard enough. No way was he going to sit around her and listen to Issei and Azazel talk about S. Besides, he had already got plenty of experience with groping Akino S. Yusei wondered if Issei would pop a vessel if he knew what he and Akino had already done. Yusei laid awake in bed, just looking up at the ceiling. Everything with Akino had been cleared up, and now the angelic beauty was fast asleep in his arms. Yusei was going over everything that had happened to him. In the last 48 HRS, he had gone from being a normal human being to a champion of 3 different factions. Devil, angels, and fallen angels. His existence had also been wiped from history, and his lifespan had been expanded way beyond anything he could possibly had imagined. Now that he had time to reflect on everything, maybe the longer lifespan wasn't so bad. After all, he was in love with Devil, fallen angel, and their lifespan extended way beyond that of a normal human. This meant he was going to get to spend a long time with the woman he loved, more than any other human couple could hope for. He was still a bit upset by the whole erased from existence, but what was done was done. He had to look to the future. In a week or so he would be required to attend a very important meeting here in the underworld. It seems the alliance he was now champion of were not satisfied with their power, and now had extended the olive branches to speak to some of the other gods and goddesses from other mythology, including Norse. Odin the All-Father, king of Asgard, would be arriving next week to sign a treaty with the 3 main factions, and as the champion Yusei had to be present as a representative. Yusei was about to close his eyes when he noticed their bedroom door creaked open. Due to the darkness of the room, Yusei couldn't see much, however, when he felt a sudden weight on the bed. In the quilt rustle, Yusei reached for the bedside light. He switched the light on, and was surprised to see it was Kaneko. She was dressed in cat pajamas and was now looking right at him. Yusei noticed Akino was still asleep next to him. The small first year then slid in the bed and snuggled up to him. Couldn't sleep. Can I stay here with you? Yusei looked at Kaneko and saw the first year's cute face. There was no way anyone could say no to her, especially when she was looking so hopeful. Yusei sighed as he remembered what Akino had said. He opened his other arm, and Kaneko rolled into it and laid her small head on his bare chest. Unknown to Yusei, Akino had heard everything, and small smile graced her lips. Operation Get Yusei a Harem was a go. In Rias' room, Issei was having the best dream in the world. He was stood in the middle of a circle, and around him Rias and the rest of the girls from her peerage were all topless and hugging there towards him. Shit, even Akino was there. What Yusei didn't know couldn't hurt, right? Plus this was his dream. Oh Issei, why don't you come at me, big boy? Rias was squeezing her right in front of his face. However, Akino then pushed Rias out of the way. Forget about hers, Issei. You can have these if you want. It will be our little secret. No need to tell Yusei. Zenobia then pushed in front of her. What about these, Issei? After all, these will be used to feed our baby. Maybe you should give them a test run first. Soon all the girls were pushing and shoving. Issei was in heaven. Then a sweet chilling voice from the darkness was heard. Would you go out with me? Issei's eyes froze as he turned his head to see an image of Yuma, the girl who had killed him. He noticed her eyes were sparkling and she had a sweet sadistic smile. Yuma, it means dusk. You know, it's pretty, isn't it? I chose it because that was the time I was planning to kill you. Would you die for me, Issei? The girl then charged forward, a spear of light in her hand. Issei watched again as the spear pierced his midsections. He fell to the floor. As he did, he noticed Yuma laughed manically and began to fade. You will never be happy, long as I dwell in your heart. Issei suddenly sat up. Sweat was pouring from his face. He pulled the bed sheets off and examined his midsection. He was okay. It was just a dream. His sudden movement had woken up Rias beside him. Issei, you okay? Issei looked into the face of his mistress and noticed the concern in her eyes. He really didn't want to worry her, so he just smiled and sighed. Just a bad dream, sorry for waking you. Issei suddenly gulped as Rias rolled on top of him. Her were now squashed against his chest and she had her arms wrapped around his neck. Issei started to panic. The images of Yuma flashed into his mind and her manic laughter echoed in his ears. He noticed Rias was about to him. He slid out from under her and climbed out of the bed, much to Rias' confusion. Issei, what's wrong? Any other time you would have jumped at the chance to me. Is it me? Don't you like me anymore? Issei looked to Rias and shook his head. He didn't want to hurt Rias, but the thought of what Yuma had said about him not being happy long as she dwelled in his heart had really spooked him. It's fine, President. It was just a dream. I'm going to go for a walk and clear my head a little. Issei walked out of the bedroom, leaving a very confused Rias. President, where had that come from? Issei never had trouble using her name before. Why had he called her that? Rias was a little upset too. She had asked Zenobia and Asia to share a room, as she really wanted some alone time with Issei, and it looked like she was going to get it. Rias was going to him and do a little exploring with him, but the mood was ruined now. Rias laid back down and hugged her pillow. Could it be that Issei didn't like her anymore? Was that why he had called her President instead of using her name? Rias herself now could no longer sleep. She was too worried about Issei. Next morning, Gremory swimming pool. Yusei turned his head and breathed as he pushed himself through the water with his arms and legs. He slipped out of the room early in the morning to begin his work routine. Just because he was in the underworld didn't mean he could slack off. He was on his 25th length when he heard the sound of the door creaking open. Yusei's head was in the water, so he couldn't see who had come in. However, when he lifted his head, he was surprised to see Kaneko sat on the edge of the pool in her school swimsuit. Yusei swam to the edge. Morning, Kaneko. What up? You look a little nervous. Kaneko sat quietly and dangled her legs in the water. She had woken up in Akino and Yusei bed and found Yusei had gone. She had left the bedroom and asked one of the many servants who had pointed in the direction of the pool. Kaneko had then returned to her room and got changed. The little first year had been feeling insecure of late and had been questioning if she was holding the rest of peerage back. The memories of how she and Gasper had been caught so easily replayed in her mind over and over again. She wanted to get stronger, faster, and be able to protect her friends. She had admired how strong Yusei was, and all the training he did, and thought maybe if she trained just as hard, then she too could get stronger. Kaneko knew there was another way she could get stronger, but after what happened to her sister, she forbid herself from ever speaking about it, and refused to use it, in case the same thing happened to her. Yusei, I want to train. I want you to teach me. Show me how to become stronger. Yusei was completely taken by surprise. Here was a little first year who could quite easily punch her fist through a brick wall or lift 3 times her weight, and she was asking him to help her train. Yusei climbed out of the pool and sat next to her on the edge. This wasn't like the first year. Yusei was certain there was more to it, so he decided to probe a little, see if she would open up. Kaneko, you know if something wrong or something is bothering you, then you can tell me. I would be happy to listen and see if I can help. So what's really worrying you? Kaneko dropped her head and stayed silent for a minute or two. She then spoke. Even since I was captured by those mages, I began to doubt myself and my abilities. Watching you and the others fight, it just makes me wish I could be as strong as all you. Heck, even that pervert is stronger than me now. I suppose I don't feel I am good enough to be part of Rias' peerage, and maybe they would be better without me. I mean, my first raiding game was disaster. Then there was the whole fight with that fallen angel. Kaneko was suddenly stunned as Yusei pulled her into his arms and hugged her. Listen to me, Kaneko. You're not weak. You're stronger than many. You were facing a woman twice your age in that raiding game. She too was a rook. So it was likely she would be stronger based on experience and body build. As for feeling like you're a burden to the rest of your family, that's rubbish. They all care about you in their own way. I know Akino see you as a little sister, and I know just how Rias cares about you. Everyone cares about you. Even Pervert Boy sees you as a little sister, or that's what he told me. Kaneko suddenly smiled and hugged Yusei. Thank you, Yusei. By the way, do you mind if I ask you something? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Do you think I am attractive? Yusei suddenly became very uncomfortable and coughed politely. Well, I haven't known you as long as the others. However, from the little time I have spent with you, I think you're brave, kind, and always sticking up for those who can't defend themselves. You're also very cute, friendly, timid sometimes, and I like you. Kaneko hugged tighter. That's not what I asked, Yusei. Let me put it another way. Do you look at me as just a friend, or do you find me attractive in another way? Yusei gulped. He had hoped his first answer would be good enough, but it seems the little first year wanted more than just that. Well, I like you as a friend, but you're also cute and pretty and quite attractive, so yes, I like you. Kaneko's face suddenly lit up. She buried her head onto Yusei's wet naked chest. That good, because I like you too, Yusei. In fact, I really like you. I know you're going out with Akino, but she told me that if I wanted and you were happy then all three of us could be together. Is that okay with you? Yusei didn't know what to say. It seems Kaneko had discussed this with Akino already, and now both girls had sprung this on him. Yusei wrapped his arms around the little first year. If that is what you really want, Kaneko, then it's okay with me. However, let's wait till you develop a little more before we do anything, okay? Because I don't want to hurt you. Kaneko lifted her head and moved her lips towards Yusei. She then at him, sweetly. Their sudden moment was suddenly stopped though by Akino walking and dressed in a bikini. Yusei looked up and was a little worried that she would get the wrong idea. However, when he saw her smile he relaxed a little. I'm warning ahead. Don't let me stop you too. Go right ahead. Besides, seeing you another girl Yusei is a real turn on for me, you know that. Akino then turned to the door and waved her hand over the lock, sealing it. In fact, just watching you two is making wet. Do you want to see? Yusei gulped as Akino began to peel down her bikini bottoms and discarded them onto the tiles. She then walked up to where Yusei and Kaneko was sitting. She dragged one of the loungers and then laid herself on it, spreading her long legs and giving both Yusei and Kaneko a good look at her bald pink peach. Yusei noticed his swimwear was suddenly becoming really tight from his growing erection. He watched as his girlfriend lifted her finger to her mouth and then ate on them, before moving them down to a now glistening honey pot. And what do you think, Yusei? Do you want to help me? Fingers are good and all, but nothing beats a long wet tongue deep inside my little kitty. Yusei looked at Kaneko and noticed the pink tinge on her cheeks, although she wasn't attempting to look away or anything like that, which surprised Yusei. However, what came out of the little first year next really surprised him. Yusei, do you want to lick me too? It's okay, of course I would only let you do it. Before Yusei could reply, Kaneko had started to remove her swimsuit, and was now peeling it off until she stepped out of it and stood there completely naked for Yusei to stare at. Due to her size, her looked more like two pencil eraser then, but to him they seemed to suit her just right. His eyes then trailed down her flat stomach until his eyes focused on the bald little kitty in front of him. There wasn't a single hair in place. Yusei wasn't sure if she shaved or if she had even started to mature that way, but it still looked beautiful. Akino looked over and smiled. Good girl, now come here. I am going to lay down on this lounger and I want you to lay on top of me and spread your legs. That's it. Akino felt Kaneko's small body lay on hers. She then moved her hands round to her small chest and began to massage them. Now Yusei, you can do both of us at the same time. Yusei looked down and now understood what Akino meant. Both hers and Kaneko kitties were lined up, which meant he could please both of them. However, he was still not sure if this was right, but a small moan from Kaneko soon put that thought to rest. Yusei knelt between Akino's leg and lowered his head and stuck out his tongue. In one long lick he licked both Kaneko and Akino. Kaneko had never felt anything like this before. With the sudden stimulation of her small and the sudden lick of Yusei, she closed her eyes and began to moan sweetly. In fact, if you listened carefully, she was actually purring. Meanwhile, Yusei was now using his fingers to rub over both, and it wasn't long before both holes were beginning to get wet, and the first signs of both holes becoming hot and slick. Yusei took 2 fingers on each hand and ate on them. He then gently plunged 2 of each into both Kaneko and Akino. As expected, Kaneko was still tight and so he could only manage 1 fingers. However, Akino was able to manage 2 and then 3. Soon he had picked up a steady pace, and both girls were now moaning as he continued to plunge in and out of both of them. He noticed their breathing was getting heavy and both their bodies were jerking heavily. Seeing they were close, Yusei quickened the pace until both were literally shaking as both came down from their high. Yusei noticed both holes were now gushing sweet nectar and soon his tongue was out licking and slurping it all up. Akino held the small first year close and ate her cheek sweetly. Good girl, you were really brave. Now let's say we both return the favor. Kaneko turned her small head to look at Akino and then nodded. Both girls then got off the lounger and pushed Yusei down onto it. Kaneko watched as Akino made short work of Yusei's swimming shorts. When it was revealed, Kaneko's eyes grew wide. She had never seen a boy's thing before, but she was certain that when it came to them both having them, there was no way it would fit inside her. Akino noticed the little first year's surprise and grinned. She then gently wrapped her hand around the shaft and began to tug back and forth. Kaneko, kneel down beside me, and I can show you what to do. Kaneko knelt down and watched as Akino continued to stimulate Yusei. Now I know you already had Ed, but I am guessing this is the first time you have seen a real one. Kaneko nodded her head, and noticed Akino then took hold of her hand and replaced it with her own. Well, why don't you get a closer look and have a feel? I am sure Yusei won't mind. Kaneko examined Yusei closely and copied what Akino had been doing. She used her small hand to tug back and forth. As she did, she noticed her thumb suddenly felt wet and noticed something had leaked from the head. It was all gooey. Kaneko noticed Akino moved in close. That's it's a sign that Yusei is getting excited. You know how ours got wet? Well, it's the same for Yusei. Now stick out your tongue and have a small taste. Kaneko looked at the head and noticed it was still leaking. She wasn't sure about this. However, she trusted Akino and moved her small head forward. She then poked out her tongue and had a lick. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't yummy either. Kaneko then watched as Akino took over. Now I am going to show you something else. Akino pulled her hair out of the way and then opened her mouth before taking in Yusei's length. She then began to bob back and forth, much to Kaneko's surprise. This went on for a good 5 minutes before Kaneko noticed Akino pulled Yusei out of her mouth and gave his shaft a firm lick. Do you want to try? Kaneko nodded her head and then switched places with Akino. Her mouth was only small, and she could only fit about a quarter of Yusei in her mouth, but still the moans and groans she was hearing encouraged her push on. Yusei closed his eyes. Never in a million years would he imagine Kaneko giving him a blow job, and here she was doing really well for her first time. Yusei suddenly gripped himself and pulled out. I was about to, and didn't want to come in your mouth. Akino and then knelt next to Kaneko and lifted her head straight up. Then give it to us, big boy. Unload all that sticky hot onto these. Akino took hold of her and then placed one on either side of Yusei's shaft, and then squeezed them together and began to move up and down with Yusei's shaft between both. That was it. Yusei cried out, and ropes after ropes of sticky erupted and covered both Akino and little Kaneko. Yusei then noticed Akino opened her mouth and took him inside again, and at hard, making sure every last drop wasn't wasted. Once she had finished, she used her fingers to smother the into her. Look what you did, Yusei. You got Kaneko and me all messy. You're a real naughty boy, you know that, don't you? I think someone going to get punished later. Come, Kaneko, let go shower. Kaneko too was curious about the now on her body, however she soon followed Akino towards the showers and left Yusei to recover. There was only one thought on his mind. Best morning ever. Everyone was tucking into their morning breakfast around the large ornate dining table. Sausages, eggs, bacon, beans, mushrooms, fried tomatoes, black pudding, fruit, cereal, every type of breakfast item you could think of was laid out in silver trays on the table. Yusei had never seen such a spread in his life. In fact, he felt a little uncomfortable eating as around the room's maids and butlers were watching them and stood ready for if they needed anything. Yusei wasn't used to being waited on. The door suddenly opened and Rias stormed into the room. A soft red glow surrounded her. She wasn't happy. Just then Azazel followed close beyond. All good, you're all here. As I have just mentioned to Rias, this isn't a vacation, you're here to train, and that is exactly what I am going to have you do. Each of you will have your own training programs that will help you reach your full potential. Due to the task at hand, I have invited a few friends to help. So let's go through what you're each going to do. Issei, you seems to be the weakest individual here, even though you should really be the strongest. You will be training with an old friend. In fact, you have met him already. There was a sudden loud thud and a menacing roar outside the window of the dining room. Everyone looked to see one large yellow eye surrounded by purple scales was now peering through, looking at them. As I was saying, Issei, you will be doing solo training with Tannen. He will be training you in mastering your balance breaker, as it is only partly formed. Tiba, you will be honing your skills using your new balance breaker. I have also assigned you a sword master to further improve your fighting abilities. Zenobia, you will be working on taking control of Durandal. At the minute that blade is too unpredictable, you need to master it and show it who's boss. Next we have Asia. At present your twilight healing is limited to a certain distance. I want you to increase that distance and its effectiveness. For this you will be doing some solo training, so prepare yourself. Azazel was suddenly interrupted by a figure walking into the room. I apologize for being late. I needed to take care of a few things back at headquarters. Azazel looked toward his old friend Barakwil. He too was a fallen angel and like Azazel had 10 wings, however not everyone was happy to see him. What the hell is he doing here? The outburst had come from Akino, who was now stood from her seat and pointing her finger towards her father. The last time she had seen him was just before she had become a devil and joined Rias' peerage, right after her mother had been murdered after she had tried to protect Akino. Azazel sighed. To answer your question, Akino, he is here to draw out your full potential. Myself and Rias feel you are holding back on your abilities due to old wounds not being healed. Barakwil is the best candidate to draw out that potential, and other issues need to be resolved, but that is between you and your father. Now on to Kaneko. Like Akino, you have hidden potential to be stronger, but you won't reach that potential until you accept who and what you are. Kaneko head dropped. Her past was going to dragged up again. She had sworn never to use the power within her, just in case the same thing happened to her as it did to her sister. The fallen angel was right though, and with Yusei and Akino behind her, maybe she could face her own demons and resolve her issues. Which brings me to Yusei. As the champion of the alliance, you need to be prepared for anything. At the minute you have unlocked 2 of your balance breaker, but I understand you also have a third. Your task this summer is to master that third balance breaker, and lucky for you I will be your training partner, so prepare yourself, Yusei, as I am going to make sure you master it. And finally we come to Gasper. You young man need to grow a backbone and get out amongst people. You have great potential, but like the others, that will not be unleashed until you overcome your fear. A cardboard box in the corner began to shake from side to side. Gasper had retreated to his favorite hiding place and wasn't going to come out. Azazel sighed. Okay then, after breakfast you will begin your training regiments. Let's do all we can to make this summer a productive one, shall we? Yusei locked eyes with Azazel and noticed the small grin on his face. Yusei vowed to wipe it right off, and he was going to use this opportunity to really lay into the fallen angel. If he thought it was going to be easy, he was in for a rude awakening. Later that evening, everyone once again sat around the dining table, and soon discussion turned to everyone talking about their training and how it all went. Yusei noticed Akino had been a little quiet and wondered if seeing her father again was the reason. Maybe they could talk about it tonight. As for his own training, Yusei finally understood why Azazel was the leader of the fallen angels during their training session that had managed to cause quite a bit of destruction to the surrounding area. Still though, after everything he could only manage to draw out Slifer and Obelisk, it seems Ra was still being silent. Yusei looked around the table and suddenly noticed someone was missing. "Hey Akino, have you seen Kaneko around?" Yusei noticed his girlfriend turned to him and sighed. Where was the happy, fun-loving girl he had fallen in love with? Normally Akino's smile brightened any room, but tonight there was no smile and uneasy silence. Rias said she had a tough day training and went straight to bed. Yusei looked around the table and noticed everyone was enjoying themselves, but he couldn't not with Akino being like she was, and now Kaneko too. Yusei excused himself from the table and left the dining room. As it left, Rias also removed herself from the table and followed him. Yusei walked down the long corridor and came to Kaneko's room. He knocked a few times, but there was no answer. Carefully he opened the door and walked in. Kaneko was asleep under her quilt. Yusei was about to leave until he noticed something suddenly swayed out from under the quilt. Was that a tail? Yusei decided to take a closer look, and fell back in surprise when he saw her face and what was on the top of her head. 2 small furry cat ears could be clearly seen. "I guess the cat is out of the bag," you would have found out eventually. Kaneko is not your average devil, Yusei. She in fact a Nekomata. In term you would understand she a cat spirit of sorts, who can use senjutsu. However, you to tragic past she has problem accepting this side of her. Yusei gently stroked one of the ears, which caused a soft red glow to appear on the first ear's cheek and small smile to grace her lips. "What happened?" Rias walked further into the room and took a seat on one of the chairs. There were 2 kittens who were abandoned by their parents. All they had was each other. However, eventually they were both taken in by a devil, who turned Kaneko's sister into a devil. Unfortunately, her dormant power and the new power she had acquired went out of control, and she ended up killing her master. She then vanished and became a powerful stray that even today we devils fear. The death of the devil did not go down well with the devil community, and many were worried that the other kitten would turn out just the same, and they decided to try kill her. Fortunately, my brother stopped the madness and took responsibility of the small kitten, which grew into the girl you now see. When my brother first introduced me to her, she didn't even have a name, and it was clear she had gone through a traumatic experience. My brother decided to entrust her into my care, hoping I could help her by showing love and showing her that not all things were bad. However, what happened to her sister left a lasting scar on her, and she fears that if she used the power inside her, then she too will go mad and try to kill her master, in this case me. Yusei looked down at his newest girlfriend. He had no idea she had been through all that. No wonder she was very timid around new people, who wouldn't be after what she had been through. Yusei brushed her ears once more. This time, however, Kaneko opened her eyes. She looked up into the face of Yusei and froze. It was then she realized that Yusei was still stroking her soft ears. Feeling rather embarrassed, she quickly brushed his hand away and tried to cover her ears. She didn't want Yusei to see her like this. "Don't look, Yusei, it's embarrassing. I didn't want you to find out about me and what I am." Yusei smiled and took a seat on the edge of the bed. He then gently moved Kaneko's hands away from her head and held them. He looked the first ear right in the eyes. "Kaneko, it doesn't matter what you are. I have no issues with this and what the real Kaneko looks like. In fact, I think it kind of cute." Yusei once again stroked her ears. This time, however, she didn't try to stop him. In fact, a soft purr was coming from her lips. Rias looked on and then stood from the chair. Kaneko was in good hands with Yusei. She was well aware of Akino's plans for Yusei and supported it 100%. The fact that Kaneko had taken a liking to him was a bonus, as she knew if there was anyone who could help Kaneko accept who she was, it was Yusei. "I will leave you 2 alone. I need to get back down to the others. I am happy for you, Kaneko. Yusei is a good match for you." Kaneko looked up into the face of her mistress and smiled and then nodded. She then suddenly climbed out of the quilt and knelt beside Yusei, who was now gently stroking her head and running his hand down her back all the way to her tail, which split in 2. Kaneko's back suddenly arched like a cat as she felt Yusei's hand brush down it. Her Nekomata appearance was on full show now, which meant she was split between acting like a human or that of a cat. At the minute, her cat instincts were taking over, and she suddenly found herself brushing up to Yusei. "I wondered where you were. So you finally know her little secret, huh? Well, that's good. In fact, I was worried you would reject her when you found out the truth about her." Yusei suddenly had his lap full as Kaneko climbed onto it and hugged him tightly. "As I said to Kaneko earlier, I don't mind what she is or where she comes from, in the same way I don't mind who you are and your true heritage. By the way, how did things go? I tried to kick Azazel arse for springing that on you." Akino's face broke into a small smile. "Not good." He tried to explain his actions, but I didn't want to listen. We then got into a huge argument. In the end, I walked away. I can't deal with him, Yusei. He abandoned me and my mother when I was little. I can never forgive him for that. Yusei gently outstretched his hand, which Akino took and sat down next to him. She then felt herself pulled into a one-arm hug and on the top of her head. "It will be okay, Akino. Remember, you have me now, and I will do everything to support you and Kaneko. After all, it's my job as your boyfriend." Both girls sighed in harmony. They both felt safe in Yusei's arms. "Let's go to bed, all of us. We have all had a difficult day. Kaneko, do you want to join me and Akino?" Kaneko looked towards her own bed. Why don't we just sleep in here tonight? Bed's big enough for the three of us. Yusei looked to the bed and then noticed the first year's nightgown. I guess that would be okay, but Akino and I don't have our sleepwear. Yusei was suddenly surprised as Kaneko removed the nightgown, revealing her small cup. All she was sat in was a pair of cute pink panties. You don't need sleepwear, just use your underwear. Kaneko then climbed into the quit and snuggled down. She made sure to move to one side, leaving plenty of space for Yusei and Akino. Yusei was about to object, but his words were cut off by Akino taking off her clothes, and soon she too was left in just her panties. Her huge bounced freely in the cool night air. Fine with me. How about you, Yusei? Will you keep two girls waiting? Yusei noticed Akino had now lifted the quilt and she too snuggled down, leaving just enough room in the middle. Yusei stood from the bed and then removed his top and trousers, until he was stood in his boxer. He then climbed onto the bed and snuggled down inside the quilt between both Kaneko and Akino. Meanwhile, Issei was in the bathroom, washing his body, which was aching all over after his training with Tannen. The old dragon hadn't let up an inch on his training, although Issei wondered what running away from flaming infernos had to do with his training. Issei then remembered the mystery figure he had seen after his training. Issei had watched while the boy cracked the earth he had been standing on, just by simply moving his foot. He had been surprised to learn that the boy had been in attendance for the raiding game against Rias, and he was intrigued in how strong Issei actually was. Unfortunately, the boy had not been too impressed and had left soon after. Issei, you in there? Issei looked to the glass door and saw the outline of Rias. Oh crap, was she actually coming in here? As if to answer his question, the door suddenly opened and Rias walked in, dressed just in a bath towel. Issei, let me do that for you, after you can return the favor. Does that sound good? Issei gulped as he turned his head to look at Rias, who had now dropped her towel, giving him a full view of her front, and her long red hair fell around her body. Issei then noticed she picked up the bottle of soap and began to put some into her hands. Little Issei was fully awake as he watched Rias rub the soap into her body, which caused her body to become all foamy. Turn around, Issei. Issei turned his body around and suddenly felt Rias kneel behind him. He then froze up as he felt Rias hug him, and began to use her huge to rub up and down his back. Issei looked down where his small towel was now tinted. Issei tried to hide it from view, however when he felt Rias' arms wrap around to his front he froze. We can't forget the front now, can we? Issei gulped as Rias' hands began to rub into his chest and up and down his arms and stomach. Her hands then dropped to the towel, which she removed, much to Issei's surprise. However, what happened next caused Issei to go into complete shock. Rias had wrapped her slippery soapy hand around his little Issei, and now she was tugging back and forth. Yusei then felt warm breath in his air. We can't forget about this now, can we? Issei didn't know what to say to that. Sure, in his dreams it was different, but now it was happening in real life. Issei wasn't sure how to react. The tension was building as Rias continued to jack him off. Issei was doing his best to hide his pleasure, however he couldn't hold it any longer, and soon ropes interrupted. Wow, you really came a lot, Issei. Rias then washed him once more and then used the shower to wash the foam off his body. Now it's your turn. Issei gulped and swapped places with Rias. He was now knelt behind her. Wholly was she about to allow him to ravish her body. Issei nervously covered his hand in foamy soap and then used them to wrap around Rias' large, causing a small moan to leave her lips. Gently, Issei, not so rough. Issei loosened his grip and gently began to rub the soap into both. As he continued to caress Rias, more moans escaped her lips. The feeling of Rias and the moans was driving Issei crazy, and once again little Issei was stood to attention. He moved his hands down her stomach and paused. You can go lower if you want, Issei. After all, a girl needs to be clean down there too. How tittying hell was the though going through Issei's head right now. Rias was giving him permission to go lower. His hands trembled with excitement, and he was about to touch the top of her thighs before he froze as that haunting voice appeared once more. Would you die for me? Issei pulled his hands away sharply. Why of all times did that voice have to appear now? Issei grabbed his towel and stood up. He turned his head away from a surprised Rias. Sorry, President, I just can't. Issei then swung the glass door open and left the bathroom quickly, leaving a very confused Rias. There was a loud boom as the underworld shook violently. Two powerful forces were colliding with each other. As the two met in the center and clashed, shock waves were sent vibrating across the now pit the two had created. It was the second day of their training and Yusei was giving all he got. He wanted to at least make Azazel put up an effort. Yusei was dressed in his destroyer balance breaker and was using the terrain to his advantage. He slammed his metal blue fist into the earth. This caused huge stalagmites to erupt all over the terrain, several almost piercing Azazel, who had to evade by taking to the air to avoid getting skewered by the sharp-pointed rocks. Yusei then held both metal hands over the earth, causing it to shake. As it did, sharp-pointed pieces of rock hovered up around him and floated motionlessly. Yusei then looked to the sky and used his power to launch the barrage of sharp-pointed rocks towards Azazel. Using the pointed stone shower as a cover, he flew up right behind it. Azazel was too occupied with dealing with the pointed rocks, and never saw the metal fist coming, which smashed into the helmet of his artificial balance breaker. A large crack appeared on one side of the helmet and then shattered, revealing one side of the fallen angel's face. The impact of the punch had been so hard that Azazel had been smacked back into the face of the overhanging cliffs around them. Several pieces of the cliff cracked and started falling around the fallen angel. Yusei was breathing hard inside his armor. He had finally landed a decent punch on Azazel. However, his victory was short-lived, as a purple blur exploded from the rubble and smashed him hard in the gut. Yusei doubled over. He never saw the uppercut, which sent him flying backward and smashing into the other side of the cliff face. "Thought you had me there, didn't you, punk? Well, that will teach you for letting your guard down. True, you've done a large number on my armor, but the man inside it can still fight." Yusei pushed himself out of the crater. Was Azazel mocking him? Yusei roared in frustration and shot out of the wall and met Azazel head-on. Both began to exchange blows. Pieces of armor were being scattered everywhere as both warriors fought hard against one another. Yusei was beginning to get really angry. "You took away my life, my family. You then go and hurt the girl I love by dragging her useless father into the equation. You deserve to die, you fallen piece of shit." As Yusei got angrier, his fighting style was becoming unpredictable, which was making it hard for Azazel to counter. Suddenly Yusei grabbed hold of Azazel and got up right in his face. "You must have known what your underlings were up to, and yet you let an innocent girl like Asia be sacrificed like a piece of meat. Not to mention that arsehole who tried to destroy my entire town." Azazel had noticed the change in attitude. He was now really being forced on the defensive. Yusei was letting his emotions take over, and it was making him twice as powerful, but there was no need to inflate his ego even more. "So that's what this is all about? You blame me for everything, huh? Like I told Surzich, I can't keep track of all my fallen angels. As long as they don't cause too much trouble, I let them be. However, when they threaten the balance of power, I step in and take action. People die every day. One little girl's death doesn't bother me." "Bastard." Yusei slammed his fist hard, breaking Azazel's guard. He then landed several more punches across the fallen angel's entire body, again shattering his armor in places. "And Akino, what about her and what happened to her mother? Was recalling her father you're doing as well? Were you the reason she and her mother was left unprotected all those years ago?" Azazel was now just managing to hang on. The blows just kept on coming harder and harder. He had already lost his helmet, and his midriff was now on show from where the kid had shattered the armor around his gut with another punch. All this emotion, and yet his third balance breaker had still not appeared. Azazel's world suddenly went black as Yusei had hit him square in the jaw. Yusei watched as the body of the fallen angel crashed into the ground hard. That last punch had landed right under his jaw and knocked him out cold. Yusei wasn't satisfied though. Azazel had still not answered his question about Akino and her mother. Yusei landed a few feet away and stalked towards his downed prey. Meanwhile elsewhere, several figures stood around a small globe watching the confrontation between Yusei and Azazel. One of the figures was the Vanishing Dragon, accompanied by several other members of the Chaos Brigade. The images were being projected through a magical orb being held by a girl who was dressed up in a witch's costume. Beside her stood a tall man who had a pair of glasses and look of nobility about him. This was Arthur Pendragon, the legendary King Arthur from the Camelot legends, and the first wielder of the true sword Excalibur. Away from the group was a woman with long black hair which split at the back. Upon her head were two small furry cat ears. She was dressed in a traditional Japanese kimono, with a sash of golden beads going around her waist. Her interest wasn't on the globe, but what she could sense through her connection with her sister. Her name was Kuroka, and she was Kaniko's older sister. She could sense that her little sister was finally beginning to accept her true heritage. Kuroka had been turned into a devil, and the combined power of her senjutsu and her new demon power had caused her to lose control and kill her master. After that, she was consumed by her power and abandoned Kaniko. However, what people don't know is the reason she left Kaniko was she feared she would turn on her little sister and kill her the same way she had her master. Now though her sister was ready, there was a big raid planned tonight by the Chaos Brigade. One of their members was going to make a stand against an alliance that had been formed between the three great factions. She had decided to stay behind after all such petty matters didn't bother her, but now her sister was awakening. Maybe she could convince her to leave Rias and join her. "Vali, you know I said I don't want to take part in this raid tonight. I've changed my mind. I have some personal business to take care of, involving my sister and that Rias." Vali turned his head towards Kuroka, who was now lounging lazily over one of the large stones. "Fine, if that's what you want, I won't stop you. I assume you have a plan." Kuroka stretched her entire body out, which didn't go unnoticed by Vali. The woman had already tried to come onto him, and insisted they should make babies, being both having strong genes. Although Vali couldn't say Kuroka wasn't attractive and that she didn't interest him, right now that was the last thing on his mind. He had just witnessed Yusei give Azazel a beating and yearned for such a challenge. Here was someone who could make him go all out, unlike his supposed rival. If only the Red Dragon Emperor had chosen Yusei instead of Issei, it would have been the battle of the millennium. Of course, I plan to make my sister see sense and have her join us. That drew Vali's attention. From what he had seen of Kaniko, she was very loyal to Rias and other in the peerage. Persuading her to join them would be difficult, but Vali would leave that in Kuroka's hands. Meanwhile, back in the underworld, Yusei wasn't letting up. He was now straddling Azazel and punching him hard with both fists. Azazel's helmet was now clearly smashed in, and his face was looking swollen from being punched over and over. "Answer me, you bastard, answer me. Tell me now, were you the one responsible for calling away Akino's father, knowing full well what was going to happen?" Yusei was about to hit Azazel one more time, however he was prevented by a powerful barrier. Yusei narrowed his eyes and looked to the right to see Lord Surzich using his power to block his fists. I think that is enough, Yusei. I haven't seen Azazel look like this in a long time. The fact you were able to knock him out is a feat in itself. Yusei turned his head and looked down at his handiwork. Surzich was right. He wasn't going to get any more answers until Azazel recovered. Yusei stood up and turned his back on the fallen angel. He noticed magical circles appeared and several doctors and nurses appeared. Yusei wasn't going to stand around and walked off towards the main house. However, before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Surzich's voice. Yusei, just to remind you, the treaty signing is tonight. Odin and his entourage will be joining our alliance. As our champion, you must also be present to make sure everything runs smoothly. Yusei didn't reply and then carried on walking. He stunk of sweat and had several cuts that needed to cleaning. Hopefully, Akino and Kaneko would be back at the house with everyone else. Meanwhile, in the mountains of the underworld, Akino was facing down her father, the man who had abandoned her. She created several magical circles. From these circle, bolts of plasma exploded and crashed around Barraquil. The fallen angel grunted and swatted away the attack as if it was nothing. Is that really the best you can do? Try at least to hit me. Akino emotions were on overdrive. Here was the man who had abandoned her as a child and his wife, and left them both to defend for themselves against the angry mob who couldn't accept what she was. Why did you leave? Tell me, why did you leave me and Mum defenseless? You knew how the other villagers saw us. Barraquil frowned. I had to take care of something at HQ. It couldn't wait. I gave the villagers a warning not to harm you or your mother, or there would be consequences. However, they ignored my warning. Akino screamed as this time she created a huge magical circle. From this one, a whirlpool of water infused with plasma raced towards the fallen angel. You threatened them. No wonder they attacked us. You provoked them. Barraquil used his power to disperse the whirlpool. It seems they were braver than I thought. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't regret leaving you and your mother to that terrible fate. You and your mother meant the world to me, Akino. Akino's eyes glowed and the sky around her suddenly darkened. Don't you dare plead for sympathy from me. Had you not provoked the locals, then they might never have attacked, and Mum might still be with us. This time, Barraquil struggled to deal with the huge bolts of plasma that was raining down upon him from dozens of magical circles. His daughter was getting stronger. What do you want me to say, Akino? I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want from me? Besides, you were the one who ran away from me. You abandoned me. Akino's eyes filled with tears. She then shouted, Shut up. I don't want anything from you. I never want to see you again. You're not my father. Far as I am concerned, I never had a father. Akino left and teleported back to the house. She slammed open the large doors crying. She made a way to the stairs and charged up them to her room. She then fell onto her bed and buried her head in her pillow and cried. Yusei had just finished taking a shower. He stepped out of the bathroom and heard the faint sound of sobbing coming from Akino's room. Yusei dried his hair and made his way across the corridor. He knocked on the door. Akino, you okay? It's Yusei. Mind if I come in? Yusei waited. He heard no reply, just more crying. He pushed open the door and looked at the bed where the girl he loved had her head buried in her pillow crying. He took a seat on the edge of the bed and waited. He noticed Akino charged into his arm. He held her close, letting her continue to cry on his shoulders. Why did he have to turn up? Why did Azazel have to bring him here after so long? At the minute Yusei felt like killing Azazel, he wondered if an immortal being could be killed. How dare that bastard put Akino through this type of torture? Listen to me, Akino, you don't have to carry on with the training. Tell Azazel you just can't deal with him. I will support you. I love you, Akino, you and Kaneko, and I won't see either of you upset. Akino hugged him. Thank you, Yusei. You always know what to say. I am lucky I have you in my life. Akino lifted her head from Yusei's shoulders and was about to him when there was a knock on the door. Both Yusei and Akino turned to see who had knocked. They were surprised to see Rias. Sorry to disturb you too, but I wanted a word with Yusei. I've just come back from the hospital. They say Azazel will be out for several days at least. What did you do to him, Yusei? His entire body is in a cast and his eyes are swollen shut. Yusei sighed. I might have lost my temper a little, but he was the one who provoked me. He wouldn't answer any of my questions, and so I just went ballistic and knocked him out. I didn't realize I had caused so much damage. Besides, he deserves it for bringing Akino's father here. Rias leaned against the door and frowned. I warned him this would happen, but he wouldn't listen. He kept telling me the only way to draw out Akino's true power was have her learn and deal with her past regarding her father. I warned him it was a bad idea, but he didn't listen. Did my brother tell you about tonight? Yusei nodded. Yeah, the treaty between the Alliance and the Norse gods will be signed tonight. Your brother requested that I be present tonight as the Alliance champion. Anyway, now you're here, can you take over and look after Akino for me? I need to go get dressed. By the way, what should I be wearing tonight? Rias stepped into the room, took a seat on the bed, and took over from Yusei, hugging Akino. It's formal wear, Yusei, so suit and tie, although as champion it might be good for you to be in one of your balance breakers forms. I would suggest your red one though. Yusei nodded and left the room, leaving both girls alone. Later that evening, Rias took a sip of her drink. She and the other young devils had one of the banquet halls all to themselves. There were quite a few other kings in attendance, including her cousin Sarayorg, who was now in the middle. of breaking up a scuffle between two other kings and their peerage. Being the son of Lord Bale, he was well respected by the other young devils. As Rias was about to take another sip, one of her close friends shuffled up next to her. Same as usual get-togethers then. Every time the young devils got together like this, there was always conflicts within the group, and Sarai was always playing peacekeeper between everyone. Although I don't see Riser anywhere. Rias giggled. Are you really surprised? After the beating we gave him, I doubt he will be showing his face around here anytime soon, although I do see Ravel Phoenix in attendance. Sona looked over towards where Rias was looking. You're right, and it seems she trying it on with your pawn, Issei. By the way, Rias, how is the rest of your peerage? I heard Azazel is putting you all through some serious training. Rias groaned. You could call it training, or you could call it emotional torture for one member of my peerage. Azazel has gone and dragged the Kino father into everything, and she hasn't been taking it well. Sona sighed. No surprising after what happened. And what about the rest? I also heard you managed to turn a member of the church and make her your new knight. Rias smiled. She is doing good, although she didn't really have much choice after the church disowned her and declared her a heretic. Besides, I couldn't allow her skill to be wasted. As for Kiba, since he has gotten his balance breaker, he has been doing really well. I think it is also down to the fact that he has finally taken his revenge after all these years. Sona nodded. And the young one, the cat girl, how is she doing? Rias looked around the room, however, she couldn't see Kaneko anywhere, which was strange. Sorry Sona, I have to go, it seems my rook has wandered off, somewhere. Rias left her friend and began to look for Kaneko. Meanwhile, Yusei was in the main hall. He had dressed up in his Slifer balance breaker just as Rias had advised, and it was causing quite a stir amongst the older devils and adults in the room. Yusei stayed close to Surzech and Lord Bale. It was then he noticed Saint Mitchell walked in, followed by Irina. Both leaders approached each other and shook hands. Mitchell, so good of you to come down here, and Irina, it is a pleasure to see you again. Irina smiled and bowed. She then looked over to Yusei, who was staring back at her looking a little bewildered. Her cheeks flushed red a little. Just then more guests arrived, and soon an old man entered the room. His hair was white and he had a long white beard. Over his left eye he wore a patch, and behind him was a young female dressed in a business suit. Surzech immediately stepped up to him and bowed. Lord Odin, it is a pleasure to see you, and thank you for your support in this alliance. Odin stroked his long beard and nodded. The pleasure is all mine, Lord Surzech, and must say the rumors are quite true about this place. There are some fine young whores in attendance. Lord Odin, you can't go calling every girl you see a whore. Honestly, Odin turned to the girl beside him. Forgive me, I got to introduce my bodyguard. Her name is Roswace and she is a bit of a prude. It probably explains why she is still single, and at that, Roswace immediately blushed. She was not only Odin's bodyguard, but she was a Valkyrie, a soldier of Asgard. When someone died heroically in battle, their souls were collected by a Valkyrie, where they were transported to Valhalla until Ragnarok took place. They were then expected to fight for Asgard in the final battle. The young Valkyrie was dressed in a business suit today, but she normally wore her Valkyrie armor. One of the main reasons she was asked to be Odin's bodyguard was to keep the old perverted man in check. I am not a prude, I just believe there should be an order of how things are done. Do I not need to remind you of what Lady Frigg said before we left? This caused Odin to pause and thought, the wife wasn't someone you messed around with. On several occasions she had given him a beating for sleeping around. Surzech and Mitchell coughed politely to break the tension. Lord Odin, we have the treaty right here if you would be so kind as to sign it. Odin took the quill and was about to put his signature on the don't when a portal opened and a manic voice sounded across the room. I don't think so, Father.